broadcast team, starting with D-Man and Freak. We're hanging out in the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, Riv. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and joining me in the interview lounge is the propagator of the preposterous puns, David Freak Turley.
D-Man, would you say that they're punposterous?
What?
Yeah. And if you want to hear more from today's winners of today's matches, this is where you want to be. We've had the world's top players sitting on these couches all weekend long, and today it'll be no different.
And now let's send it over to Shocks, who's hanging out on the stage.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm Eva Shocks, reporter on duty, and it's here on this stage that we'll be crowning the winners of the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Tournament later today. And you know, I'm looking out on 8,000 people, and I have a hunch that most of those will be supporting, of course, the Chinese LPL squad, who did amazing yesterday. They did not disappoint by any means, and they'll have 8,000 people cheering for them to take home the tournament here today. It's going to be an epic day. But for now, let's head back over to the desk.
All right, thank you very much, Shocks. We've got to take a short break, but when we return, it's the 2v2 skills competition between North America's Doublelift and Xpecial and Korea's Prey and Mad Life. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend continues right after this.
一樣嘅刷牙方式，但係清潔效果好唔一樣。全新 Oral-B Tri-Zone 電動牙刷3組清潔刷毛，深入牙罅嘅程度係普通手動牙刷嘅2倍以上，清除多高達100% 牙菌膜，體驗專業洗牙般嘅潔淨，立即晉身 Oral-B Tri-Zone 電動行列。Oral-B
P&G 6分鐘護一生。
今次我係諗住會帶一啲我嘅同學仔、學生去嗰度體驗下當地貧苦學生嘅生活，唔係咁豐裕生活嘅人，其實係喺世界上係周圍都存在嘅。Jetstar 世界遊王挑戰賽幫你實現理想，有咩地方想去都可以即刻起飛。我就分享咗我嘅故事啦，預備做 Jetstar 下一位乘客。咁你呢？
again live from Shanghai, China. It's time for the 2v2 skills competition finals between the North American LCS All-Stars Double Lift and Special, the Korean LCL All-Stars Prey and Mad Life.
So here's a recap of the rules. Each player gets up to 3 bans, and then blind picks, not 3 blind picks, of course, 2 in the 2v2, which means that mirror matches and 2 Shens are possible.
When the All-Stars spawn in the Magma Chamber, each player gets 475 gold to spend before the creeps come out to play after 30 seconds. The first 2v2 squad to take down a tower, kill 100 creeps, or get 2 kills wins. It's easy as that.
All right, so officially, let's meet the players here in the blue corner, representing the Korean LCL All-Stars. At AD carry, it's Prey, and at support, it's Mad Life.
And in the red corner, representing the North American LCS All-Stars, at AD carry, we'll have Double Lift, and at support, it's going to be X Special.
All right, guys, what do you expect to see from these 2 duos coming into this match? We saw huge aggression from Double Lift and X Special, and then, Prey Mad Life's game was still pretty aggressive, but a little more lax.
And it'll be really interesting to see if they want to really reveal too much coming in, if they're going to go with straight-up AD carries and supports again, because they're going to be playing each other in the second semifinal right after the skills matchup, pretty much.
Yeah, that's the really interesting thing about this. It's a bit of a precursor coming into that semifinal of the team tournament. So I'm not sure. Obviously, it's a completely different kettle of fish at the same time, but I'm interested to see what they go for, whether we see, the standard AD carry and a support lane, or whether they're going to go for something funky in this one.
We'll have to see if they can upset the apple cart.
The apple cart, what was that, kettle full of fish? I think
kettle of fish. I think that's a very British thing to say, actually.
Maybe a little bit, but, oh man, I think we're going to be into this game in just a second. I think X Special wasn't able to chat.
Yeah.
That's pretty key. I don't know if we're going to see if someone's going to break away from AD carry support. I think it's going to be Prey and Mad Life. Just because Double Lift and X Special had the fastest 2v2 win, actually the fastest first Magma Chamber win we saw, winning on the second creep wave, I think, like a minute and 30
Varus
seconds
and
into the game.
Was it Varus Lulu?
It was definitely
Varus.
Something.
Yeah.
We should have known that.
We could go for that one. But we'll see what comes out today. Obviously, we saw some strong performances yesterday in the 1v1s as well. How do you think, 2v2 is obviously a different game to 1 versus 1. Do you still see places for the likes of Nunu in there?
Maybe. If you could get something very similar to Nunu, like what would combo with that? Because we saw Nunu was just a giant jerk in the 1v1. So as made PDD shave his head. Not exactly. PDD was having that battle with someone else.
Batted, yeah.
You can say that Soaz is what made that happen. Nunu with something else that had crazy sustain. I haven't figured out what it is yet. I don't know if there's anything as obnoxious as Nunu, though.
So, for example, a Nunu Caitlyn, but, full AP Nunu. So you can have the blood boil in there for Caitlyn, and you can be the annoyance that Nunu, naturally is.
I would say Nunu York if the ghouls didn't just give CS to the team. It would be probably the 2 biggest jerks, but the Caitlyn Nunu would actually be pretty good, but that's, again, a standard lane.
That's true.
We are in the picks and bans now, as you can see on your screen. Prey Mad Life versus Double Lift and X Special as we enter in the Magma Chamber.
I wonder if they're messing with Double Lift there by banning Draven. Because this happened before against Double Lift as well. The other team banned Draven, and it's only because Double Lift called him trash so much during the LCS. I think that's a subtle troll.
Well, yesterday we saw a lot of Draven bans coming in. I think I'm going to go out on a limb and say that we've seen Draven constant bans here.
Yeah.
And that's just because, if he hits level 2 before you, you're in a lot of trouble right away.
Yeah, he would just run you down, catch his axes, and kill you. The only thing I actually saw once was when Draven was given up, and I think it was Link played a Vayne against it, and just never let him catch an axe. Anytime he was running towards his axe, just condemn him back. But the Draven ban definitely makes the most sense.
The 2v2s definitely show us a lot of, not different bans, but there's no Annie here, there's no Elise coming out like there has been. The Quinn is going to
carry bans.
So yeah, mostly AD carries and the Thresh hooks. So Blitz is still there.
Wow, Jarvan and Twitch a possibility. Yes, so we saw a Jarvan yesterday, which was another fast game. That was the one that I think the second fastest game. That was 1 minute and 52 seconds it was in the end.
That was ridiculous.
It was really great because Jarvan was kind of pushed back, and we were thinking, what's Jarvan going to do?
How's he going to do this?
Boom, kill him. He's going to do that.
2 flag tosses in a row and the death. We have seen Twitch a few times. It gives you a little bit of the element of surprise, but once you use that, it's kind of all in on the team fight. So it's only like a here or there. We'll see if they can use it accordingly.
Yeah, Prey is sat with teleport right now. We should mention that because you can use every summoner spell here. Some of them, though, are what we'd call, I think, useless at this point because teleport, no need for it. You can walk back to the lane, a barrier, ignite, and exhaust. Something else is what we'll see in that one. On the other side, it looks like we're going to have a Twitch and an Annie.
We definitely have the 2 Twitches locked in. Jarvan just got locked as well. So that is a super aggro game. This entirely is going to be a super aggro game now that X Special's picked Annie as well. So I love that these guys have both went for slightly unconventional teams.
Locking these in, we are going to be getting underway here on the Magma Chamber. Prey and Madlife versus Doublelift and Xpecial, as we look to really dwindle down the 2v2 All-Stars.
Man. So who's going to get first blood? I don't know.
Well, don't forget those rules in there. First blood doesn't give you a win in 2v2. You need 2 kills. That can be, one after the other, or 2 kills onto the same guy a little bit later on. But we expected that 2v2 might be a little bit slower, but I guess Xpecial and Doublelift, that's just force of habit right now, just proved us wrong with that one. 1 minute, and I think it was 42 seconds that they managed to record that in. On 147.
Yeah, and we have to remember that the Prey and Madlife game went pretty much the distance. It was 11 minutes at 99 minion kills. They killed the turret. So there was almost every winning condition satisfied. But Doublelift and Xpecial went completely all in. And just based on the fact that we see 2 Twitches plus aggressive supports, I don't think this one's going to be that long at all.
And the Elixir buy to the Doran. So there's a bit of a safety
more powerful
in that all-in.
They're more powerful with those red elixirs right now if they got a level 1 or level 2 all-in.
And they actually took an interesting route here around the side, getting themselves early on into that brush. Xpecial has charged his stun up here, which could be crucial coming forward. Madlife and Prey, though, are going to show themselves no early attack.
So flag toss first for Madlife. I don't think he really has aggression until level 2. Xpecial started with his W, so he's going to try to charge up a stun. He actually has it right now already energized. If he can get a stun, it would let Doublelift get like a huge early trade at level 1, and they might even try to kill at level 2. So both of these guys might go all in real soon.
Yeah, that was a great choice by Xpecial because it's the AoE part of the stun, so they can lock down both of those guys.
And there is a stun coming down. Prey deciding not to follow up in that one. Jarvan was off to the left-hand side, and I think Doublelift a little bit wary about pushing it.
And he's taken so much harass plus having no health potions. If he gets all in here, it could be a little bit sketchy.
Xpecial trying to still charge up these spells. He's already down to half. He didn't do that on the fountain. And it's just going to be Madlife Spray farming it out right onto Doublelift. This could be the first kill. Barriers. Exhaust on both sides. Doublelift very low. There is 1 kill. Prey may able to walk out of this one alive. No, the auto attack and a 1-for-1.
And that's pretty much the sketchy play we thought, but he stuck it out long enough, and they're still going. This could be it.
Oh my gosh! Madlife's going in there, and Xpecial is going to go down. And well, overextend, you can see there Xpecial hand on face. Bit of a facepalm moment for him. Went a little bit too far in there, and the Korean side able to pick it up. Prey and Madlife, the winners of the 2v2 skills competition.
We saw the Jarvan yesterday. It only took 2 flag tosses in that game. And that was his next one there.
And Xpecial didn't bring the barrier, which actually was really key in him not being able to escape the Jarvan all-in at the end. A little bit of disappointment there from Doublelift and Xpecial, but at least it was over quickly.
Makes it a little less painless, maybe not.
I'm not sure.
What was the actual timer on it?
158.
Okay, so 10 seconds. They lasted 10 seconds longer than their semi-final opponents managed to do. So I suppose that's a bonus, if you can call it that one. But that, of course, is going to be the bottom lane or the 2v2 matchup that we're going to see in our next team game as well.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to be seeing Annie and Jarvan. So maybe
I very much doubt that.
Maybe not. The Twitch is actually something we could see a lot of. I'm surprised both of them left it. Nice walk across the stage.
Great camaraderie. We've heard it from the players. We've seen it all around, the camaraderie, everybody learning from each other, and it is a good handshake after all these matches.
Well, we just saw them go back. I think the Koreans actually walked back off the stage there as well. So fantastic 2v2, and we're going to be moving here shortly into the Rumble in the Jungle. This is one that everyone's really excited to see.
Yes. Let's see. The blind pick Lee Sin. They've promised it, but there are no official rules binding these guys into both picking Lee Sin. We could definitely see a little bit of tomfoolery if they decided not to go for it.
All right, we will have to. So now it's time to turn our attention to the second skill competition finals of the day and the battle to be crowned King of the Jungle.
And just a reminder, if it wasn't obvious here, that it only takes 1 kill to win the 1v1 competition finals. So in this match, as well as in the top and mid lane contest, it's first blood, first tower, or first to 100 CS.
Yep, so now let's meet the players on the blue side. Representing the European LCS All-Stars, it's Diamond.
And the red side, we're going to have representing Korea, it will be Insec.
All right, and everyone has been looking forward to this showdown because most people consider these guys to be the 2 best junglers in the world, and this is also voted by their region, so this really is the thought of the world.
And based on how Insect did previously, his Lee Sin was out of this world, which probably has a big say on why Diamond wants to 1v1 him against Lee Sin, because this is all Diamond has left in this tournament.
Well, let's talk about Diamond's Lee Sin, because when he first came into the spotlight all the way back in the day as before Moscow 5, then as Empire even, he was an incredible Lee Sin player. It was banned so much against him that he actually stopped playing Lee Sin.
And if you let your Lee Sin mechanics slide just for a little bit, we've heard a lot of these players talk about it, you kind of just lose the groove that you get into. It's such a flow champion with really important skill shots to land. So Diamond's putting a little bit of his, if they go 1v1 Lee Sin, reputation here as Lee Sin on the line, because he hasn't played it much and it's by choice.
And this has to be getting under his skin because they allowed them to have it twice in the game. So it's almost like within the game they played the team match, he was like, let's see if you can do it again. And he did. So this is Diamond's chance to get back.
And Leona ban, they got to be going for it. They do not care about these bans.
Hey!
Come on, lock it in, Diamond.
Well, that was kind of easy, wasn't it? Insect Light straight in there, no problem. Diamond's still hanging around. I think the crowd cheer behind us kind of gave away what's going to be happening in this one. But as Riv said, they did agree to it. We did get him to sign a little bit of paper and say we promise to play Lee Sin to the best of our abilities in this 1v1 grand final showdown. Diamond, he's going to run the clock down here, taking a bit of time just to get himself mentally
giving the viewers a sweat.
Yeah.
I want to try to check out just randomly if they have different Lee Sin runes or masteries. I'm trying to find Insect because he's locked in. This is probably it. He's got random 3.8 armor pen, 12 AD, 13 armor, and then 7.5% cooldown reduction, plus 21 offense and 9 defense. And this is probably maybe why Diamond is just locked in as well. He's got way different 19 armor, 1 crit rune for 1% crit chance, 10% attack speed, 2 AD, and 6% life speed. And his rune page is called Troll. So maybe that's not the real one. And then his masteries are 14, 16.
He's should have looked at the name before you read it out.
I think Jat's going to look at my rune page during this game. And there we go. So we are going to be loading into this one. Insect versus Diamond, the matchup everybody has been waiting for. We saw them with teams yesterday, but we'll take out all the extenuating circumstances. Now it's them.
Mano a mano in the magma chamber.
Yeah, it's getting hot in here.
This thing is going to be crazy. This is what we were all wanting to see. If we, hands on heart, it was Insect versus Diamond that everyone wanted to see, and with Lee Sin, and that's exactly what we're going to get from this one. Summoners, Jack, run us through them.
So with the barrier, it's just the big difference between the exhaust. I think there's more baiting potential from Diamond, and he has gone for the Troll rune page. He does have the 1% crit chance in this game. It was legitimate.
Troll has become the new name of some players if they don't like Clearlow, but we'll see how they can work it out. Insect versus Diamond as they begin. The minions have met, and so have they in middle. The cripple goes down. It looks like they will start with the same abilities.
Yeah, interesting that they're not trying to land any Qs early. I think they're just taking it a little bit slow. The red elixir versus the cloth almost tells me Diamond wants to hold out a little bit, or he just feels like since he's went armor and runes and armor now, he's sitting on 59 armor. And considering Insect only has 9 armor penetration, he's not doing huge amounts of damage to Diamond.
It's Diamond finishing off that first wave. That puts him 2 CS in the lead, which Insect should surely be bringing back from this one, and may even get a lead. So there you just see the CS from a wave apiece.
Missed one, he's got the lead. Come on now, 1v1 Lee Sin.
All right, this really proves if you have an edge of the lead, who can hold it. It's testing these guys to the top best of their abilities.
They're just punching each other right now. I'm waiting to see the skill shards start flying out, but they're just going all in right now. There's a Q.
Very exhaustic knife.
And it's going to go in for this one. Not going to push in underneath the turret as Diamond walks back out here and decides, you know what? Insect actually hurts me right now. I need to be a little bit wary of what I'm going to go for as he goes back in there again. Insect going to go back and forth, and this is going to be one of those, I've got a feeling, as one of those split-second games where it just all of a sudden all turns. They are going to go in once again.
This could be it.
There it is, Diamond in.
Oh, first blood at 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
It was the red elixir. It was the bully of the health, the bully of the damage. It didn't matter what they are.
And it was the skill order, because Diamond picked shield second, whereas Insect picked Q second, and he got the execute because they fought at level 2 instead of level 3, which I think is what Diamond would have wanted.
Very well played. They asked for it. They got it. And Insect will come out on top.
Yeah, Diamond saying, of course, The body language is great from like, well, you know, it happens sometimes. I'll be back, though, at some point in the near future to haunt you with my Lee Sin. That's it. Diamond's now going to practice up for his next.
They're going to go play in the back.
They end up playing
times.
against Insect. He's going to be like, I am going to be playing Lee Sin in that game. That is for sure.
And you can see that this was an absolute learning experience for everyone involved. Different things were leveled, different things were purchased. These guys have had times to go at each other, their teammates in All-Star 1v1s. But for these guys, they went different paths, and it mattered.
Totally different paths. Not only items different, skill order different, runes and masteries different. So they all had their own theory on what Lee Sin was supposed to be building in a 1v1.
Yeah.
Apparently, Insect's theory wins the day. He managed to pick up, of course, that first blood.
Also mentioning that, you know, Lee Sin is, like you said, one of those champions you can kind of just pull out. You got to be fluent on him. He's a champion that flows. And Insect was hitting all of those Qs and really doing it. He'd cripple the minion and kind of sneak one in there, get a lot of poke damage to start.
Yeah, the slow range on the second activation of E is actually really long, and it allowed him to land some of those Qs on Diamond. But Diamond didn't even get a chance to show his Lee Sin mechanics because he didn't even level up his skill shots yet.
All right. So we've already seen two amazing skill competition finals, and when we return, Europe's Soaz and Korea's Shy step into the Magma Chamber to battle for the top lane title. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend live from Shanghai, China. We'll be right back. Stick around.
一樣嘅刷牙方式，但係清潔效果好唔一樣。全新 Oral-B Tri-Zone 電動牙刷3組清潔刷毛，深入牙罅嘅程度係普通手動牙刷嘅2倍以上，清除多高達100% 牙菌膜，體驗專業洗牙般嘅潔淨，立即晉身 Oral-B Tri-Zone 電動行列。Oral-B
PNG 6分鐘護一生。
一樣嘅刷牙方式，但係清潔效果好唔一樣。全新 Oral-B Tri-Zone 電動牙刷3組清潔刷毛，深入牙罅嘅程度係普通手動牙刷嘅2倍以上，清除多高達100% 牙菌膜，體驗專業洗牙般嘅潔淨，立即晉身 Oral-B Tri-Zone 電動行列。Oral-B
PNG 6分鐘護一生。
一樣嘅刷牙方式，但係清潔效果好唔一樣。全新 Oral-B Tri-Zone 電動牙刷3組清潔刷毛，深入牙罅嘅程度係普通手動牙刷嘅2倍以上，清除多高達100% 牙菌膜，體驗專業洗牙般嘅潔淨，立即晉身 Oral-B Tri-Zone 電動行列。 Oral-B。
P&G 6分鐘護一生。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. It's already been an incredible day of gaming here in Shanghai, starting with the 2v2 skill competition.
And that was North America versus Korea. Prey and Madlife made quick work of Double Fnatic Special. It was a 2v2. They traded first kills, and then Madlife won 2-1 Special at the end.
You gotta think, maybe if Xpecial would have just stepped away a little bit, gone back to the turret, play it safe. You only got 2 deaths.
He got a little bit greedy, honestly. He's like, oh, maybe I can fight Jarvan. No, you can't fight Jarvan. We've seen that time and again. Jarvan's pretty strong.
But of course, they are playing each other, possibly, in the, well, no possibility about it, in the best of 3. So do you think they can get their own back? They're going to be back up against each other.
It's going to be interesting because after the Double had an interview here saying, finally got the 2v2 someone. And of course I'm going to win in a 2v2 because we're that good. Double Fnatic Special feel really confident in their lane matchups. And I actually want to see what happens in that semifinal. I'll be casting it with Riv. And, you know, will they get the 2v2 or are they going to 2v1? And I think a lot of eyes are on Double for that.
A lot of eyes certainly are, and of course, and then it's the turn of our junglers. They went into battle, they had Lee's Sin. Diamondprox even spelled out Lee, but we didn't get a Sin coming out from Insect, but he didn't care anyway. He managed to pick it up.
Yeah, it was a really, really fun one as well. As Jat talked about in the post-game, it was a differing of styles, 21 offense and learning Q at level 2 from Insect. He was more about the damage. Diamond thought he could play an economy game, right? Cloth 5, wait around, farm it up. He would shield. He actually was able to deny minions with shielding them, which was really, really clever by him. The problem was, when it was time to fight, he's like, well, I have a 40-point shield and you have Q twice. And that's just too harsh to deal with.
And if you didn't notice, Diamond actually had his shirt on. This is my jungle. There was something else written below that I can't quite tell you what to say on air, but it was "This is my jungle." He had his shirt ready. I think it was going to be unzipped.
Please get out.
Please get out. That was it. This is my jungle, of course. So, anything else we're expecting in these? I mean, Soaz and Shy coming up next.
They're going to be really, really fun matches. You've got top laners who are just so proficient at what they do. They 1v1 actually a fair bit overall. The mid lane matchup as well is going to be ludicrously fun.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for the top laners to take to the chamber for our 3rd skill competition, the final day. So let's send it over to Riv, Jat, and Joe at the desk.
Thank you very much, D-Man and Freak. The top lane competition has been fierce during this All-Star weekend. So let's take a look at our finalists and break it down.
And in the blue corner, representing Europe, we're going to have Soaz taking it up. Maybe Nunu's going to get banned.
And on the red side, representing the Korean LCL All-Stars, it is, of course, Shy.
All right, gentlemen, we are stepping into the top lane matchup. Who do you think has the stronger game?
Based on how they've been playing this weekend, at least, in the team games, Shy's been outperforming, for sure. So has definitely been slumping in this tournament. But, you know, he's been playing Ryze in the top lane, who's like this turtley, wait-for-late-game farm champ. So it's not like he's been practicing the champions that are going to be brought out in this 1v1.
Yeah, exactly. And from what we saw of the 1v1 as well, Soaz, of course, with that pesky Nunu and these horrible snowballs and consume. I have a feeling that Shy is not going to allow Soaz to play Nunu. And if he does, then he might pick it himself as well.
That entire match, PDD just had a smile on his face, and he was like, yeah, that happened again. I'm just going to go ahead and walk back. And
it was a smile of sadness.
Yes.
He was saying, yeah, hate that.
I hate that.
Can't believe I let this through.
There's not even a love-hate relationship there. Not even. So we'll see what these guys have in store for each other as we are in a champion select a blind pick for the top lane.
Please don't ban Nunu. I think a Nunu mirror match would actually be fairly interesting as far as mirror matches go. I mean, I say that after we've just seen an awesome Lee Sin mirror match. But we are going to see Kennen, Quinn, Cassiopeia, Draven out. So right now the Yeti is still around.
Oh no.
Yeah. Nunu. Wait, Shy's got a smile on his face here. He's like, all right, man, Jason.
Nunu.
Oh my gosh.
They're going to go.
They leave it open. They are taunting each other.
This will be the saddest 1v1, I think.
It's not sad.
We may have a 40-minute 1v1, ladies and gentlemen.
They will consume 100 creeps and we will have a victor. Unless Shy. Are you kidding me?
Shy's
not going to
Shy's baited him, I think, here.
Really?
Surely Soaz knows that, though. Surely Soaz is going to realize, right,
There's
it's
no
not
lock.
Like, there's a healing debuff on Varus' E if he wants to, like, try to get it while he's
Every time you consume, you never know when he's gonna.
He didn't even go. Ooh.
Wow.
Dunk
There's a mind
Master.
game going on here.
Dunk
He thinks-
Master flex from Soaz.
He thinks Shy is trying to get a Nunu mirror matchup. So he picked Darius because he could beat Nunu straight up in the lane, but neither of these guys are going Nunu.
This is Vayne would be very good for Darius, but Darius.
This is fun.
A little more dangerous. Shy
more
taking
dangerous.
all the time he has, and looks like he wants to use that last 30 seconds.
Yeah, and rightly so, you know. We've already seen Koreans winning in 2 of our skill matchups already. This could be number 3 for Shy.
Yeah, they've been on fire. People say the Koreans had a huge amount of individual skill, and even though this is just for fun and it's 1v1s, 3 out of 3 ain't bad so far.
Let's be honest, it's never just for fun. Everyone wants to win. This is like top lane against top lane. I want to be the master. I want to be the official master, which is, but I guess this is the closest you can really get to
Yeah, it
saying that. And we are going to see then that Varus locked in for Shy, so it's going to be Darius versus Varus.
I feel like Varus has a huge edge up in this one. It's going to be really, really difficult for Darius to even get in range for an apprehend, because the pull is actually 550 range, whereas the auto attack is 575. So if he keeps his distance just right, he's never going to get hit by that.
Let's see how they decide to play it. Also, you're saying apprehend, that's a super high cooldown, so he's only going to be able to do that a few times.
Yeah.
If Shy knows he has a 24-second window to mess around, farm, and do damage, then it's going to be pretty bad coming in for Soaz.
And I wonder who's feeling the most confident. It has to be Shy from that one. As we said, lots of mind games coming down. Shy leaving Nunu open. Soaz hovering over it and thinking, well, has he done that because he wants Nunu? Is he doing that because he's got the counter for Nunu? Why is he going to go down? In the end, we end up with the Darius and with the Varus. And Soaz is checking it out at home and going to be doing a dance.
All right, we are on to the Magma Chamber. Soaz versus Shy for the top lane matchup.
And again, we see the Red Elixir versus Doran's Blade. The Red Elixir's been winning out in most of these cases, but that's when they actually get to fighting. I don't know if Shy's going to let himself get engaged on by Soaz.
I can't imagine that he'd let that happen.
Soaz, yep, hanging back for a pot. And they're going to return, not even return, head to lane for this battle. The top laners now picking a regular top laner for Soaz and the AD carry for Shy as we move in.
Yeah, we already see the first attacks being exchanged. Shy throwing out the hail of arrows, and Soaz going to try and zone him out here, but that's exactly the point that Jack makes here. Look at that. Look at the damage that he takes already.
Yeah, I mean, he got 1 decimate onto Shy, so the bleed got him for a little bit, but there is 4% lifesteal on Shy, plus the Doran start. So look at how much Soaz just said, man, that sucked. I'm going back to base to heal.
Actually grabbing 2 mana pots to come in here. He's going to head back to lane. Also, every time he just spins, he's pushing the lane. He's giving Shy the ability to farm, the ability to do that damage, just right-click damage.
And look at the summoner spells, too, because Shy brought Flash, which means he's really just making sure that even if he gets caught that one time by Soaz, he wants to get out of there. So he's definitely going for the long win rather than an engagement in this matchup.
He pulled the turret! Under the turret, Shy goes, and this is a chance for Soaz here now. He's going to be going into this one, but can he finish it off? Shy going to be bleeding down. Is he going to be able to do the damage that he needs to do? Shy turning things around. Doesn't go after him, though.
Got him down to about 60 health, so if he would have been able to land 1 more auto attack during that entire combo, this would be already over. We would have another 2-minute matchup, but this is getting real tense here. Shy could potentially flash for a kill. Knowing Soaz has barrier, it's a bit dangerous, though.
That last play was just edge of the seat. If Shy had gone back, he had a 3 blight proc, but Soaz was in his head. He says, I know your cooldown's up. And he kind of gives himself an upper hand here as now he forces Shy to go back.
And Shy knows how far up he is in minions, too. It's 7 to 8. And he should not have been there to get pulled into the turret. That was a big mistake, and he didn't actually even have to burn his flash. So he's still probably feeling more cautious, but confident.
Farm obviously going to be a big part of this one. Even if you're planning on, no, I've got to kill him. There's not really much of a chance that I can actually win this by minion or turret kills. You've still got to keep up with the minions just for that chance then that could happen for you.
And if you let the lead get too big, you really just take the play out of the game, because the other guy can just know you're going to try to all in him and force him into really bad situations. So he did keep it pretty close there. Didn't realize the size of the minion wave when Shy was forced back. So Shy's got to play it a bit more smartly here, since I think he has the blind pick edge.
Soaz pull off as they both return to lane now. 2 Dorans coming in for Shy. Soaz looking to get in range. There's the Blight proc coming out, and it looks like Soaz forced back under the turret again. More poke damage coming for Shy.
Ouch. I mean, that's just half health before he can even close the distance even more. Shy's really good at just, some people call it orb walking. I like to call it attack moving,
right,
even though we already have another term for attack move. It's when you move in between attacks so Soaz can never close the distance to you. He does it a lot on Rise as well with his spell cast, and he's been practicing that, so he's showing his mechanics here in this 1v1.
Looking strong, 7, 8 CS in the lead of this one. As Soaz again going back home. We saw that, you know, stacking up the Blight, proccing it, throws in the snipe as well at the end. So now that's half of Soaz's health gone from, you know, going back home, coming back into lane. He can't afford to, you know, let that constantly happen to him and miss CS and the turret like that.
A level advantage now as well.
Oh, he's actually going to pull Shy back in here, but there was a minion to help him out, but he's going to keep chasing down here. As we said, Shy does have a level out over him. It's all about the damage that he can do. Shy actually going back into this one. This could be dangerous. There's a turret hit. Soaz in all kinds of trouble now. Uses the barrier, and he's going to get the first blood. What a move from Soaz. Baits it in perfectly, and he picks up the victory.
And Shy never got to use his flash.
Oh my god, that was a max range Q from him. He got all the damage he needed, and you could see it took Shy by surprise. He instantly just dropped hand to head with both of these guys. Shaking hands, all in good fun.
So, Joe, at the end of the day, Europe did win the top lane matchup.
Oh, Jack. The burns coming out from that one. But yeah, I think as Europe, we can take that. You know, top lane, worldwide, the top lane is a very, very monstrously scary bunch of people. You know, and that's just before they get into game. These guys are absolutely incredible. So I think Europe can be proud of what Soaz has achieved with that one.
That was
absolutely
very back and forth, and it definitely tested the skill of both. It was no one-sided either way.
And it's in the spirit of the games too. Just picking Darius and then winning with it is almost extra impressive. Knowing that I feel like someone's going to be saying, like, Jack talking about the counter matchup. That was a counter matchup, man. Like, closing the distance on Varus, especially bringing Flash, and almost just mind gaming him into a way of getting a win like that was super impressive.
When you looked at did he bring anything to the table to affect that? Or you were looking at their runes a little bit. Was there anything really to give him an upper hand on those engagements? I'm going to walk at you?
Not really. He didn't even bring extra move speed. Once he Darius base has 5 more move speed than Varus, which isn't really enough to close the gap.
Right.
Once he landed a spell, though, he could be able to chase him down a bit. Like, there wasn't anything huge that added to that.
All right, well, we do see the result of that one with more to come. Soaz going to be taking out Shy in the top lane, and really the versatility of Soaz in that champion pool has been huge in his wins coming into this weekend.
We're kicking through this pretty fast, too. We only have one final remaining. Got to keep in mind, we got all of our 1v1 champions except for Toys versus Messiah here.
Yep.
Yeah,
got a chance
that one in there. But, you know, you talked about the whole champion pool thing, and I think that becomes even more prevalent here in these 1v1 skill matchups, you know, because, yeah, in the top lane you can be able to play all 112 champions, but the fact is you're not going to use all 112. Not every champion is good for that top lane.
Until we invent tag team mode. Just kidding. So now it's time for our last 1v1 skill competition match of this All-Star weekend. The mid lane finals. Let's meet the players.
Yeah, so on the blue side, representing the Chinese LPL squad, it's going to be Messiah, who's going to get a huge cheer when they introduce him here.
There we go. His opponent for this one, in the red corner, representing the Garena All-Stars, it's Toys.
All right, guys, how do you see the mid lane brawl going down?
So the Orianna that Toys played yesterday was really, really potent. 80 Orianna, with the attack speed runes, and he just auto-attacked down and completely negated any dot damage. I know we were totally wrong on our last predictions because predicting 1v1s is just foolish. But maybe we'll see an Orianna bet.
Yeah, I could well imagine that. I mean, we saw him playing it afterwards as well. Obviously, not an AD Orianna in their game against China, but I could imagine that they'd ban that out. He obviously knows how to play Orianna, and the fact is that even when it's an AD Orianna, you get the experience from playing that when you're playing in the lane as well, in a normal 5v5 game.
When we talk about the Orianna, we also were kind of wowed by Toys to bring out the mid lane Jarvan in execution of his win.
Yeah, that was probably the fastest 1v1 victory we saw from the mid laners all of yesterday. Was it? I feel like the 1v1s kind of stretched a little bit yesterday in both of them. So we've seen nothing but no one's hit level 6 today. We actually haven't even gotten that far. So maybe we'll see something a little bit slower, but the aggressive guys have seemed to advance to the finals for some reason.
Well, that's not a bad thing. I think it's a lot more fun than watching, 100 minions, 10 minutes, 12 minutes into the game. I prefer these early fights, that's for sure. We're going to be getting into that one in just a little while. Interested to see what the bans have been. We've seen a lot of AD carries going out today. Not that it really mattered in the first one, or in the jungle matchup, I should say, because they were obviously very much set on picking Lee Sin. I think the bans were just... They just threw the bans out there to get them out of the way.
And you know what we've seen with the 80 carries down, there isn't really the turret pressure. It's the fights. They were always fighting with this many 80 carries out, so it goes to the fighting game instead of, hey, can we get 99 or the turret?
And it's a little bit crazy since the turrets in 1v1 have a really low amount of health, and they do fall pretty quickly, but it's more fun to fight and farm, I suppose.
It's more fun to watch.
Yeah. Messiah does not like that Jarvan or the Orianna, so both of them getting a bit of respect.
And that means they're not going to get to play what got them here. They're now going to have to bring up something a little bit new.
So Lee Sin taken out there. Not going to be seeing any more of him today, at least in the 1v1s. Kennen taken out, standard ban for 1 vs 1. Nunu taken out, another standard. And wouldn't surprise me to see Draven go in as well.
That means there's a fair bit left, though. We've seen Quinn banned in almost all of these.
Yeah.
And there was a Quinn played in one of the play-in matches that happened before the 1v1s even started getting broadcasted that I believe we have odds available for. But that's really a potent choice as well. So this last ban, Choice got to think about it a little bit.
I want to see a Red Elixir Gragas. That'd be dangerous.
It'd be awesome.
I'm not going to lie, I'd be excited to see that as well. That would be fantastic.
Huge. You just drunken rage and dive into the fight.
People don't realize how much AD Gragas gets out of this W.
Yeah.
And then you get the 1% crit rune and actually crit a person, and they just disappear.
Belly.
Where did that come from?
So there we go. Annie was the final ban, another one that we've been seeing pretty regularly banned, all picked here so far in the All-Star weekend. But what are they going to go for?
I cannot even begin to guess.
They have over 100 choices.
Yeah. Well, they have 106 left.
Yeah.
So one of those 106.
That is, I think you're 100% right. I think you're 100% right on your prediction there, Jack. But
play it safe.
We'll have to see.
Still taking their time. That neither of them are clicking in.
Yeah, what's going on here?
They are just waiting this one out.
Maybe they're thinking that if
you're not
going to
pick, I'm not going to pick.
Like they're trying to gouge the crowd reaction if they're picking something they're famous for. So one of them, because these guys would know each other very, very well. I'm just wondering.
Wow, could we bring the Sheriffs back?
Oh no, Caitlyn was devastating from what we've seen.
Yeah.
At least when Diamond Fox was playing it. And these guys as mid laners might even have higher laning mechanics than the junglers. So.
Well, let's see, Caitlyn in there for Toys Messiah. He's leaving things up. Twisted Fate Messiah. He's done that on purpose. He wanted to get this reaction from the crowd. I'm not sure if he's actually going to play it, though.
Hometown boost right there. He does have 8 seconds to lock in. He has not chosen to do it, though. Oh, my God. We're going to get the real Sheriff of mid lane.
Nice.
Second Caitlyn matchup.
Toys is hanging on Smite there. I'm guessing that he actually changed at the end. It's like, I'm going to get that 1 minion. That could be the one. Get to 99 Smite. I've won it. But that's going to be changed out. So it's going to be a Caitlyn mirror matchup, which we have seen before. Jungle semi-finals.
Yeah.
Where
don't take trap first.
Don't take trap first. Is I think the general idea that we've come with.
Toys has Smite.
He does have Smite. He kept it.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's going to come down to the farming battle. Both at 99. He's like, what up, Smite? I win the game.
The element of surprise. Ignite.
It's ridiculous as far as I can tell.
Oh,
10 extra. I wonder if you brought the Smite Master. I didn't get a chance to check because I didn't lock it in until so long.
Pretty symmetrical on both sides besides the summoners as we begin the mid lane matchup. China's LPL's Messiah versus Arena All-Stars. Toys.
I have no idea what to expect here. Toys coming in with Smite has really thrown me off. And it's both Caitlyn's as well, we should mention.
It switched over to Messiah and I was like, did Caitlyn just say welcome to the magma chamber? So here we are. We see Messiah put himself out. They know they're not doing any tricky stuff in the brush. And they begin to push both lanes. Peacemaker's out.
Yeah, and unlike the last time we saw this between Troll and Diamond Fox, they both started with the Q instead of one guy putting in traps. The other one saying, what are you doing that for? Just running past him.
another Peacemaker coming out. This time not connecting, and Messiah has now missed both of his Peacemakers that he's thrown into things. But they're doing a good job of keeping up with the farm here. Messiah, when he hits this one, has gone all the way, as we are going to see the Ignite coming down onto Toys. Barrier going to be used. Peacemaker does land. That's good damage from Messiah. No kill yet, though.
It's one thing that is weird is, are you pressured to pop the pot at the same time? Toys was after that, and Messiah was like, no, Ignite, negate the pot and attack.
I think you absolutely are, at least for the red elixir.
Yeah.
That was a 1% crit.
Wow, and that's why a 1% crit can actually be, I think in 1v1 even more so, that just that one time that you get lucky.
So you're saying they have a chance.
It's around 1%. It's not a big chance, Riv, but it is there.
Well, they both have the same chance.
Oh,
so
my
we'll see if
gosh.
Toys gets it equalized here.
There we go. Hopefully it's one of the early 100 shots that he's going to put out here, or 99 if you will. Level 2 for each of them. Still potions just running out of Messiah there. He goes in with the Caliber net.
Oh, Toys is trapped.
He may have a headshot to come up. Messiah's 4 shots off near the turret. They're going to be very close on this one. 100 HP each. Toys going back as Messiah stays in the lane.
I think he realized he was going to lose that one. That was a great Piltover Peacemaker dodge, and Messiah hadn't used Barrier yet. So it would have been over if he didn't decide to go back. Actually, Messiah, I feel like, won the Rune Mastery Wars here. He has all armor. He didn't go... I'll come back to it. I feel like there was a way. I didn't remember all the runes. We'll get there.
Well, we are seeing Messiah going back home. Cloth armor and pots for Toys. Let's see what he's got to do with this one. He's brought himself back level now with the CS since Messiah did go home. And that barrier is up. I never thought I'd be saying this in a Caitlyn mirror matchup, but Smite is also available for Caitlyn right now.
And he's, I don't think he's really maybe used it once or twice here. He's using it for that extraneous circumstance.
Yeah, I can't tell about
Got to do it when it's under the turret. Oh, Smite got it.
I feel like he should just smite the cannon minions to shove faster, but he's just smiting random minions just for fun. It isn't giving him a gold edge. He's about like 100 gold up, 6 minion kills plus the extra smite stuff. So if he doesn't die, Toys is technically winning this.
That is the whole strategy behind that good old Smite pick up there. As Messiah is going to go in aggressive here on towards Toys. There's the net, and the Peacemakers being exchanged as well. With that wave down, 22-18 is how it stands in the farm.
And we can see the AD carries are allowing the players to put more pressure back onto the turrets, as we haven't seen through any of the first games. We saw more aggression here from Messiah. Toys up a bit in health, though.
And I'm trying to apply logic where logic probably doesn't exist here. But if he has the Smite Mastery, which he probably doesn't even have, every like 3.5 smites would mean another health potion. As far as actually trying to farm out and just get more kills, that probably doesn't matter though.
Messiah working the headshots, working the positioning of Toys, just keeping him right off a few CS there to even it up now. 4 minutes in. I'm liking what we're seeing.
Totally fair here, except the Barrier's going to be up quickly for Toys, but the Ignite's going to be up quickly for Messiah. So the fact that he kind of just burned it willy-nilly before, a little bit interesting choice. Wow. He had it for the 5 AD mastery as well, so he's had actually 5 AD up on Toys this whole time.
He did it right after Toys popped that pot, so
yeah,
exactly. With that wave coming down, it should be level once again after this next wave gets cleared out here by Toys, or not, as he misses one and proves me wrong and misses 2.
That wasn't good. I mean, we thought it was going to stay even, but that's a shop after that too.
He's actually going to be coming in here though with that Doran's Blade, so a bit of extra added in now for Toys, but Messiah just got that full wave. Toys needs to make sure they doesn't miss any this time around.
He's going to miss one.
2. Oh, I thought he got the shot off. So 35-32. Should see Messiah coming back out here, and with that Ignite, throwing that Ignite on, Toys is going to have to run. That ace in the hole could be a lot more impactful if they can get a barrier out in the next fight here.
Yeah, I mean, the items are straight, pretty much even. I can't tell. Let me see, who has more health potions? Messiah has 3 more health potions than Toys, so if they actually do get into some extended trading, Toys is just going to have to go back to base.
There's the Smite again, this time on towards the cannon minion, so definitely using that to good effect here. Exchange, we are going to see the net coming out. Messiah may decide to go aggressive, and it is level 6, so both players now having that ace in the hole available.
These minion kills are getting increasingly important. Every time I see one go down, I just kind of Ooh, that hurts him in the end. And it's also interesting how Masai is going in with his E, whereas Choice is going out. So Choice is actually always getting the damage out of his 90 caliber net. Even though it's just 80 magic damage, it still should technically be stacking up a bit.
It has to be noted that Messiah is dictating what Toys is doing. He has been on the aggression since the first second of this match.
Yeah, especially he ignited them as soon as he saw him.
Yeah.
Element of surprise.
And there it is again. It's so surprising.
Peacemaker goes in as well after the ignite.
I didn't know that would happen. Wow.
I thought I was missing something there. Look, we got an extra man on the magma chamber somewhere coming in for a sneaky gas on the side. But 49 to 39, and talking about those minions, they are starting to increase. And if it carries on like this, there's not been a massively clear winner when it comes to fights.
Toys trying to get himself back into this. We'll have to see what the buy is for Messiah. His barrier's still up. Toys, like you said, still with Smite. And it has, I guess Messiah knows he can be aggressive for that reason. He's like, you're going to bring a useless summoner spell for your lane. I'm going to just aggress you out.
Just better stats, really, Messiah has. He brought more armor to the table, so he's taking less damage from Choice hits. Every time he uses Ignite, he's got more AD. And then the Ignite on top of it is just exacerbating the situation.
And you can see he's feeling it. He's missing 3 CS there in the middle. Gets a good Peacemaker down. He's going to be able to clear the rest of this wave, but it's going to be in the favor of Messiah still. He's looking to be 5 minions up, and Doran's up as well to the Red Elixir of Toys.
Elixir though, maybe the selling sign, and this one is Toys. Going to go in there, decent damage done. And I wonder if it's going to get to the point where they start using the ace in the hole just to force them out.
Maybe a little bit. They're both stacking so many health potions, though, that they'd almost want to save it for a kill. And this does seem increasingly like a battle for farm, which Messiah's winning by about a wave.
He's playing a lot more passive every time that Ignite is down. Playing it safe for the Caliber Net and get the combo off very nicely.
Yeah, that was really nicely done from Messiah there, off to the side. And running low on mana. It looks like he's actually going to be headed back home once again.
I wonder if Choice is going to be able to deny any minion kills here. He should shove this as quickly as possible, but look how fast. Like, if Messiah actually makes it back to this wave before he loses a minion, then it basically puts the pressure on Choice to have to kill. And yeah, he made it all the way back to base without missing a single creep.
It's going to attack that one, so he has the method to the madness of last hitting under the turret all to himself. That's a full wave for him, and Toys is going to have to back here, seeing more armor on Messiah with that Doran's. He's trying to catch up.
Still falling a bit behind. And another thing Toys did is he popped a Red Elixir too, so he's got a bit of a window where he's trying to get the shove on. Yeah. Maybe it's time that Toys just tries to go for some turret damage, because as they stack up, it's not like the turrets are that healthy. Both these guys are sitting at 1550 max health on the turret. There's only 1,000 health left on the size turret, so if he were to go back there and, you know, want to last hit all his minions at turret, if somehow Toys could outshove the other Messiah, then he could actually get a few hits on the turret. But aside from that, I feel like he's going to lose the CS battle.
Further we go on here as well, the more traps are getting put down, and that always makes it that bit more dangerous. You step on one, it's a Peacemaker, and definitely follow-ups from that. So we both need to be a little bit careful about that one. You can see it's like...
Yeah, it's a bit of a minefield right there. And I'd personally be getting a little bit confused. Sure, they're color-coded, but I would definitely make at least one slip-up running through these things.
See what they can decide to do. Looks like Toys has been holding the Smite for when he pushes Messiah out of the lane to get the lane push to the turret faster, because he doesn't use it every time it's up.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening. Or he's just using it on the cannons every time they come, which is every third wave. Unless they've changed it around for Magma Chamber, I'm not sure. That might be helping, and that's like the extra 50 damage he has on the turret, but based on just the timing that Messiah's going back, this is Toys' time to farm. He needs to use the Smite on this wave and get as fast as possible.
Does it. Peacemaker going to go through. He's going to be smiting down, so he is going to push this one straight onto the turret, but in the end, Messiah is back just in time, and he's going to be taking them back in. We are going to see the Ignite used onto Toys. There is the barrier. He's going to go for the turret kill here. He's sticking around. He's going for that turret. He's managed to dodge a Peacemaker. He's going to win it. Toys takes down the turret as Messiah backs away. And look at the face of Messiah there. He can't believe what's just happened.
If he didn't smite that minion, I'm just kidding. That was amazing.
I think you're right. That was very close.
Yeah,
but there's one minion left.
It pushed faster. It pushed the wave faster there. cumulatively the damage on the turret because he got an extra couple shots earlier because of Smite. The fact that he didn't die to Ignite, the Smite worked.
Yeah, okay, it did.
Yeah.
I was making a joke, but we actually look at it.
Yeah.
And it was a huge play for him. And he only did it when he pushed the lane. He wasn't doing it to get up in CS. He was doing it to get an advantage on positioning the entire time. And he was kind of just saying, I'm reading you, Messiah. I'm just waiting for my moment.
You know, and one amazing thing about these 1v1s that we're seeing here is not just the individual skill, but the brains that these guys have. I mean, to put that plan into action, then you saw Messiah's face by the end. He was like, I didn't expect that to happen. He had no idea that Toys was going to do that.
He was thinking minions the whole time. And he's trying to shove me in the turret, so I lose minions. So I'm not going to let that happen. Then turret.
And we have to consider, guys, like we said, this is a learning experience for everyone. We haven't even seen the majority of the ways to win a 1v1 in a stressed situation. And now we're seeing here, sometimes it's just to all-out dive a turret by yourself.
Just tank a Caitlyn, hit a turret. He punished the extra cloth armors by the end that Messiah had accumulated, because Messiah was definitely in the farm mode. He's saying, I can get my last hits, I'm going to make sure he can't kill me. Wasn't worried about the turret.
Such an incredible play, and I wonder how much of that was done on the fly up here from Toys, or whether that was kind of the plan all along. That's my game plan. That's what I'm going for. I'm not sure how much they've discussed this one as a team. Like, what about if you try this? This might catch him out. Really interesting stuff.
These guys are amazing, right? Toys played with Mistake. Mistake has diagrams on his wall when he had played Blitzcrank all the time. How fast are you at this level, this level? These guys calculate things mathematically, and he said, if I can stand here, do this much damage to the turret, and you're not going to kill me, easy peasy.
If I can just smite that minion, I'll win. Like, all right.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, if you calculate the minions in there to tank the turrets, how many hits they can take, plus how much health you've got with the barrier, and how much damage they're doing, you can mathematically calculate how fast if you're gonna be able to take the turret before he can kill you. And obviously, Toys did the math.
He was breathing easy. Everybody thought it was like, whoa. Toys is like, don't be scared. Don't be scared.
I got it, guys.
All right, everyone. So coming up, the European LCS All-Star SOAS will join us to talk about his top lane skills competition win. Plus, the All-Star Team Tournament resumes with the semifinal showdown between the North American LCS All-Stars and the Korean LCL squad. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend will return right after this. Stick around.
This needs to be in Shanghai by Thursday at noon. And Vincent, failure is not an option. I need this in Shanghai by Thursday noon.
Sure, we could do that.
No later.
No problem.
託運無需驚險情節 FedEx。
Welcome back to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend live from Shanghai. And now, of course, we are happy to be joined by Europe's All-Star winner and honestly, the only European winner of the tournament. It is Soaz, and what a fantastic top lane you had there. Soaz, like, straight away, going into the picks and bans, did you feel that it's like he's left Nunu open, he's done this for a reason, and you selected it to start with, and then it was like, gonna change to Draven? To Darius. I get them mixed up all the time. They are brothers.
Yeah, I thought that he didn't ban Nunu, and I thought that he might have something against it, so I might change. So finally I picked Darius, but if I would have Nunu, I would have win easier against Darius. So I think it was really hard matchup for me, and since he had flash, it was even harder. But yeah, I managed to kill him.
So talk to me about how that matchup played out then. You're like, I'm Darius against a ranged champion. What was in your mind? Like, how are you planning on winning that game, first of all?
I had Barrier Ignite, he had Ignite Flash, so he was really safe, but I managed to grab him 2 times at the turret, so I could chase him a bit. And he did a small mistake that when he was like mid HP, I was running away, and then I just turned back and I managed to Q him again. So this little mistake cost him the game. So it was really hard, actually.
All right, so let's talk about your other matchup then in this tournament. You had the Nunu versus Annie game. Let's actually start with champs like in the beginning, because that was your first match. Why were you banning the champions you were banning, the AD carries?
Well, we tried a lot of things. Like Diamond and me were playing a lot one-on-one, and we tried a lot. Like Queen is really strong one-on-one. Maybe she's the strongest one-on-one beside Draven. So because of the blind mostly. So Queen is really strong. Kennen also because of the stun, and yeah. So.
And finally, it's great to see a smile on your face, because everybody at home has been saying, he doesn't look happy. He's winning the 1v1s. He doesn't look happy. What's going on?
No, I was happy to win the 1v1, but it was not the final. It was just a match, and it's just like a fun match. It doesn't like mean much, because it's mostly about like picks, summoners and stuff. It's not really about skill that this one-on-one is. So. But I'm still happy to win the tournament.
It's good to see. Good to see a smile on your face. So that is Soaz. He is the winner of the 1v1 top laners. Unfortunately, it does mean that Europe is also out of the tournament. Went out yesterday. To the North Americans, of all people. We are going to head back to the desk, though, over to Riv, Joe, and Jat.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And the skill competitions kind of, climbed a hill there in intensity. It was a little lackluster in the beginning, but we see everything that can really come from these. And like I said, it's still a learning experience for everyone.
There is definitely a lot going on. So if we were to hold these at any other future event, I expect the game would still be completely different, because we saw definite progression from game to game, and everyone had a different approach.
Yeah, a lot of people, didn't really realize how to come in and play that one. And as you rightly said, things progressed through, and the finals here definitely were. They were quick and they were full of action.
Absolutely, and there is only more action to come, but now it's time to head down to the stage for a League of Legends cosplay performance.
德玛西亚，五运必彰，准备受死吧！天赋、荣耀、信念，我从不退缩。
驱逐所有暗影，我从没想过失败。
人在塔在。德玛西亚，陷阵之志，有死无生。英雄们，你们效忠于谁？
德玛西亚！
英雄们， 你们为谁而战？
德玛西亚。
那么，全军出击！德玛西亚。
狩猎的时候到了，好极了，血流成河。
开始大杀特杀吧！
真是可怜，速战速决吧！
诺克萨斯，血洗一切！
First blood. Double kill. Triple kill. Quadra kill. Shut down.
诺克萨斯无所畏惧，德玛西亚无可匹敌。
Aced.
召唤师们，英雄联盟的历史正等着你们前去超越。在星辰的指引下，书写新的荣耀吧！
风之化身，听候您的差遣。真理之意与我同在。
迷人，你关不住我的，没问题，百发百中。 明星赛场战火已经点燃。
为了均衡教派的信仰，为了诺克萨斯的荣耀，为了德玛西亚的正义，召唤师们，全军出击！
And you know, guys, this is one of my favorite things about League of Legends around the world. Last year at the Southeast Asian Regionals, they, again, put dance. It's part of the Asian culture, the ceremony, and it's always amazing. They do a fantastic job, and it's different all around the world to see what everybody come up with. It's
and I like
amazing.
even though you have competitive League of Legends fans, you still have people that are interested in just the characters themselves. So
yeah, and the actual costumes themselves there were absolutely incredible. It's not often we get to see that many amazing costumes in one performance. So
only on YouTube.
That was brilliant. Only on YouTube.
All right, guys, so you have sent us a ton of awesome questions today on Twitter. I wish we could answer them all, but we only have a couple minutes before the team tournament matches start. So let's get these out.
So let's start with then the first one from @WangAllen95 asks, do you think that international events like the All-Star Weekend will lead to an international rather than a regional meta?
I think that's a pretty interesting thing. There's already a lot of crossover because everyone gets to watch each other. You get to see the different playstyles interact. But I definitely think that there is this distinct difference between the Chinese game compared to the North American game or even the Korean game. So the more they play each other, the more likely they are to adopt their other strategies.
I think it'd be cool to see how they figure that out and who would combine with who really make those teams. All right, so Sam Gamer 2 asks, what do you think was the biggest upset so far in the All-Star Weekend?
I'm going to go ahead and say Europe being last place. Honestly, I didn't expect that to happen. I knew that they were going to have a tough time. They've openly said that they've maybe not practiced as much as they should have, as much as they wanted to. And, again, North America deserved that victory yesterday. They played spot on. But I still think that is one of the bigger upsets of this tournament.
And they did have 53% of the fan vote on allesports.com, so technically that is an upset.
Yeah, I actually have to, agree to that, because if history would have repeated itself, it kind of would have been the same way. So, right there. All right, so we got the next one. Sir Nathan Bathan. I like it. What strategies do you guys think that North America will need to use in order to have a chance against Korea?
It's a very big question right there. I think they need to be able to shut down top lane because that's something that the European team was not able to do, and Shy came in big because I feel like Doublelift and X Special are going to get going. Just the way they do. There's enough farm that you can't necessarily shut down Doublelift in these games. For North America to beat Korea, I think they have to shut down Shy.
And I think another key part of that is probably getting rid of that Lee Sin. We've seen what Insect can do with that so far in this tournament. And honestly, it was just incredible. The entire time that he's played Lee Sin, just the moves, his mechanics are so good. And we saw him beating Diamond earlier on as well. So he's definitely warmed up with that Lee Sin today. And I think that'll be a ban for North America.
Absolutely. Or maybe Sane will surprise us and pick it up. Never mind. All right, guys, keep those questions coming. We're at LOL Esports. And remember to use the hashtag All-Star. And with the casters from both EU and NALCS here in Shanghai, this is the perfect time to look forward to the summer splits. Let's check out the teams.
Well, in Europe, Fnatic will be defending their spring split title against Gambit Gaming, SK Gaming, Evil Geniuses, and the X-Wolves, of course, now Ninjas in Pajamas. Plus the newcomer teams of Alternate, Sinners Never Sleep, and Meet Your Makers.
And in North America LCS, it'll be Team Solomid trying to repeat their championship performance against Good Game University, Balkan, Curse, Dignitas, and CLG, with the newly promoted Quantic and Velocity Esports teams joining the mix.
So what are you guys looking forward to in the next summer split? Because you got another 10 weeks to go.
So the thing about Europe, I think, it's the overall quality has in fact improved coming into this one. I mean, it has improved steadily as the LCS has gone, and that's natural with a weekly competition, you know, and these teams practicing. But I think the caliber of teams that have come in, the teams like Meet Your Makers, who we all expected to qualify for the spring split, that didn't happen for them. You've got Alternate in there. Sinners Never Sleep are a very promising team as well coming in. And then you look at the Ninjas in Pajamas team now, of course, the former Copenhagen Wolves side. They had a great ending to the season once Bjergsen actually turned 17 and was able to play. And then
get pentakills.
And then just get pentakills left and right. And then you've got the top of the Fnatic, SK, Gambit, EG. It's just amazing the talent that we've got in Europe right now for LCS Summer Split.
And even in North America, near the end of the season, what were the bottom 4 teams came out in the playoffs. So I think we have the same type of thing going on over in North America. And to add to the things that I'm most excited about, I'd say how much being on the All-Star team affects the top 4 teams and whether or not that can actually bring them above once again, because it's almost like, if I'm thinking of the NBA, the Dream Team, all those guys talk about that experience of playing on the All-Star team of the entire league and how much it added to their individual games and how much they could bring it back to their teams. So I want to see if we see a similar thing over in North America.
All right, guys. So the LCS Summer Split kicks off in North America on Wednesday, June 12th, with a 20-game Super Week live from Los Angeles.
And the European LCS, the Summer Split kicks off from DreamHack on June the 15th.
Right, but of course we still have 2 more All-Star matches to go today, so don't go anywhere. Coming up next, it's the North American LCS team throwing down against the Korean LCL All-Stars for a spot in the team tournament finals. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend will return right after this.
really been an honor playing with Doublelift. Before boot camp, he has been playing so well. So I mean, I had a low ball estimate, but he's been doing really well. I've been doing really well, and together we've been playing extremely well.
I love playing with Special. He's got 3 years of experience. He's smart. The plays that he made early game, they were godlike plays. I can't even describe.
The bot lane, it's not just AD or it's just support. It's the synergy, and when both sides do well, you're gonna do well as a whole.
To the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. Thank you for joining us at home and here in the stadium. It's time for our first All-Star Team matchup of the day. The North American LCS versus the Korean LCL.
And the winner of this best-of-3 series will move on to face the Chinese LPL squad later today in the team tournament finals.
So let's take a look at these rosters. What do they have in store? In the blue corner, it's the Korean LCL All-Stars. In the top lane is Shy, jungling Insec. Ambition in mid, Prey at AD carry, and Godlife on support.
And in the red corner, the North American LCS All-Stars. The top laner is Dyrus, the jungler, Saint Vicious. In the mid lane, it will be Skara. The AD carry is Doublelift, and at support is Xpecial.
All right, so coming into this match, most of the world isn't giving North America a chance against a Korean team that melted Europe in 2 games.
Well, honestly, you look at Korea, and you're like, man, they have 2 members of Azubu Frost who won the World Finals. Of course, now there's CJ Frost. I mean, their individual skill is loaded. Most of them actually reached the finals of the skill tournament.
They have 3 of those victories.
Yeah, exactly. Their 2v2 and their jungler actually won the skill tournament, so they're just stupid good. I mean, you saw the 2v2 finals was against the North American squad, and they won. Prey and Madlife beat those guys. We'll see if that changes in this match, though.
All right, but I think North America has been surprising people by how well they have been playing this weekend, because they brought out an extra little boost of energy.
They tried really, really hard for this. They practiced a lot over it at the Curse House. They've kind of made themselves an early game team. They tried a late game comp once in game 1 against China. It didn't work so well, but they said, okay, we're going to go all bruiser, hyper aggression. They've started out strong every single game. Saints ganks have been super strong as well. So, that's really, really big. Doublelift has also been on point. You heard that in the interview. Xpecial said he was in good shape. Pulled out a pentakill yesterday against Europe. That was
both
huge.
Both of them complimenting each other, just back and forth.
Exactly. The players individually are on point. The only problem they have is closing out games. Their scrims have gone so well, they haven't had to fight for a victory yet.
A plague of North America for quite some time.
Yeah.
So coming into this match, there has been a lot of smack talk flying from the Korean All-Stars. And with 3 players winning their skill competitions, including the 2v2s matchup, so far they've been putting their money where their mouths are.
제 생각으로는 제일 잘하는 선수 몇 명이 눈에 띄는데 그 선수들을 막고 나서 저희가 생각하는 전략을 쓴다면은 쉽게 북미를 이길 수 있지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
세인트 비셔스 선수가 초반에 많이 휘졌는데 이제 그걸 막아보도록 하겠습니다.
탑에서 당연히 다이러스보다 1인분 이상 더 해야겠죠.
제 생각엔 한국의 더블리프트 선수보다 뛰어난 선수들이 더 많다고 생각합니다. 제가 몇몇 선수들이랑 좀 많이 친한데 말해보면은 자기가 다 더블리프트 선수로 이길 수 있다고 말하는 선수들이 많아요.
I was talking to Xpecial about just going home right now and what would happen if we just lost. I think we both came up to the conclusion of it would feel good to come home into the arms of, all this hype and fame that we just got. But it would feel a lot better if we just crushed these smug Asians.
Before we get into Champion Select, let's check out who you think is going to win this matchup, because I think the teams already have their own opinions. According to LOLesports.com, 60% of you think that North America will advance to the team tournament finals to face China. They've had that much of an impact.
I mean, it's a Western site, so you could maybe consider bias there, but the NA squad have looked very good. Let's consider the facts, right?
That's true.
Game 1, Korea versus Europe, they faltered early on. They got hit a little hard by Diamond's ganks, and they had to come back for that one. And North America has always had a strong early game. And, I mean, again, they nearly beat the finalists here, right? They nearly beat China in Game 2. Certainly, there's a lot of validity behind getting behind the NA squad here. They've looked better as a region than I've seen them in years.
So how do you feel about the defensive strategy? If they're going through winning the All-Star matches by themselves, then they have the ability to just defend single lanes and win it out.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, they talk about how doublelift is beatable by anyone in Korea, and that, whoa, we're just better players, let's win because we're Korea and our individual skills so good. But at the same time, I mean, I want to see that being proven here, because individual skill can mean so much. It's kind of how Quantic won the North American promotion tournament by just winning their lanes and being like, well, we're up 10,000 gold, we'll just close the game out now. I want to see if that happens here.
All right, we'll have to see what goes down through picks and bans. The Global's getting a bit of respect here between both teams, and as we were discussing before, once Korea gets into their picks, they like to kind of give you that ambiguous. You're not sure if it's the top or mid, but you've been saying Ambition has been a big choice for them.
Ambition has gotten the first pick from Korea both games so far. First game it was first pick Jace, and then that got banned out, so they first picked Diana.
And it's banned out now?
Yeah, and Diana is a choice champion for Skara. They say, no, Rumble is more important. That was actually Dyrus' big pick. I think they banned... and Dyrus was banned... Rumble was banned against Dyrus three times so far, and the Koreans say, look, Rumble's more important to us than Diana here. They've already banned out the Shen, so they've removed a lot of choice champions from Dyrus. The other champion I can think of him playing is Malphite here, and he played Malphite against PDD's Rumble and lost that lane. So, the North Americans grabbing Diana away from Ambition.
It's kind of a rough matchup for Malphite.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
They look for the Kazakhs. We have seen Dyrus play the Kazakhs, not so much Skara, but it was the get away from Dyrus game, and he was quite slippery on it, so it could give them the safety they need to start off the early part of the game as well.
Kazakhs surprises me a little bit here from the North American team. They've been practicing it in secret. It's not really a Dyrus or a St. Vicious type champion.
Right.
More of a Scar. Ooh, wow. So the interesting thing is both Diana and Ryze are Skara champions.
Yep.
And I haven't really seen Dyrus play Diana, let alone top lane Ryze either, so I'm curious to see where those picks go.
On top of that, right, they're taking away Diana Ryze from both Ambition. Shy's Ryze has been ridiculous lately.
Yeah, he's been crazy on point. He played it in the OGN quarterfinals. He played it both games on the first day of the All-Star weekend overall, and he's been super on point there and hasn't been shut down. He's been carrying his team. So both these teams are really stealing away picks from each other.
And it's super safe lanes. Like they said, we guard and we'll do that. We can sit back, hit out with Thresh, leave Rumble in the top lane. If he gets a few kills, that's going to be damn good for us because Rumble just starts going very early, but they have a team fight comp as well.
Exactly. This is going to be equalizer. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch what happens here because Rumble can play both situations. Yeah. He can play, I'll go in with my team with the equalizer. You can run it for Flamespear afterwards, so you can see hardcore initiators come in for the rest of this this LCL lineup here, and then Caitlyn can just sit back and be by herself. We saw that from the Chinese LPL squad actually in their most recent victory. On the other side, though, you've got a lot of opportunities here from the North American team because you can follow in with Diana here, you can follow in with Lulu, and then is it going to be a Graves who falls up as well, or is it going to be like an Ezreal or Varus who sits back?
Well, they want to play safe, and what we've seen from North America, and they were even saying in their interviews, they're like, holy crap, everyone is flash engaging, flash hooking. Saint did it every time Flash was up, and Xpecial was trying to do it as well. They don't have Thresh this time, but maybe Korea won't be able to play safe.
It's going to be really difficult for them, right? They've got Diana, they've got Nautilus, they've got Lulu. All three of them are able to start out fights. You talk about the flash hooks. Those are really, really big. Rammus would be a pretty good pick, I suppose, to help start fights. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities really here. They've got pretty much their choice of jungle, aside from Lee Sin, which was banned, and the Nautilus that was taken, but everything else is basically available here. Honestly, it just depends how they want to play it. They can go any way with this.
Ooh, I like the picks that are showing on the screen right now. Personally, we'll have to see if they decide to lock them in. Looks like they could have very safe lanes here from what they depicted in their interview. So really just trying to test North America and see what kind of damage they want to put out here.
This is a really powerful team comp here from the Korean team. This actually reminds me of a little bit of the Chinese team back in their second game against NA. It was very, look, we're not going to start fights. You come to us, and we're going to make your life miserable. Rumble, Kennen, Zac, they all do very well when you jump in on them. The way the box works as well from Thresh, if you're running away as Thresh and put the box down, they've got to run through two walls to get to you instead of just one wall to get out. And so as a disengage or counter-engage team, this Korean lineup works really, really well for that. They're really safe, and they can crowd control everybody.
And this is more than once that the North American team has left Doublelift to be the last choice on this. There's CLG asks, what can he do? What can he be safest on? And then we'll find out how to protect that.
I think he's still got to be able to go in with his team. Ezreal makes a lot of sense here. True Shot Barrage will... Yeah, he got a Pentakill last time. He's got great cleanup potential as well. He's a second threat there with Rise as someone you really can't easily get rid of. And again, True Shot Barrage will participate in that fight. When the rest of his team dives in, you don't want Doublelift to dive in, but he can at least press R, and he will participate, much really like Rumble's Equalizer, so he'll be part of that dive comp.
We'll see if he decides to wound this one out and or can shift aggressively into the fights. Both teams have been locked in. Saint absolutely loving Nautilus recently.
Yeah.
Didn't really work for, I believe back in MLG it was tried, and then the Volibear, but it was kind of like, wow, that looked lackluster from them, and then something changed between now and then. He is absolutely a monster on Nautilus.
Nautilus is really, really huge now. We buffed up his early game jungle.
And that, yeah.
Exactly, yeah, we buffed up his early game jungle. He clears really, really fast, has amazing ganks as we saw before. He took down Soaz a whole bunch in the European match. And it's one of the new top junglers here, and it's worked well for Saint. He's practiced it so much. He's got a good feel for what the champion does, what he can get away with, and honestly, his early ganks are what's going to separate this game apart, because I think the North American squad needs to start out strong. They need to get to the point where even though they're fighting a Kennen and a Zac and guys like that, they can still dive in with a gold advantage and win that fight.
All right, so we're going to see this coming up. North America, LCS All-Stars taking on the Korean LCL All-Stars. They're shy on your screen as they are poised and ready to match this one up. Freak, with the momentum, what are you thinking about this one? If Korea can come in this, they want to play lax, but usually they're the one to be taking turrets right away and going for objectives. How do you think this is going to work against North America?
It's really weird because you can't, in League of Legends, you can't play to not lose. You have to play to win, right? You can't be like, well, we'll just never screw up and then the fates will align and we'll just win the game because we're Korea. You can't do that. You can't be the favorite and just be like, well, we won't make any mistakes. You've actually got to do things to win the game. You actually must try and actually make some moves. You can't just prevent turrets from going down. So
it's true.
There needs to be some kind of aggression here from the Korean lineup. Now, Zac is a good ganker. Insect can make a lot of things happen. There is an opportunity here for these guys in blue, but they've got to play confident and actually try to take things, not just be like, well, America's worse than us.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, North America versus the Korean LCS All-Stars, and we are underway onto the Rift for Game 1 of the series.
All right, so right off the bat, it's an early aggressive play from the Koreans. You're seeing them all run towards the top side. It has to be the support putting the ward down. Now, this is a smart play already from the Americans because they've made sure that they warded this Tribush, expecting that sort of invade. So everyone knows where everyone is right now.
Slowly moving around. Not many wards towards the Wraiths just yet. They are going to try to position themselves a little more effectively here, but Korea putting a lot of aggression towards the top side of this, and they want to look to hinder Saint's jungle right away.
Well, so what I want to figure out is if North Americans see those champions yet, because they know the Koreans went into the jungle, and they might have warded and recalled, or they might have played super aggressively and tried to steal things away. Now, the ward that just came down from Skara would have spotted prey, so they know at least someone has left that jungle. They don't know how many. Never mind. There's Thresh. There's Rumble. They know that the Koreans have left their jungle. It's warded out, but they know there's no invade there.
See where they decide to move. The Wraith wards go down accordingly just to all the matches that have happened this weekend. They need that vision on the jungler. And last time we really saw that Doublelift was one to go around them. They put the AD carry support middle. They were just thwarting what the jungler could do, and they were really trying to hurt that. We'll see if they can put the same pressure on Insect. Right now, it looks like they will again put the AD support mid and try and get that pressure on the jungle.
That's going to be really important for them. It gives them a lot of places to move. They've sent Skara into that sort of, I would have said garbage 1v2 lane, but he is running to the top lane there. I'm trying to see where the Koreans move, and actually they're going to match almost every fight straight up. So we've got normal lane matchups just in weird locations. Dyrus will be 1v1ing Shy. Double Fitting Special will be 1v1ing Prey and Mad Life. So reading this one out, though, I actually really like the Ezreal Lulu lane here, though.
We'll see what they can do. It looks like Korea has put their AD carry support mid, as said, and they will try to push that down. You see there's not going to be as much pressure to the jungle here, so we'll have to see if North America can, again, react to this. They did not get this the last time in their game, and they will have to play this differently.
The funny thing is, actually, the junglers, yeah, they're getting revealed, but they're not getting stopped. They're going to get their level 3. And it's weird because they'll both get spotted making their way down to the side lanes. Oh, fight on Doublelift.
Doublelift has to cleanse right away. The attack from Mad Life. Oh, they flashed in for the shot. It's one more. Mad Life picks up first blood.
Absolutely beautiful play by Mad Life, proving himself the all-star. And hey, these guys won the skills competition. They're winning the game right now. Already 3 minutes for first blood and just a 2v2.
So it was not very reactionary by NA. They did not expect that to happen in Korea already with the momentum push right there. It was not safe in guard play. It is in your face, and they are going to continue to do so. Here comes Insect from the side. Dyrus puts out very far without even a ward in the lane. Insect will put himself in, but Dyrus able to use the bush just for a bit of cover and easy safety.
Really good flash by Dyrus, and I didn't actually track it, but the thing is he has a ward in the tri-brush and would have seen if Insect went from Lizard through brush and into the river. And I don't know if he hopped the wall or what, but I mean, Dyrus should have known if he did go that way that Insect was waiting for him.
Insect playing in the mind of Scarra in the bottom lane. Have to see what they can do. St. Vicious from the right side. He gets netted out. He runs towards it. He just gets the outside of the lantern, but Saint is going to pursue. They have vision on him so they can move in the correct position. A great catch on the Prey. The crowd control is there with Riptide. They continue to go down Xpecial. Can he get the glitter lance on? The lockdown on. Will it be up for Double Lift? They're waiting for him to get the auto attack in. It's only going to be one more. It's going to be a net over the wall. It's going to have to go to Star on this one.
And they're fine with that. Getting Rise started early is so huge. Doublelift will get minion farm anyway. No one cares if he really gets kills early on. He'll still scale up. But Scarra getting a fast tier, Scarra getting a fast run of ages, that's where they want kill gold to go.
Very big for them, so they have reacted. I spoke too soon. North America did find themselves a kill. They just needed Saint out of the jungle, and it looks like he will be presenting himself once again towards the top lane.
Here we go. He's going to look for this one. Ambition will spot him, though, and the anchor won't land. So Ambition's safe. Toss the shuriken. Cheeky there, but he's fine.
Trying to get that extra damage back, saying, I know you're there. Don't try it again. Prey back into the lane. Mad Life getting in there as soon as possible. The shield on so they can stop this wave from getting to the turret. Reset this lane up.
So I want to compare them in minion kills right now because now that both AD carries have died, Prey's actually sitting here at a minion kill lead anyway. So again, this 2v2 is very much going to the Korea side, which is a big risk here because the Americans put so much faith and so much trust in Doublelift. If he doesn't actually get going this game, I said he'd farm, but if he actually doesn't, that's one of the major threats gone from this North American team.
Korea LCL team going with quite a few Dorans here. 2 for Caitlyn, 2 for Ambition as well as he's heading off versus Scar in that top lane.
And it's going to be a really fun matchup to watch overall. So far, they've held the kills pretty standard. The minion kills haven't gone anywhere. There's been no real jungle pressure from either one. But the funny thing is, if jungle pressure does start, Ambition gets away easily, Scar does not.
Oh, Doublelift doesn't have to cleanse from the last fight, and a very easy kill. He didn't have a support there and playing way too aggressive.
Now that is harsh for Double right there. Mad Life and Prey, neither of them had to flash for it. He just simply got caught by a death sentence. Not a good start for him.
So now Doublelift back, and Special's going to be forced to sit here and soak up this XP. It really is just going to go towards the turret and gold. So Insect now moving down again to the bottom lane. This is going to be very pressured here, if anything, just to soak up some experience.
He knows there are no wards at all. If Dyrus plays aggressively, he'll get caught out here. The shield's going to be on cooldown now. We'll see if Insect goes for anything here. He just can't find the opening.
Dyrus playing that smart Saint also with the 6th sense and the wards and in the river. He's going to be able to walk down on this one knowing Shy is there, or knowing rather the Insect was there, and they're going to be able to back this one off. Looks like he's going to soak up XP himself. Whoa!
Oh, he lands his
top lane. Few more auto attacks. The Doran's coming up big for Ambition.
That was absolutely great by him. The early attack damage from Kennen is so good. He has great attack range and just he will constantly put that poke down the Rise. Rise can't play long range. He only can click on things that basically Kennen's auto attack range. He'll always take that poke. You saw him get worn down there.
And already just quick damage being purchased up here. Prey goes back. It's a pickaxe already for damage in the lane. It's a scepter for Doublelift.
This is interesting because I actually watched one of Doublelift's scrims a while ago and he said, man, it's disrespectful to buy a pickaxe early on. You need to save for a BF sword. And very rarely do you buy a pickaxe early, but Prey says, look, I want to get as much attack damage right now as possible. He's clearly going for Infinity Edge. He says, look, I just want to keep hitting you because we're winning this lane so hard.
With the options Mad Life creates, you know you're going to get more damage than usual down. Yeah. So he's like, yeah, I'm going to be able to use this way more effectively than regular.
He does 25 more damage than Doublelift right now. Double has some extra sustain, but that's about it.
There we go, Mad Life still sitting in the backside, but it's going to be Saint from the right as they push this lane. They try to get a bit of an advantage here. At least pull some pressure, maybe, from the jungler.
Yeah, this tells me that Doublelift wants to maybe back No, he doesn't actually have really any items to buy for himself. It's just kind of some leech experience. But Scar's not in good shape.
Oh, Scarra enters the lane and exits the lane just as quick.
Oh my gosh, this is looking so good for the Korean team. They said individually we're better, and they're really showing it here. No matter where these guys are going, it's looking better for the LCL. Scarra's getting Craftsy blasted its minions. I mean, every lane is honestly going the other way.
And that was a rough call there. Scarra just went down in the top lane. Dyrus wasn't exactly really putting Shy down in the bottom lane, so he went into another lane where he was under-leveled. It's really hurting them right now. Got to make better decisions. Double Lift very low on mana. Insect in the jungle. These guys are everywhere. That NA does not want them to be. Ace in the hole there. Elastic slingshot. They can actually pick up this kill. Red Buff was hitting Double Lift a few more times. The last attacks to come in, and they take him down before he can get out. Also forcing the blast of Expenso. Capitalizing on kill number 2.
Mad Light flash with that one. That was amazing. The skill shots are landing. 6-1 the kill score now. The Korean LCL are starting this game out strong. Forget what I said about playing not to lose. They are playing to win. They're finding advantages, finding kills over and over. And this is really, really good lane play from them.
I don't even know if they are playing with safety. They're playing with true aggression. They are already onto that top lane. The slingshot onto Dyrus. And it looks like they're going to give him even more harass. Insect very low here, but he may be able to get himself out of this one. The buff's still on. And Dyrus flashes himself out of that situation.
Ambition has a... No summoners up. Couldn't quite reach Dyrus. The number of Bloblets Insect picked up there. He was taking damage, then healing as he got out. And just enough crowd control hit Dyrus. He missed the last Q there as well. He just barely snuck out of that battle. So, I mean, really, really nice fights here. The Koreans are just barely coming out ahead. And some of that actually comes from the fact that, you know, the fights that would have been close are now snowballing away because of the experience and gold advantage.
Dyrus just hitting level 7 as he gets to the lane to a level 8 Ambition as he tries to pressure, teleporting back in as he just got pushed out. Break this down now, coming up to about 10 minutes into the matchup. Jungler's going for those Spirit Stones. Really not too many core items going, and it's been very chaotic.
Yeah, no one's been really back to buy anything huge just yet. I mean, it's early on in the game. We're just hitting 10 minutes now, so they're getting their build started out. And all I can really point out is some early Magic Pen from Shy. He's got the Fast Haunting guys, standard item for him, but it really means that he's going to do a lot of damage to his opposition. Scarra has no bonus resist. He only has that Ruby Crystal. He will lose a 1v1 so hard against Rumble here. He's got to get zoned out.
Sight Stones for both supports to keep obviously that vision on the map, but we've seen that just controls the entire game. It's been brute force for the Korean LCL team so far as they start to throw down the wards. We'll see how the pressure continues.
Well, the next major objective for them really is Dragon. They've got control of it. It's really theirs whenever they want to go for it. They just got to push out the lane, make sure they don't miss out on minions, and then they have 1,000 gold is waiting for them when they want it.
Only looking at that one death on Prey right now that he got caught out, and they have played so positionally, or they have positioned so well after that it hasn't been a chance NA has been able to grab. And really, we haven't seen Saint been able to anchor toss anything. He's not getting those chances. They're not giving it to him.
Nah, he's tried, but everyone's playing safely enough. There's enough wards there from the Korean squad. There's no openings. Like, we watched PDD 1v2 Saint and Dyrus a while ago. The same thing would happen to Shy.
It looks like Scarra getting a little bit of damage down to him. He should be okay, though. Insect just off on the wing could have been some trouble.
All right, here's Saint making his next move, looking for Mad Life and Prey, but minions are going to stop Saint. He's not going to get anything out of that one.
Yeah, such an unfortunate thing. You have to time a wave to gank with Nautilus, and that was mistakenly timed.
It's kind of like the story of the game for this American squad, really. They're looking for opportunities, and we just didn't quite get it. We almost killed in second force of fashion. Nope, that didn't quite work as well. It's kind of over and over there. And the thing is, because they're now down in gold, it's going to happen more and more. Fights they should have won will get turned around by a level in gold advantage.
And that becomes stress on the mental gameplay. You go in and you think it's going to be that last bit of health you can get, but the cookie crumbles in the wrong way and somebody gets the shield out. Like you said, it's been happening over and over again, and it's going to start deterring North America from really wanting these engages and only looking for the mistakes from Korea, which, like I've said, are pretty far from there.
Yeah, that's pretty damaging. Right now for North America, they have to give up the Dragon. They can't fight a real team fight. What their team does do very well is open up for picks. The St. Vicious ultimate, the Dyrus dive into Rune Prison, and all the Ezreal damage. The ability to just like find some out of position is there. You know, it's one thing that the Chinese team did very, very well in their last game that we saw yesterday is if you find someone, you can't kill them. You have the damage output and the individual burst there. But that's the only opening these guys really have
right now. Like Zach quickly getting the golem under his belt there, and it is going to be mobility boots again. Saint always going for that buy first to create openings.
It's interesting to see sort of how Saint has I guess, matured as a player, because we used to always call him this carry jungler, right? He would never play champions like Nautilus and Maokai. It was surprising when we first saw him start playing it, but he's playing the more supportive role for his team. It's not that he's deferring farm, he's clearly got a lot of minions for himself, but you know, his role in the team, he's got guys like Skara and Double F who farm so incredibly well for a living that he's had to play a little bit more of a supportive role, and he's learned more of these supportive tank junglers, and it's worked well for him, actually. He's usually getting pretty well.
Oh, an Ambition, level 10 versus a double level 7 double lift and Xpecial. It's going to be a 2v1 for him in that lane if he wants the kills. Insec meets with him, and anytime soon, Insec picking up the blue buff right now. Looks like he's going to start heading towards that top lane.
Really, he doesn't have to give blue to anyone else. Skara, though, it could be the... Yeah, that's Skara burning down. There you can see the 1v1 potential from Shy. So strong.
Shy still having his way with anybody that has been in his lane. It was Dyrus, then it was Skara. Anybody else want to come? He is taking numbers right now. 7-1 at 14 minutes for the Korean LCL All-Stars. Sitting on a ward, but Insec still looks like he can make something happen with this.
He's going to look for him. He's going to get pulled into the turret. Here we go.
Ambition going with the Slicing Maelstrom in. Like I said, these guys are levels 10, above the 8s and 7s. Here comes Prey on the side. They're able to take one down. That's Xpecial first. They are hardly taking any damage as they die. Madlife actually taking aggro. He has said these guys are levels 10, above the 8s and 7s. Here comes Prey on the side. They're able to take one down. That's Xpecial first. They are hardly taking any damage as they die. Madlife actually taking aggro. He's going to stand there and eat the turret shots for his team. Beautiful play, and they're still going in. Double it, low on mana, low on health, low and in the death chamber. The turret to follow.
That was absolutely great by the Korean squad. As you called it, Madlife said, all right, I'll sit here and take turret aggro. I don't do much damage to this point. My CCs are down. I got no cooldowns. I'll just let you guys finish the dive. No big deal. And the thing is, right, Insect's passive was not down. He just got to tank the rest of the turret aggro and just split the Bloblets. A 3-for-0 is huge for them. They're going to get another turret for it as well.
And a finished item here coming up for Rumble is going to be an Abyssal Scepter. That's going to synergize with Zach, with Slicing Maelstrom and Kennen on Ambition. They are about to get so much stronger in team fights, and they're just pushing the lanes right now.
And that's really one of the brutal things, is you talk about gold leads and how much it means for an individual player. Man, Shy can 1v1 Scar. Okay, true. But think about how much it synergizes you, how much it means for their actual team fight. Because, right, the Abyssal Scepter, as you mentioned from Shy, is going to make Zach and is going to make Kennen deal more damage. Kennen so far, he got to get 2 W3. You saw it happen. They got 2 turrets and 3 kills for nothing there. The lead just keeps growing for the Korean squad. They're playing it beautifully.
It's Kennen Ambition so close to Azania's right now. 15 minutes into the game, the Infinity Edge finished at 14-20 on Prey. These guys are items, mounds, and oodles ahead right now.
All right, so let's see if the North American team can do something to win around. I still feel their only opening is finding some kind of pick. They still have mechanics. They have the ability to start fights, and here it is, a 2-on-1 against Shy.
Looks good. Dyrus able to do a bit of damage there. Shy is going to be in a 3v1 here. They are going to get Skara some damage. Wow, he's almost able to take out Dyrus. They are not killing him just yet. The depth charge across the wall.
For a 2-0 champion, so better than nothing, but they've got to find a lot more of those pretty quickly.
Everybody helping, synergizing, and doing well. Even Madlife 2-0-4 right now on the kills. He is actually looking to build a locket for his team to continue on that synergizing.
Exactly. He's got to sort of get himself in a situation where he can have his team actually tank and survive this. The damage output from the Korean squad is area of effect, right? And it's area of effect magic damage. So Locket and Runic Bulwark make a lot of sense here for the North American team. They really need both. They need them right now. And that's actually kind of one of the funny things about Saint's build is, now, Spirit of the Ancient Golem is very good. It's a strong item, but it's 2,000 gold you've spent on not Locket, not Bulwark. And because none of his ganks have really worked, he's had so little kill gold and no global gold, he's so behind in items,
there just aren't any auras for the Americans, and over the next 10 minutes, there still won't be any auras.
And a thing that spells power, a thing that spells confidence, you see Insect picking up a needlessly large rod for his second item.
That's really, really surprising to me.
Who does this?
Yeah, it's not common at all. It's him saying, look, I'm really, really powerful. Now, you know Insect kind of considers himself a carry jungler, and he's kind of played that way, but you still would normally see an aura come out of that guy and be like, yo dog, like the idea of a carry item for Zac is like Spirit Visage. Like, I'll heal more and have lower cooldowns, not I'm going to build a death cap.
All right, we'll see what they can continue to go. We got a few haunting guys instead. Oh, God, coming in from the side. The ace of the Hulk and it's gone. Wow, down to 400 HP. A few more attacks. Wild Growth just off to the side. The saving grace from Xpecial.
And look at that. Insect gets to dive a turret against Ryze, take turret aggro, get knocked up by Lulu, and then walk out saying, well, we tried, no big deal. Like, that's how powerful and how far ahead they are.
And I have to say, the Xpecial's play the other day, one playing against Zac, the polymorphs on Let's Bounce were amazing, but they are not getting the chance to even do that this time. They're focusing even Xpecial in the fights to die for that crowd control to be wiped.
And that's really what happens to the Korean squad. They're so very effect-based that if they try to kill any one member, they'll still probably hit everyone else on top of that anyway, so it's not like they lose out by focusing on a support, because they're still hitting the entire enemy team.
Oh, the top, there's a flash! The execution goes in! They are going to try to get on St. Vicious, and they do take him down!
That's just so much damage from them. A great hook from Mad Life, a great knockup as well from Insect. These guys, they don't have a ton of cash, but if the right guys hit spells, they're going to get a free kill.
Dyrus doing what he can, trying to throw out some Qs, but it looks like they will be able to grab this turret. They are already knocking on the front door here. All outer turrets have been taken down before 20 minutes.
That is so fast from them. So, again, never mind about them playing not to lose. They are completely running in here and fighting advantages. Insect dives the turret for 3 minions kills. That's how vision. Yeah, he was like, yeah, you can't kill me. You don't have enough crowd control or damage or anything. I'm Zac, bring it. And this is happening like over and over again. Like, all I can talk about is these guys look on point. And the thing to remember is, I mean, I'm kind of looking in the future here, but the finals of this tournament are going to be played today. And the Koreans look this good already.
It's going to be scary because you now have a Zhonya's on Zac. He went from that needlessly large rod and said, oh, wait, another paycheck just came in. Bam, finishing that. 2 Zhonya's before 20 minutes for these guys, both Ambition and Insect, 3-0 and 2.
So now all they have to do is look at how they close the game out. The individual play has been very, very good. A lot of assists have come out. Dyrus going to get found out by Shy.
There we go, going in on Dyrus. He knows he's got to stay. Fight it nose to nose. He goes down, and Shy takes his shield.
God, they're just huge right now. Again, you know, the lanes, they all won without jungler help. They just beat them straight up, and Devil's going to lose his all Ambition. Only 127 gold for that kill. Doubles had a pretty rough game so far, 0-5-1. They've got 2 guys off the map. They can take an inhibitor here.
They have taken the most 1v1 skill matchups, and it has seemed like the lanes have been won in their skill matchups here. 13-2. It's going to be a 12,000 gold lead 20 minutes into the game with 6 turrets to 0. The chokehold being put on the North American LCS team.
They're up 50% in gold. That's not a number you see very often. It's 24-36. I say 20% is the part where you've got to start really, really worrying. This is 50% extra gold from our opposition. Like, honestly, I suppose they're not going to surrender because the game means a heck of a lot, but I mean, this is a clinic for how to...
This is the CLG Legion. This is where NA needs to figure out how and why they are doing this, install it, so they can not let it happen in the second game. They need to figure out what Korea is doing so well.
At this point, I would say our discussion turns to not this game anymore, but look, we'll defend, we'll do whatnot, but let's figure out the picks and bans. You only get so much time between a game to prepare yourself. Champions like itself is only so long. They've got to say, okay, look, what went wrong here? Was an individual play that went wrong? You know, we heard from the interview with Liquid. He talked to the team after the Chinese game and said, okay, what mistakes we made? 1, 2, 3. Okay, anyone else? You. Okay, we'll move on. Here's what we fixed. Right, play on to the next match.
About to see if they can do it this time. They do need to bring that thought process back around. Very grim here for the North American LCS team, but another match to go. It is a best-of-3 series, and they know everything needs to be put on the line for the second game. This one not yet over, but very grim, like I said, for North America. Korea is just kind of waiting for that last final push. They have more core items in general than anybody on the team.
Exactly. They've got kind of everything they really need to play the game completed. That I think it's sit here and not farm for the next 5-10 minutes and still be effective. Vicious gets dropped down the half. I mean, Skara, for what it's worth, is growing. He's getting himself towards the Archangel stats. He's only like 700 gold away still, but if the Koreans actually give him the time to farm for the 6 waves, he'll have that. I mean, the power is still going to grow from the American squad. Just
Teleport coming in from Dyrus. There's the ace in the hole. They try to put damage on him right away. Shy flashes into the fight behind Dyrus so he doesn't get locked up. And it's going to be Saint taking so much damage. Ambition just taunted them in front of their base. Low health, and they're still alive to push 5 on in.
This is going to be probably the next for the Korean squad. Shirelli's going to pop it up. They dive on forward. That is actually the surrender coming out. 22 minutes and 50 seconds in. North America says GG, well played, guys, and an absolutely well-deserved win.
Amazing game by Korea, methodically planned out, one step after the other. It was great by North America to pick up that kill coming onto Prey, but really, I think that was the only time that Prey fell in the game. Yep. After that, was it that one kill, right?
They got one kill on Prey fairly early on from the Saint gang, and then 3-on-1 against Shy
in the bottom lane, because he got away after 4 people attacked him. So huge play coming from Korea right now in this. The North American All-Stars definitely have some thinking to do before Game 2.
You got to make sure, right, if you're a North American fan, you got to hope that your players are focused, that they are discussing and talking about it. We've seen teams shut down after a loss, right? You know, before Game 1, they're joking around, yeah, we know what we're doing is going to be great. Game 1 loss, and you just like zone in at your monitor, you don't talk. You've got to get the discussion going. You've got to make sure you know what to do and to change in Game 2.
Fresh is scary, but that's what NA has to do. They brought out that it wasn't new where they put the support AD carry mid, but they pressured the jungle so much that it shut down the roam of their opposing team. They have to do something different because they tried it again and like, we'll shut down the roam, and they said, we'll just put our guys mid, and we completely countered your strat that won you your game.
Yeah, that 2v2 lane was so incredibly powerful for those guys. The Mad Life Prey lane was super on point. They won the skill matchup. We said that a few times already.
Yep.
But the Thresh hooks were great, and there's a reason they call him Godlife, right? They grabbed his Thresh early on. It wasn't even the first pick. Like, it got through 3 picks before they said, okay, no, seriously, we want Thresh at this point. I mean, that's got to be a forced ban for North America unless Xpecial plays it.
And we'll have to see. Right now, we're going to send it over to Joe and Jat to break down the highlights from Korea's dominating Game 1 performance.
Thanks a lot, guys. And Jat, it's hard to really talk too much about this game because the Koreans came out flying and they didn't once take their foot off the gas pedal.
You know, this game really went from bad to worse to just an absolute catastrophe. And this was one of the moments towards the road of just destruction.
Yeah, and we already knew how strong the Koreans were going to be coming into this tournament. But when they turned up, obviously their win against Europe earlier on was a very strong game. They looked unstoppable here in Game 1 against North America, if we're honest.
And specifically, it was with their fearlessness. Let's get into this clip, actually, because Korea already had a fairly large lead in this game. You can see 21,000 to 15.7 thousand, but it's just NA thought they had a counter gank because St. Vicious was waiting in the turret, but Korea was one step ahead and then they fearlessly dove. So let's actually roll this clip. Right now, you can see Insect gets hooked in by St. Vicious, but immediately just starts bouncing around. And North America at this point was already so far behind that they didn't have the damage. The thing to note in this is how well Korea does this tower dive. Mad Life recognizes his job. He had the most health coming in, and he also does the least damage. So he doesn't even think about trying to get involved. He makes sure he gets the turret aggro taken so that everyone else can freely just hit North America under the turret. It was a 4v3, but the turret didn't matter because Mad Life traded some of his health for it. It was a great execution by Korea.
And I think one of the big things in there was Zach, you know, the fact that he is a master tower diver, because if he does get his passive pops and he goes into those 4 blobs on the ground, the turret actually switches aggro out to someone else, so he can quite freely have that passive come in for him and stay alive at the end.
And on top of that, when he had so many allies around him, you're not going to stick around to be able to finish off the blobs when North America was already low on damage. So, I mean, Freak was just talking about how many, you know, how they might not want to let Thresh through in bans, but there was a little bit too much threat all over the place. It wasn't just Thresh, it was everybody on Korea.
So let's talk a little bit about Game 2. That's going to be coming up here in just a little minute. They're going to be moving over onto the blue side here in North America. What do they need to change in terms of bans and picks? We were all almost not cringing, but saying, ooh, when a few of those champions actually got through for Korea.
I think the biggest one where we all went, oh crap, is when they got Rumble. When Shy was able to lock in that Rumble. Because we've seen PDD dominate with it absolutely all weekend. And that's definitely one of the adjustments for North American and even European teams coming over to China here is just the amount of skill that both the Korean team and the Chinese team possess with Rumble, because they've been playing it for actually a lot longer than North American has, and they are just flat out better at it.
Well, thanks a lot, Jack. We'll be back after game number 2 to break down a little bit more from that. Guys, don't go anywhere. The second game in this best of 3 between the Korean LCL All-Stars and the North American LCS team is just moments away. 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend will be back right after these messages.
This needs to be in Shanghai by Thursday at noon. And Vincent, failure is not an option. I need this in Shanghai by Thursday noon.
Sure, we could do that.
No later.
No problem.
託運無需驚險情節 FedEx。
He's going to be one. He's going to turn into a zombie and he's going to eat us.
He's fine.
Look at him. He's not
We
fine.
need the antivirus now. No.
Stop. I'm getting him out of here.
Leave him alone, Spencer. Help us coming.
There's nobody coming and there's nobody out there.
Hi. I have a delivery for Iris Chan.
The antivirus. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Is he okay?
託運無需驚險情節 FedEx。
This needs to be in Shanghai by Thursday at noon. And Vincent, failure is not an option. I need this in Shanghai by Thursday noon.
Sure, we could do that.
No later.
No problem.
託運無需驚險情節 FedEx。
Welcome back to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. It's almost time for our second game between North America and Korea. But first, I'd like to welcome Darius's dad, to the interview lounge.
Hey.
So really just right off the bat, What was your impressions on that last game?
Wrong picks. I like the Korean picks right off the bat. But we'll see what they do the second round. They seemed right out. They seemed to fall behind real quick on that one. And I think they were just trying to stay alive just to the end, farm up. But the Koreans being so aggressive wasn't going to let them do that. And so it was a surrender type game. I was waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, and obviously you actually come to a lot of events to come support your son Dyrus. Why did you decide to come all the way to Shanghai for this event?
Being picked as an all-star, from a father's point of view, it's just like being pro league and football and stuff. When you go to the Pro Bowl, that's like a top honor. And the fact that 2 of TSM members got picked, that's special. I like St. Vicious in the jungle. Scar is a good mid laner. He's always respected. And, of course, you got Double Lift, Mr. Pentakill himself, that nobody can take away now that he's got this. So, yeah, it was unusual. Plus, it's China. China's opened up some of its markets and stuff, and you can actually visit it with feeling like you can leave afterwards. So it's pretty good.
What do you think of the performance of your son? How has he been living through this year in the LCS? I mean, we've heard him in an interview beforehand when they were playing China, and he was like, we're going to crush them to the ground. Is that the kind of Dyrus you know? Or?
No, that's the kind of Dyrus I want him to be. Whether win or lose, go in with confidence that you're going to win. And then whatever comes up afterwards, that's what it is. But never go in weak, Right. So, yeah, I like him. I like that persona coming out of him. He's probably, in my opinion, been just average, the typical Dyrus. I think Double Lift and X Special, and along with St. Vicious and even Scar's Karthus walls that made a big difference in this game. But, yeah, the light right now, I think, shines on bot lane at the moment. And I think that's why this last game they tried, they wanted to shut them down. The Koreans, smart players.
Thank you very much, Dyrus, for this awesome interview. And it's great to see you coming out all the way to Shanghai and almost all the events to support your son and in the All-Star game. So that's it from here at the desk, and let's head back to Freakin' Riv for Game 2.
Thank you very much, Jat, Shocks, and Dadris. We're just about to head into Champion Select for the second game between Korean LCL Squad and the North American LCS All-Stars. If you were on the North American team, what would you have to say to your teammates right now, Freak?
Guys, forget the last game. Let's get something else going. Run a different strategy. That's really what happened in the North America-China game. Game 1 was rough. Not quite as rough as this one, but still really, really rough. The lanes kind of lost. The whole game was harsh. Game 2, they were like something new and dominated the first 20 minutes. They looked so good at the beginning. So we've seen them come back from something rough. We've seen them come out with something new and have it work really well against an amazing team.
It's got to be fresh. It really has to be, because if that was Korea's we'll play it safe and guard, holy crap if they go through the front door with a battering ram. We're going to be into picks and bans right now, Freak. Let's break it down.
All right, so some early sort of same picks, same bans. They're getting rid of Lee Sin and Jace anyway, respecting Insect, respecting Ambition. LCL says, look, we really respect Rumble. That's still the thing we're going to get rid of. And the funny thing is the North Americans have not changed their bans at all. So right now the Koreans can get almost every single champion the same if North America doesn't steal away.
See, Dyrus does lock in possibly a Skara as well. So Diana being picked, the ambiguous one to come out first.
I want to see it on Skara. I think he will do better in general as Diana. It's not one of Dyrus' most played, and just to me that makes more sense to let him run with something kind of more in his forte, right? Where he can win the lane or at least go more even and whatnot. So we'll see what the North American squad actually does to revolve around this, but they're going to get that rise back from the Korean side, and they get to replay the Thresh as well.
They do pick it up, and again, Thresh not being in the secondary pick, but not in that first round pick coming out here. So he has, once again, just kind of found his way down to the middle after being such a huge force for these teams and something for other teams to be reckoning with. But Korea now seeing Diana, they saw it last game, so they got to feel comfortable already.
Exactly. Really, especially when you consider that you had Zach going zone and things like that. There was a little bit of disrespect in the last part of that game where they're kind of buying whatever they want.
Yes.
And you heard in the interview as well, the Koreans feel super confident, right? This is a game they think they're really going to win. They expect their destiny to be into the finals. They beat the Europeans. They're nearly beating the Americans. They're hoping they can play China, take first place, get their extra spot. And that's kind of in their sights right now. And the thing is, you look at this champion select, and it just looks so similar that, right now North America hasn't done anything different.
What could Scar go for here? They choose to pick out something we haven't seen much of this weekend.
The Sona pick I like a lot. It's a little more team fight based. It's interesting to see because I think Lulu 2v1's better if you want to push down early turrets and play aggressive. Lulu works better in turret dives at level 3 as well. Sona's more of a team fight pick. I'm curious to see if the North American team can actually get to team fights this time around. Do they think, oh, it's just like, a small error here, a small error there, we can totally fix it, we'll be fine from now on, or what their plan is, because I still don't see something super new from them.
We'll have to see what Doublelift decides to choose. He is up to pick. It's going to possibly be, again, that Dyrus Kha'Zix. Doublelift needs to be on his carry game this time around.
He's got the pick of the litter here, really. There's not been a lot of AD carry bans. The Caitlyn's been grabbed. He's a big Doublelift pick. I wonder if they're going to go back to Vayne for him, for example, here and play that late game status. They'd have to dodge Caitlyn if they do it, but sure, why not? I just keep looking at the Korean side. They got every single thing that they wanted. Prey's played Caitlyn now 4 times in a row. He's not played a single other champion yet so far. They are going to switch things up. Doublelift looks for Graves here. All right, this is a bit of a new setup here. This is hyper-aggression. This is start things out strong, burst a guy down, give Kha'Zix a reset. This is a bit of a new look for the North American team.
And really the consideration in that pick is, I'm literally like, could also see into Doublelift's head, like, probably don't want to go up against that Caitlyn Thresh lane. They first blooded us last time. Let's choose a lane that we can play safe and try to avoid them in the first part. Hopefully they don't match up with us.
Yeah, Graves has even less tools than Ezreal to deal with that lane. He can't miss a shot from far away. Right? He can't poke out nearly as hard. Quick Draw has a longer cooldown and moves you less far than Arcane Shift. You could Quick Draw dodge a Thresh Hook, I suppose, if you're really on point, and then that way he can maybe dodge everything out. But as far as fighting a 2v2, being 125 range down against the other support, that's a rough one.
Yeah.
I don't expect Double to do well in 2v2 if they find it.
We have to remember what Doublelift did on Graves.
Yeah.
Farm Master Flex coming in here. Just about over 500 farm when he did it. So North America, like you said, they do have that fight team that says, let's engage once Doublelift has 7 items.
Every single one of them, exactly. Every single one of them engages super, super hard. And if they can get that first pick, they give the Kha'Zix a reset. That's going to be Dyrus on Kha'Zix in the top lane. Scar is going to be on Diana in mid. Teams very rarely give Scar a Diana. I want to see him show up here and smash faces if we want to see a game 3.
And when Scar does get a Diana, he does get his Karthus. They usually put him in that side lane. However, on blue side, they may choose not to do that. Like we said, I think it's Doublelift and Xpecial that are really trying to find the 2v1 lane here without Korea matching it up.
It's going to be interesting to watch because, again, I don't like the Graves of Caitlyn matchup. It is going to be a rough one for Doublelift.
Right.
And so what I want to see here is the shell game. Is, the ball's under one of them. One of them's the Doublelift. We're going to move them around a little bit. Which one's it going to be? Mid lane? No. Right. Bottom lane? Yes, you found the Doublelift. And that, I feel like, is the gameplay right here at level 1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we jump into game 2 of this series, it is North America All-Stars versus the Korean LCL All-Stars. Rivington III and Freak bringing it to you live from Shanghai Grand Stage in China. And we are underway and on the Rift.
The Korean team making the exact same play as last time. They all ran down toward the Tri-Brush to look for the red buff and get a ward down early. The thing is, the Americans have not put a ward there themselves, so they don't see this as easily.
Insect and Scar dancing out in middle. A little camaraderie here. But they know where the jungler is, so it may be safe. Dyrus right on the right side. Dyrus hopefully not watching these guys dance around in middle because he is just on the other side from the red buff. Dyrus gets locked up and it comes down for his blood for Ambition.
Oh my gosh, the level 1. Yeah, they pinged out just there. That's where they came through. They came through the bottom lane. No one was watching that one at all. That's a miscommunication already. This is not a good thing for the North American team. Normally you would see someone like Doublelift sit in that Tri-Brush and watch, and he was like, no, I'm afraid of getting Thresh Hooked. I'm not going to look for this.
They danced in mid on purpose. They were distracting everybody. That was a cheeky play. That is exactly what they wanted.
Oh my gosh, already a good opening here for the Korean side. Now they are going to send their 2v2 lane up to the top. Actually, no, I take that back. Shy is going to do that top lane rise, and Bitch is going to stay on Kennen, of course, but it will be the 2v1 mid again here for the Koreans. They're actually not making any major moves. So North America, they're sending Scar. They're going to 2v2 this.
Late invade to see if they can get in, possibly get a ward down. Doublelift looking for pressure onto this Insect. He does have to take a little damage from the previous camps. Doublelift trying to pressure them even more and make it look good for his team. power chord going on. They're really focusing the damage on either or, so nobody's getting too low. They're kind of taking good damage here.
The thing is, I don't know if they quite have the damage because they're not really going, oh, that Mad Life hook would have been death for Xpecial. But Ambition puts out enough damage that he's actually forced them out and thinks they just flew anyway.
This is a super scary play for North America. They're putting wards in only the positions they've walked, and they have them in the top jungle. For an invade like this, they're being very risky.
Well, at least, the very least, they saw Shy, and they saw that Prey was not leaving his mid lane, so they could deduce who was left, who could have fought them. Thankfully, you know, Xpecial did dodge the hook. For what it's worth, they did slow Insect down. They took some damage, but he had to burn his own smite on blue buff, and he killed it much more slowly. So as long as farm wasn't really lost, it does come out as a lead for NA.
So the kill on Dyrus, going over to Ambition, as we said, assists going around. And we'll have to see how he plays that out. Kha'Zix's still going to be a formidable threat towards the later part of the game if Korea LCL lets that happen. They did not last time. We'll have to see Freak 3 minutes in with a little bit of action already. The fire has been ignited.
So right now, there's not a lot of easy moves here for Ambition. It actually looks like last game here. Here comes Saint for an early level 2 dive on Ambition at 3 minutes. Ambition does not know about it. There's no wards here at all.
This would be perfect. Kennen usually does not take that speed movement until level 3, but he has taken it into knowing he's in the 2v1 lane. Dodge, no, he did not. They get the anchor toss. There's the slow cord coming out. Will they be able to get it? Actually goes for damage on that one, and they do pick up the equalizer.
That is absolutely massive. Ambition will lose so much experience and gold out of this. But as long as Dyrus doesn't get traded out here, there's going to be a huge level advantage for those high-impact champions. But Dyrus drops so low, and Insect's still winning around the corner.
Just one combo from Insect. Once these minions are cleared, we may see the full go, the full bore coming in. Here comes the next wave. Insect may be deterred here, but he is slingshotting. Here it goes, Freak. They are going to bounce into this one. Is he feeling it? Dyrus feeling it. No, he goes back. They didn't.
At this point, the wave, he's zoned out from his wave. Dyrus has to give that one up. The bottom turret already went down as well. Despite the first blood, North American team did not collapse on themselves. They said, look guys, there's still a way to win this game. Let's slow it down and be smart. Dyrus actually runs his teleport, again, to try to keep up in minion farm. He's only 4 behind Shy, and he's way the hell above Ambition. This is a decent opening for the American team.
This is very much more historical and present than what Korea does in their matches. The turrets dropping fast. The mid one looking to be their first objective to take that.
This is just so good right now. So the Koreans are going to look for that mid lane pressure. You're seeing Saint show up, but the hook's going to come across. It's bad for him.
Insect was just on the side. They get good damage on the Saint. The exhaust is there to keep him in range. They want the double buff, and it goes over to Mad Life.
He might just die to the turret, though. Scarra!
Saint.
Buff transfer complete. Scarra got a red buff.
Great job back and forth again to keep it equal now at 5 minutes. Everybody is pressuring both teams out for blood right now.
This is a crazy game right here of all these guys diving. I mean, the Koreans are basically making the same moves they made last time. They're playing super aggressive. Insect is finding kills. He's finding ways to go in, and he's doing a beautiful job with his ganks to be sure. But the Americans have finally found their own openings. They're not playing straight 2v2s. They're finding dives. They're finding turret kills. Doubles is farming his face off if he can. And they're going to try to transition through this.
We'll have to see if this works in their favor. This is the call from North America to put the AD carry support middle now, the one that didn't allow them to do it at level 1. But now at level 3, they may have that resistances they need to fight this match.
With a Vamp Scepter and a level 4 Sona, they're pretty much fine. Most Sonas do not learn the Song of Celerity until level 8, and that's what's happened here. He's got 2 points in that heal. The Caitlyn Poke's going to stop being so annoying for the American squad, and with the levels for mana regen as well, Xpecial should be fine here. So, yes, Graves will be okay to do this, and Ambition has been denied so much. He's level 4, Scar is 5. If Scar fights him 1v1, that's a win for Diana.
And even the difference in things that have been happening causes Saint to even go for mobility boost before his Spirit Stone.
Exactly. This is Saint Vicious playing that supporting jungle. This is the point I failed to make last time, is he's now rushing a lot of boots of mobility. He's looking for ganks so much instead of saying, well, I'll get jungle clear speed, I'll get the Spirit Stone, I'll get Madrids. He's looking for kills for his team.
The ward keeping them privy to St. Vicious' position at this moment. Prey kind of taunting it out too. He's like, I'll hover top side. You want to go into the turret, and then Mad Life will pull you right in as long.
Ooh, very close one there. It's like Mad Life is still mayor of Hook City.
He's really baiting those things out. We'll have to see who comes up with the big plays between those two towards the end or the middle fighting phase of this matchup. Still, 100 gold. between these two teams, so really nobody with the advantage on that. At 7 minutes in, Doublelift going back to Wade clear Doublelift. Looks like he's going to get that CS game on again, which is actually tied at the moment with Prey.
I actually really like the idea that they put Graves in the mid lane. He waved through as much as possible, and then because Wraiths are right there, he can clear them out. And Graves is so good at area effect clearing as well. As long as he can shove out mid and go back over and over, Double will build himself up a lead here. You're seeing it's now only 57-59. That was much worse 2 minutes ago.
So the way the game has been playing out, it's really causing Scar to move around. Down in CS, he did get that kill, so that's helping bolster, a few waves into his cash flow. But right now, they're without focusing that. They're able to pressure him and make him lose lane.
Yeah, that's what happened. Is Scar went over to that bottom lane. The problem is Ambition froze it up until now. When the turret went down, the lane has been frozen until this point. The minions are flooding back in. Scar can finally get some minions for himself. You'll see him catch up really quickly right here. He's now above 30. But yes, it was frozen for so long, he missed out on probably 20 minions that fell with no one around the spot.
We'll see how they coordinate their fights and attacks as we get up towards about 10 minutes into the game. See where the items are coming from. Insect looks to position himself for a fight here. Quick boots onto Prey, actually. So with that attack speed, going for turrets for these guys, really.
It's a cool build, really. I mean, he wants people to get away from the ganks right here. There's a couple ways you could think about it, right? So in one case, you could have gone for a pickaxe here and gotten the 25 damage, or you could get Berserker Reach for basically the same cost. Because look, I actually want to evade the Nautilus ganks. I want to not get caught out, because I feel like I can do fine in my lane and farm it out and play for the late game or whatnot, because I'm really more afraid of Nautilus here.
See tier picked up on both the top laners, Rise and Kha'Zix. As Dyrus Shy in the top lane. Sagefish is picking up his red. Finally got that Spirit Stone for himself. He is boots up onto Zac, so maybe he can find himself a way around the jungle and cause Insect to have to follow. But right now, no team's dictating anything. We're now waiting for the next move to be made and really where it's going to flow to.
And the funny thing is, everyone's happy with this sort of equilibrium status in their lanes. Dyrus will have teleport soon, so if he can start putting a lot of pressure top lane and making a play for Dragon, that's an opportunity here, because Shy does not have that spell, right? He doesn't have the way to global back in for this. So North America will teleport up now. This is their time to say, look, we'll aim toward Dragon, we'll try to take control of it, we'll get a Dyrus.
Insect happily saying, don't worry, Shy, I'll stop the minions before the turret, as he actually walks them back and rails them in for Shy. Ambition taking some good damage here. The next Q follows. The flash from Saint. We said it before, there will be many flash hooks seen today.
That's actually really good for the North American team, because Nautilus functions just fine without flash. I mean, flash hooks are nice and all, but he's still Nautilus. Kennen cannot easily engage or deal with things without flash. It's much harder for him. Again, Dyrus' teleport, there's the big word from NA. They know Ambition is low as well, so without flash, without health, he can't even team fight here. And that gank, even though it failed, is a Dragon for NA.
And it's already a different buy. You can see Ambition knows he's in a different type of game, doesn't have the two Dorans, quickly going for armor resistance here. They pick up the Ninjatabis in the end.
I can't see the Koreans defending this right now. I'll get to the Ninjatabis in a second, but like, they're posturing for it, they came down, but it was like, nah, Dyrus showed up, now he teleports back top. That's the great thing, right? He said, well, look, I can run down to the bottom lane, I'll save teleport just in case, and he gets to take the wave for it. So as far as the Ninjatabis is concerned, honestly, a lot of physical damage from the NA squad, a lot of magic damage from the Korean team. You know, just makes a lot of sense that you buy what the resistance is.
It looks like he's actually just piecing together the Seekers. It was slow, but he's like, no, need the snacks. I don't need the abilities. Home. It's not going to be Ninjatabi for him. He can do it with that pen. So as we move on here, 10 minutes, 11 minutes into this one. Still a 30 CS lead in favor of Ambition over Scar as they match up. But it is going to be level 8 to level 7, so that may matter in that fight as well. Dyrus pressuring the top lane as we do see Madlife now starting to roam with Insect. They're going to leave Prey in mid to farm.
Oh, he is a Caitlyn with Berserkers. He's a very, very safe champion. His turret is still alive as well. It'll be hard to kill off that Kate. So, yes, Madlife's going to go look to make some moves. Dyrus' TP is down. His flash is down as well. Shy and him got an altercation about 2.5 minutes ago, burning Dyrus' flash. They're going to go for the dive.
He takes the aggro right there, knowing, and this is something Joe said, Zac can go in like that, and the Blobs will retarget. It would have been on minions, and they would have had a great dive.
Yeah, but instead they get a turret, which is honestly just fine for the Korean LCL squad. They took the mid turret in response to Dragon a little while ago. They grouped up and said, we'll take this for it. But now they grouped up for the top lane. This is such an incredibly smart move just group up and take buildings down because you can do it.
That would have been great for a forced out team fight if they could have popped that passive just now, but he's going to get out quite safe. Looks like the depth charge goes down. He's not going to be able to get away, but are they going to be able to close the gap? Oh, minions in the way.
Minions in the way. It's kind of the story for Saint, unfortunately. He's lost a lot of mid-lane ganks to minions, unfortunately. Purple melee minions this time. A little bit too OP on that one. So, great escape by Ambition. I mean, and that's one of the small weaknesses, but Dyrus stopped it.
Dyrus did get caught out, getting a little bit antsy there. He returned to lane and thought everybody left after he did all that damage. Madlife just walking by to get the assist with Shy's Q.
So great pick up there. That roam support so effective. You saw it there. And that is the one thing that the Koreans are doing right now that's kind of far and above what the Americans are, is Xpecial is still playing defense duty for Double Lift, right? He's not been able to use the Crescendo for anything. He's not made other ganks happen, whereas Madlife has opened up a turret and opened up a kill.
This game, more testing what is going to happen in the fighting skills than really the laning phase. A bit of back and forth. Towers have been dropped, yes, 2-1 in favor of the Koreans. But as they move on, it looks like they're going to be focusing quite a bit towards bottom, allowing Frey to pick up more CS, and they're really staying on the backside as opposed to in the face of the NALCS All-Stars last game with that chokehold strategy.
So certainly the lanes have gone a lot better for the Americans than it did last time. The mechanics are still solid for the Koreans. They've done very, very well. They've only really died in hardcore gank scenarios, so they've been reserved enough. And their team comp in general even plays it out as well. It's a come to us team composition. You've got Ryze and Kennen, both of whom don't engage all that well without trying super hard to force things. But if you walk towards them, they're like, we're in presence of Maelstrom, a bunch of people die over. Like, it's just an amazing team fight comp. And which is well picked by them. It's sort of like, yeah, we can play for the late game, but we have good scaling. Bring it.
There they go on to Ambition. They know he's going to be able to use that light slicing Maelstrom, but there it is. He pulls it back. The Crescendo with Xpecial. They're going to be able to get one. Can Scar get out? Let's bounce. No, he does not use it. It looks like he tried his shot, but the exhaust kept him in.
So Scar was forced to flash away. They still got the 1 for nothing. Great crescendo from Xpecial as well. So that's really the big thing that shows you a top level team. How well do your teammates participate in fights? Can you get a bunch of people involved there? Scar started out saying, I know my team's here. I know they'll back me up. Started the battle out. Sure enough, everyone showed, got the kill.
There's a flash hook, one more after the other. It's Madlife this time. The box goes down. They're trying to put him right under here. St. Vicious still right next to the side. The play's been used, so Madlife there again for the Lantern assist to come in. Prey picking himself up, a kill of the game.
Great little optimization there. Almost let them get a second one as well. If Ryze could have just stayed in range and landed a Rude Prison onto Xpecial. But even still, a great counterattack. There's a long cooldown on Crescendo, especially early on. So it's a really great opening just to jump in.
Few core items coming out here as we see the lanes somewhat back to farming, somewhat back to that pressure. Korea, once again, on the strength of trying to get these turrets down. Madlife hitting another one. They're going to be able to get some good damage off of this. Will they finalize the kill? The collateral damage has already come out. There's the ace in the hole. They say, I'm good. Do not protect that.
That was an incredibly close fight right there from all sides. And I knew the ace in the hole was ready. You saw the American team was like, look, we can't all in this. We're going to take too much damage from Caitlyn in the end. It's a good sort of reservation on both sides.
Oh, the movement from Shy is so big right now because Double Lift stopped going back. Only because of St. Vicious. They don't know Shy is gone. Right around the corner. Double Lift's going to go down. They will keep diving this. And Saint is going to find himself in the death chamber as well after a few more attacks.
Absolutely great gank there from Shy. Going through the darkness. The American Spot immediately pings out the route that he took to get there. They're still communicating. They're still saying, look, we can find these mistakes and plug them up, but this game is still live. But in the meantime, the Koreans have built almost a 3,000 gold lead. Started out really strong for them. America came back, but now they're finding the opportunities.
Dragon in a minute 30 as we see it. Ambition getting jumped on here. We'll see how strong these two are in the 1v1 situation. Dyrus not taking an extreme amount of damage. Looks like he may be able to get a kill here. Almost finalizes with the spikes. Can he get back in here?
No minion.
Going in. Oh, the turret's on him. He tries to. That was a big baby jump.
Yeah. He's trying to get the damage. Comes in, saying he finds that one turned around. And again, good players going to help their teammates, even though he did die. Insect found 300 gold and gave his friend an assist.
We'll see these guys always in the right spot at the right time. I do not know how they do it. There's always just somebody walking out of the fog of war to clean up those kills. Korean LCL players right now just playing out of their minds.
They absolutely are. And Dragon is now up. Dyrus and Ambition are both dead, but Dyrus does have teleport. That might be a big factor here for the North American team. Oh, Saint, he got that one. He saw it coming in, dodged it away, but it's still their red buff.
Oh, he tries to go back in for it. He knew they were there, but he didn't know 4 were there. Saint's going to be going down, and they cannot help him on that one.
That's just a really weird mistake there. He had already dodged away, and he came back. Now, I mean, because Saint's dead, because there's no smite, there's no way the Koreans can lose out on the Dragon. It's just theirs.
Right place at the right time. It almost seems like they have the timers and the buffs better than the North Americans.
Exactly. The first time Dragon did go down, it was pink warded. They saw the Americans kill the ward. They postured for it, said, okay, guys, we know roughly when you took it down, and answered for a turret. Right. This Dragon had been up for a while at this point. They had already had it warded out. They just said, okay, look, we'll do the standard homework, do the standard prep. Let's go into your jungle, see who you guys are. You don't have a Dyrus, and they found openings.
2 very big core items coming out here as we see Dyrus piecing together items, looking for the Zhonya's, looking for the Abyssal Scepter at some point. The Bloodthirster is onto Double Lift, but it's to the Infinity Edge, and a Zhonya's as well. A Rod of Ages stacking up onto Shy. This right now is movement for Korea. They have good momentum, and North America is finding out how to stop this. They're putting the wards down. They're trying to stop the advantages right now.
And they've got to. The North American team is still one about picking and getting these individual kills so quickly and out of nowhere, and they've got assassins to do it. The problem is that there's no one to shut down anymore from the North American team. There's no one who you're gonna stop at this point. Shy has completed Rod of Ages and Archangels. He doesn't need to buy anything else. He'll be good for the rest of the game. Ambition already has his Zhonya's Hourglass. And note that this game was much harder than last time. He didn't grab Haunting Guys. He knew he had to rush the Zhonya's to be useful in team fights. So he made that adaptation there, but now it's kind of with Zhonya's. You're good at that point. Prey has Infinity Edge done. He's fine. Ruby's Sight's been a Mad Life. He's fine. All the big items are done for the Koreans.
See what they continue to go. It looks like even Insect may be picking up the Abyssal Scepter this time, as it was Shy in the previous matchup. And they continue to go on. We'll see where North America decides to position themselves. Where Korea is standing right now, they actually have 3 wards just running down the line. They have complete control of this. No real part of the jungle is North America's right now.
No, they just took the Lizard buff, they took the Dragon, and they took the Blue buff. Every part of the map right now is theirs. They're up 3 turrets to 1. Even Dyrus has to run away in his own lane to a second turret right here. And Korea are saying, look, where's our next opening? Second inner turret.
They found the pressure on the bottom turret, but to push that lane, they're farthest away from the most important objective here, towards the mid-game. So they need to find a way to crush middle. They need to find a way to crush top. But how do you do that when they're always in your face?
You look for the split-up team. Prey right now is far away. They can jump in on this.
Split up like this. Shy is going to be caught out, and they may catch it, but Mad Life on the side. They're going to be able to stop a little bit there. A good flash by Shy, and they get out, and this has been the story. They keep getting out with such low health. So much is used, and the chase continues. They tunnel down on this. Slicing Maelstrom. A great shot from Double Lift. They're going to be able to finalize the kill on Ambition as well, and the double kill for Double Lift was doubly needed.
That was huge. He needed those kills right here. Now Saint finds Insect, but there's still a numbers advantage. Like, Insect's buying time to let Prey push a turret, but they can still collapse.
Oh, man.
Maybe they can. Mad Life shows.
Mad Life coming in from the side. It looks like they are going to have Xpecial, and he may just take that one for himself. No, Xpecial gets the heal on, make it out the box, keeps him closed in. The 1 kill. The turret as well from Prey as he's all by himself in the bottom lane. Still pressuring everything. Multitasking right now for Korea.
I don't know if that engage was worth it, because Prey was going to get that turret no matter what. It was already low. Double was already backing. They weren't keeping Double from going anywhere. And even though he backed, he still didn't save the turret. So all they did was trade their jungler for a support, and I don't know if that really matters.
That's good money. That shutdown on Shy went to Double Lift. Been able to pick up a few more damage items, and he did put a Zeal under his belt. The Oracle coming in right now for Xpecial after going down. He's died 1 time. He's been a part of 5 kills in the game, so they may be focusing that Oracles out, knowing he can stop the advantages of Korea.
No, he just bought one now, though. I don't think he was wearing one when he went down the first time, so yeah, it wasn't anything special. So now I do want to see if he really gets focused, right? He is Sona. Sona is a squishy champion without the W aura on. The Oracles does make him a pretty big prime target, but this still tells me that North America are keeping their head in the game. They know it's vision time now. Baron is on the table for both these teams. Both squads can actually kill it very, very quickly. Infinity Edge steals Caitlyn with a Fed Rise. That kills it fast. Diana and Graves kill Baron very, very fast as well. It's on the table for both these teams here, and now the ward sweeping game really must start.
Looking around, a lot of boots too coming out here, and finalized items for the Korean team, giving them quite a bit of chase, but really that engagement they need to follow up on Insect, to follow up on something that Ambition can do with Kennen rushing in. Like we said, when those flashes are up, those engagements are a lot scarier.
Yes. This is really, and that's kind of the funny thing. It's the weird advantage and disadvantage of the Korean team is when flashes are up, you can start fights that normally you wouldn't be able to. But the problem is when they're down, all they have is counter engage. They don't force engagements well. Mad Life flash hooks are great, but only when he's got flash. The hook itself, it's hard to follow up on that sometimes. So this is kind of the thing, is this Korea can't as easily force things in North America.
Good bit of harass there. Seeker's arm guard keeping him healthy. Looks like he's actually going to pick up Rylai's second on this. Very good pickup for Kennen, and looks like the jump in elastic slingshot. They get the slow. The red onto Prey may be able to secure a kill onto this one. The depth charge goes back. Is anybody going to come in? Dyrus from the backside. He's going to teleport into this one, jumping into the fight. It's already been 2 kills, however. Korea has just acted quickly onto this one. Dyrus is able to pick up the Prey. He picks up the red buff on that kill. It looks like they are still going to be attacking down. Everything is on the same Vincent, but he's taking so much damage to the team. Another 1 for 1. 12 to 9 overall. The kills as they finalize. Another one. Mad Life with a grab. The Hex Trigger really preventing any of the damage to come through from anything else. And it looks like he is going back in. Dyrus for another kill, but he's going to be taken down by Prey, and that's a Shy, and that's a shutdown.
That was a crazy fight right there. I thought North America had it because they had Dyrus teleporting in and Shy was far away. It was a 5v4, and that's why NA took the fight. So look, stand our ground and go for it. But Xpecial and Doublelift died so fast in that fight. And I don't even know how he died exactly, but he died first, and that was so massive. If it was anyone else but Double, that would have been the easiest NA team fight ever. But you kill the AD carry first, and your life's going to suck.
That was a flicked switch. They saw a teleport coming in. It's like, you know what? We're either doing the most damage we can, or we're going to run out of this with a tail between our legs. And like you said, I didn't expect Xpecial to die that fast. I didn't even know they were going to focus him. But like we said, with that Oracle's on, he becomes a pretty big target.
Exactly. He got a good crescendo off, but he was in the middle of the enemy team and had really just nowhere to go. And it's just unfortunately positioned for him. His exhaust is now up. His flash is about to come back. There's a small window of not having enough summoners there for the North American team. Right, Devil didn't have flash either. No summoners, hard to team fight. Meanwhile, the Koreans, they actually burned a lot of flashes there, and that's how they won that. I say won because it was a 4v5 when they went equal. They kind of won that fight.
An already charged Seraph and Brace are going into Shy here. Will he decide to use that? He doesn't even have to. Keeps the fingers steady on the Seraphs, and he just walks right out of that one.
That was really impressive. I don't think they necessarily tried to super hard, but they actually canceled the Lantern pullback with another knockup to override it. So it actually managed to make Shy burn his flash he wouldn't have had to.
Relation Shroud coming out for him. We know what the obvious next buy is for that rise. From 13 to 11, the kill score looks quite close, but again, Korea finding a way to accumulate that gold lead. 41,500 to 34.5 in favor of the Korean LCL All-Stars. 5-1 in turrets is also giving them map pressure, and with the way they control it, it is exponentially harder for North America to come back right now.
Yes, they've got to move so far out of their own territory to make aggressive moves that it increases the chance that they get caught, right? They're playing so far away from Dragon and Baron because their waves are pushed that reacting to Dragon and Baron takes a lot more time. Getting their own buffs is like the North American buffs are in neutral zone, basically. They actually have equal standing over those bottom side red and blues, and North America needs to make something happen, somehow sweep out wards and somehow get a Fog of War advantage to turn this around.
And make something happen is really the name of the game right now. We saw it a bit in the North American LCS. Thresh here or Mad Life on Thresh picking up the mobility boost right after it is stone by. They are really looking to get any fights they can if somebody out of position here.
So here we go, Insect and Shy starting things out, right across the wall. They realize that the North Americans do see them. They are sensing this one, so they do back out. But again, as we see, Baron is on the table for these guys 45 minutes in. North America, they're the ones in darkness. Korea gets to start those fights, and then, well, we'll back out. We see you coming.
Great siege clear here for Korea. They will not take too much of the turret. Mad Life on the right side. There's the slingshot in, but did not catch anybody. The gap close just was not there for them.
It actually, yeah, and it's not okay for the Americans to all in Insect right now. He's got his passive back up. And and again, you look at the build, right? Spirit Visage and Spirit of the Ancient Golem.
Right, that's what we said last time would be the build.
Yeah,
not
right?
Sanya's.
So that's the more legitimate item when you're giving your opponent pushback. And that tells me that the Koreans feel it too. This game is much closer this time around. But you're not going to kill that Insect very quickly. He's got good farm again. The Giants Belt came in there, 2, 2, and 6. Good minion score right there. The tanks are tanky. The damage dealers are damagey. And everything in between is pretty well in between. Ambition's got some durability and some AP.
So it is strength in the AP composition for the Korean LCL All-Stars coming into this matchup twice in a row. They're running heavy and deep in AP, and they look to synergize with each other. This time it's not the Abyssal Scepter right away. It's the slow to keep everybody in the fight, and the engagement can continue. St. Vicious trying to build a bulwark, but the Baron is going to buff these guys up so much with these free stats, it may not matter.
And the beautiful thing about this is they all did it from across the wall. Insect can hop over, Matlife can hop over, toss the lantern back and pull in a homie, and Caitlyn just shoots from behind the wall in the first place.
Yeah.
Even though there's wards dotting the river, they just saw Ambition with a bunch of purple bling on, and they're like, oh my gosh, they just did that.
Yeah. Let's see what they can do. Now that they know, Scar playing very safe here, going in for only when he needs to, and still trying to keep himself in the game. Only 20 CS behind Ambition right now. To look at the AD carries Doublelift, has found about 20 CS after that Baron engagement. But the Baron, really a whole bunch of CS in itself, so that does not matter. But he's still trying to reach that mark where the team can protect him, and they can peel for him, and really allow him to carry these team fights as Pentalift.
He'll have good, yeah, one of his 4 Smurfs. He'll have good damage, honestly. I don't know how to compare it against Caitlyn, because certainly the items are better for Kate. She's Infinity instead of a Bloodthirster.
Right.
But Graves does more damage than Kate. He has an attack speed steroid, has a bunch of burst damage in his abilities. They're going to be pretty similarly active in these fights. And on top of that, remember that his team is one with the Aegis. You've actually got Aegis and Suna Bulwark from Sane. Insect is building selfishly, so there's no auras at all outside of maybe offensive ones if they actually build an Abyssal at some point. So Double will have really good impact. There's not a lot of armor on that other team. He can shred through some people. It is back to Double. You're absolutely right.
And besides, we see that Abyssal Scepter coming out. Not really going to affect too much other damage besides Nautilus coming in. A little bit of Sona, but how really are they going to be able to react to these fights? There's just too much, not selfish lane purchases here as we see Doublelift going down to Ambition, but it's been the Hexdraker for Dyrus so he can stay alive, right? Yeah. It's been those items for yourself, and we see Madlife picking up the aura items already for his team.
We got a 4v4 inside the base right here. Insect's going to start it out fast.
Oh man, they take down the turret. The danger is gone from the aggro. Back and forth. Oh, he gets it. Will he get the Q to him? What? Oh, he dodges that. It's going to be back and forth between these guys. The bottom lane. Oh, he gets Doublelift down. Beautiful camera play there as we come into the next fight. Scar now getting locked up. The box goes down. The Zhonya's is there, but it's only for the Polaroids and family pictures. Shut down onto Scara. 15 to 11 at 30 minutes right now. And the base looks to be Korea's.
They're going to go right on in. Insect happy to take the turret. They're going to... Nope, they're pulling back with the Lantern. That's a cheeky little move right there, but they still got numbers advantage. They can push down at least one turret.
That is a very big taunt by Insect. He threw himself in with his escape, and he's like, yes, we're doing this right in front of the fountain. We're going on the door. He does it again. Tries to crowd control him, so they could not get to that crescendo. They couldn't cast close on any of that damage. It was only to stop damage to the turret. Everything is in defensive reaction right now.
And Ambition pushed the bottom lane the entire time right there after winning the duel with Doublelift, getting a lot of damage onto it. However, NA is alive. He'll have to leave with Lightning Rush.
Ambition, a few more down. It's like special is going to be able to hold off a few of those. They will back off. Will be able to get themselves another objective. There's just pretty much LCL map right now. There's Tragavor down on the NA side. They need to find a way to bring this back. They've lost the inhibitor towards the top side, and the Baron has been perfectly utilized by Korea right now. It's going to be a tough matchup, but NA is getting the items on themselves that they need. The Bulwark is going to be immensely helpful, and it needed to come out possibly sooner. After getting the boots of mobility, it did help him, but there was so much of a lull there that the AP is just taking over for Korea now.
It is pretty rough right now for North America. Absolutely. They're behind in gold, they're behind in items. They're trying to catch up right here. Death Cap just got completed for Ambition, so right, you really, really want that Runic Bulwark. Problem is, Void Staff's already there from the side. I mean, there's a lot going the Koreans' way, Baron buff and all that. So right now it's, can North America pause? Hard engage is not easy for the Koreans. It's Insect face taking a turret after an Elastic Slingshot, and that's their way in. And they're going to hope Ambition can follow up with Lightning Rush in the ultimate. And that's not a guarantee for sure. That's not a foregone conclusion that Korea starts a fight. It's them poking a turret with Prey and hoping it doesn't have damage.
Really, Mad Life trying to get a hook onto Dyrus, and I would have seen that possibly going to an engagement towards the middle turret here. Even Mad Life trying to get a shot down. They know one turret shot's not going to hurt. Dyrus from the backside. There's the lock on. Couldn't get over the wall. Dyrus is waiting to get into this one. He got himself stuck. No, there it is. He gets in, but Mad Life peeling perfectly for Bray. The shot's coming out now for Bray. He's alive inside the box in almost full health again. Beautiful team coordination here for Korea as they execute onto a teleported in fight by North American LCS team.
Absolutely great job. They saw the TV coming in, backed out a little bit, and you saw the right guys zone out the opposing team. You had, Prey was kept alive by Mad Life. Shy turned back around and killed Dyrus. The rest of the team knocked on the front line. There's the right there for North America. Korea, they're into the finals.
An amazing matchup by Korea. They came out showing strength, and like it was said, they put their money where their mouth was.
Absolutely. These guys played great from start to finish, from 0 seconds in Game 1 to the end of Game 2. They pretty much won all their lanes, just an individual skill. Some ganks came back and forth, those were close, but the actual gameplay, the teamwork, the strategy choices, the way they closed it out, beautiful from the Koreans.
You see the players playing themselves on stage. A good handshake and the friendly game played here at the All-Stars. The camaraderie has been amazing this weekend. Despite the chatter between the teams we did see in the last videos, it has been, people saying, I learned a lot from this player. They were the ones I watched in the beginning. These guys have the utmost respect for each other.
Exactly. That's one of the cool things about this, is that even though some people are going to trash on North America a little bit, they lost to the Chinese, lost to the Koreans and whatnot, they were kind of they were the first ones in the scene. Insec, in his interview, right, to be more specific to what you said, he's like, I learned from Saint. Like, he's the guy that kind of got me to start jungling. Like, he's the one who got me started. And it's this cool, my mentor, I've now surpassed you. This is such an honor, right? That like they get to, meet their old heroes here in China in the All-Star weekend, and then kind of prove their worth. It's cool.
We kind of had the same thing last year, right? Like Rapid Star and Toys, they were both the same thing at the World Championship. Toys is like, I look up to this guy a lot, and it's always been that way between the players. I mean, you can't advance if you don't take things from your opponents.
Yeah, it's great because it's such a global experience, right? These people have played with each other and they have that respect. So, again, teams from all across the world, certainly the Eastern scene, seems to be doing the best. That's fine. Of course, we can always. We've got of course another match here in the tournament itself, and of course we got the Season 3 World Finals to, settle the score once again.
Settle more scores, indefinitely. Now let's send it over to Jat and Joe, who have the highlights from Korea's semifinal win.
Thanks a lot, Riv. I'm here with Jat once again on the couch. And Jat, a much better performance, at least a much closer game in the, through all of it, really. I mean, Korea, of course, they did start to pull ahead after a while there, but North America, the team were a lot more impressive out of the gate than they were in Game 1.
Their laning phase in particular was actually really solid. They got the first turret of the game. They were able to actually come back from a really tricky first blood play that the Korean team was able to pull out on them. And they showed a little bit of mettle in that game, but in the end, it seemed like Korea always had an answer for everything North America did.
And that seems to be, I mean, if you look back to Game 1, of course, it was a different story overall, but that was how it went. North America had a plan, but Korea seemed always one step ahead in almost every move that was being made.
And we actually have a really good representation of that in this replay that we have, if we can get into it right now. To set up this play a little bit, we have Mad Life and Prey have just had a bit of a fight with Doublelift and X Special, and X Special's flashing red, Doublelift's going back, but St. Vicious feels like he's going to be able to go gank. And let's just get into this clip right away. We've mentioned in the past how to get Nautilus's threat down, you have to hit him a whole bunch. And instead of just running away, Prey makes sure to break St. Vicious' shield before St. Vicious can do damage, which means they don't get the kill on a Mad Life, while the whole time they were just stalling time for Shy to be able to come down. So even if St. Vicious would have been able to get a kill onto one of them, it still would have resulted in this Rise double kill. So not only did they have the presence of mind to attack Nautilus going in, they knew ahead of the situation, as soon as they saw Saint coming, that they already had an answer for it with Rise.
And Doublelift is actually back in and almost finished his recall there, where he cancelled it when he noticed that they were edging a little bit closer to him. Actually, if he'd have kept on that recall there, he probably would have got home to safety.
Would have been
the
fine.
funny thing about it, ends in a double kill. And of course, the Koreans win 2-0 here. That sets us up with I guess you could say, an all-Asian final. China versus Korea. You and Demon are going to be commentating that one. Really, really looking forward to things, Jack. But coming up, Evil Genius's jungler Snoopy will join us to talk about Korea's dominating wins. Then it's the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Team Tournament finals between the Chinese LPL All-Stars and the Korean LCL squad. 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. We'll be right back. Stick around.
He's gonna turn into a zombie and he's gonna eat us.
He's fine.
Look at him! He's not
We need
fine!
the antivirus now! No!
I'm getting him out of here.
Leave him alone, Spencer. Help us coming.
There's nobody coming, and there's nobody out there.
Hi, I have a delivery for Iris Chan.
The antivirus! Thank you so much!
You're welcome. Is he okay?
託運無需驚險情節 FedEx。
welcome back to the 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend live from Shanghai, China. We're just moments away from the All-Star Team Tournament finals between the Chinese LPL All-Stars and the Korean LCL team. But first, I'd like to welcome the Evil Geniuses jungler Snoopy to the interview lounge. First of all, Snoopy, you were watching that last game. Give us your breakdown. How do you think that, well, we know how it went in the end, but what were your opinions? Starting with game one, obviously, was a bit of a one-sided affair for the Koreans.
I feel like game one, I would have liked to have seen Saint Vicious capitalize on that early kill that Scar got top. If he could manage to do that, I think it would have been a little bit better. The problem was that Doublelift got caught a bit too much by Madlife. Like, Madlife's an exceptional player, but he got caught a bit too much by those hooks in mid lane. If that didn't happen, I feel like Saint could have played the map a bit more and then focused on getting Scar, like letting Ryze power up basically, but didn't get a chance to do that.
And then in that second map, I guess they would have banned out Rumble, but the Koreans banned out Rumble themselves, but there's no banning them out, apparently, because even though they built they had a better game, but they just couldn't get it.
I think that the one thing, basically the guys wanted Kha'Zix. Like, NA thought that Korea would take Kha'Zix, but they didn't take it, so somehow they read the NA plan and didn't take the Kha'Zix. And that was one of their biggest strategies, like take Kha'Zix, but they never did it. So basically Korea read them really well. And the second game, I feel like they got the early advantage bot lane when they caught out Ambition. Saint and Xpecial, they're really good follow-up and they caught out Ambition, but they never capitalized on that early game advantage that they got.
Where do you think the strong points lie in this Korean team? I mean, they almost don't look like they're an all-star team that have just been put together. They look like a coordinated unit that have been playing together for months and months, maybe, I don't know, maybe you could even say years, the way that they are. Where does that strength come from straight away?
Well, individually, the players are exceptionally very, very talented. All the players here are. But you can see it in the Asian teams especially, that they just seem to click together way better than the European or the North American team. And I'm not sure what it's down to. Is it just the kind of environment that they're in, that they just focus a lot more, maybe? But it's definitely noticeable in the games.
Maybe broadening this a bit to the rest of the season that's coming up. You've had a lot of experience playing teams all over the world. Do you feel that the gap is just as big as it was last season between the North American and European scene and the rest of the world?
I wouldn't have said there was that big a gap last year. I think you're doing a bit of an injustice there. We had top 4 finishes for Europe, but I think this surprised me a little bit. I expected Europe to do a little bit better, even though they didn't get as much practice as they really should have for an event like this. It did surprise me that in North America coming out, they definitely did bring their A game, and almost taking they had that leads against China in the games yesterday as well. It surprised me quite a bit. So I hope this wakes up EU a little bit. I think it will. The second split is really serious. We only have 2 spots for Worlds. We don't even have a bye in the groups anymore. We need to step up our game.
And that obviously makes it harder for you. I mean, that's obviously why you're here in China, to watch this and support Europe, so that maybe your LCS summer split would actually become easy, because the fact is we're not going to have that extra spot. The top seeded team is not going to go through straight through into the playoffs. They're going to have to play through the group stage and what have you. So that's actually really, really difficult, and that makes your job in the next 3 or 4 months, obviously starting a DreamHack on June 15th for the first weeks of the summer split, much harder.
Well, speaking from our point of view in Evil Geniuses, we had a strong start to the first split, and then a bad mid split, and we finished strong at the end of it, but we still only got top 3, and that's not going to be enough to get us to Worlds. We have to be top 2. So it's really, really competitive at this, and there's all these new teams that have came in the second split, or the summer split. It's going to be really, really tough, and I think, I get back on June the 4th, and we have 9 days or something to prepare for the start of the season. That's really, really intense. So, and all the teams are going to experience this, the Americans and us.
Don't you think you should be cutting your holiday shorter then?
Yeah, need a break at some point. I need to see the Great Wall of China. It's too nice.
Well, you've got Hadrian's Wall in Scotland. I'm not sure why you need to come to China to see a big wall like that.
I'm not sure it quite compares.
Well, thanks a lot, Snoopy. One final question here, a short one. China or Korea to win the tournament?
I'm going to give it to China. I'm going to say China's going to take it. Home field advantage, I think they're definitely going to take this one.
Well, thanks a lot for joining us, and enjoy the rest of the tournament here. We're going to send it down to Jet now over in Replay Central.
there was a little hiccup there.
You guys here is the All-Star game. Korea really out-savvied North America. This was risked from the first blood. Let's watch how they walk around. First off, you can see Prey was scouting that brush in advance with his Piltover Peacemaker. When it didn't hit, they realized that Dyrus was not in that brush, so they knew he couldn't check him. That's when Mad Life preps the hook, gets the crowd control, they stack it just right, are able to get first blood. So that was the first really good tactical move that Korea made in this game. And as Snoopy was saying, the overall skill of a lot of these guys was pretty close. It was just either coordination or tactical savvy that carried it through. And in this second clip is no way better of explaining it, because Korea, in the second clip, realized that when they took the Baron, there were so many wards in the river that they would have been able to jump across. So really, the tactical savvy of this team, if we could get to the Baron clip, let's roll it right from here because we can start talking through with it. North America had been afraid of Korea this entire time. So North America, if you can look at the mini-map, had all of the river warded, and Korea knew that. But they also knew that 3 of them could jump over this wall, and then Prey would be able to shoot it in from behind because he has extended range with Caitlyn. Aside from Tristana, the only AD carry that can attack it the entire way. That play really set the game into a new direction, and they didn't even have to team fight for it. They just had knowledge of the map, they had faith in themselves, and they knew what the North American team didn't know. That entire time, Korea one step ahead of North America, and that's why they get to face China in the finals. Let's send it back to Freakin' River the desk.
Thank you very much, Ja. And now let's head to the Twitter sphere. It's all time to answer your All-Star questions. And the first question is Wisely asking, why do you think North America didn't ban Thresh?
It's really a matter of priorities. Certainly Mad Life's Thresh is super good. And if I were there, I probably would have done it myself because I'm alarmist like that. But at the same time, think about their other bands.
You get, like, if they do that, right?
Right, exactly. It's like Ambition's Jace. Yeah, you don't want to let that one through. Twisted Fate, unfortunately, Skara can't play it very well. So even on blue side, they're still forced to ban at the North American squad. And in, like, tell me with a straight face you're not going to ban Lee Sin from Insec. That one's not going anywhere. So they decided that Thresh was the lesser of the 4 evils.
Yeah.
And they said, you know, we're going to let that one go through.
And that's just accredited to the All-Star, or the Korean All-Star team in their champion pool, right?
Yeah.
Can't ban it out. So Reggie Mope asks, how do you think nerves play into individual performances?
It can be a lot. It can absolutely be gigantic. Your arms are shaking. You actually don't click very well.
Absolutely.
Your brain isn't there. Like, I've had days where there's a big day ahead of me. Like, NA playoffs are starting, and I can't go to bed the night before. And I'm like, great, I'm casting on 2 hours of sleep. And, you know, these guys can have the exact same things happen to them. That said, these guys have all been competing for a long time. Every one of them has had a ton of big stage experiences. So I want to say these guys aren't getting affected too much.
And to bring out an example to that, we just heard Xpecial yesterday talking that D-Man said, you know, everybody would have thought you were MVP for those games of the day. And he was saying to himself, I was in my own head, and I felt like I was dropping the ball multiple times. So performance was affected a bit, but they can still pull through it in some instances. He picked up that awesome first blood. So it goes both ways depending on where the adrenaline's flowing at the time. So the next question at Mezameet asks, which league caster would you choose as your partner if you were in a 2v2? Absolutely. So, guys, keep those questions coming. We're at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag All-Star. No, we didn't plan that. And we could read your questions later on in today's show. So, speaking of later today, remember that immediately following the last game of the team tournament finals, we will have the world premiere of the League of Legends cinematic, A Twist of Fate.
We wanted to show our appreciation to the amazing League of Legends community. We're very excited to share this brand new cinematic with all you guys.
Absolutely. But first, it's the All-Star Team Tournament Finals. The Chinese LPL and Korean LCL All-Stars battle for the title and an extra spot in the Season 3 World Playoffs. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend will return right after these messages. Stick around.
2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. I am Lee Demon-Smith, and beside me is, of course, it's Joshua Jack Leesman, and we are ready for the final. It is now time for the tournament finals to begin. It is going to be Chinese LPL All-Stars, and they are facing off against the Korean LCL team.
And if yesterday was any indication, the Chinese fans are a little bit excited right now.
As are we. I think it's safe to say, because they were pretty loud. I was surprised, right, by the crowd, how much they were cheering on North America in that last one. They were not cheering Korea at all. They wanted North America in the finals.
And even from the first day, we saw kind of how intelligent the Chinese team was. When they see Rumble first picked in, they're just like, yeah, we got this one. And just from that, they're just like, we want to see North America, because they felt like North America was the weaker team between them and Korea.
And how do we feel that, Rumble is not going to get through, surely. This is one. If there's one thing I think we're 100% certain of,
I hope not.
Rumble is not going to get through. Oh, both teams are amazing on Rumble. What is going on?
Yeah, well, Rumble, actually it was Jarvan who was slightly more picked during the season, but he has been changed around a little bit, whereas Rumble had just been nerfed in like the 3.7 patch on the live service, so he's still the supercharged Rumble.
Only for a week.
For now, he's the supercharged Rumble.
Right, I mean, what are we thinking here? I mean, China-Korea, it's kind of the final everyone thought was going to happen, and it has happened, sure enough. In a roundabout sort of way, these are the kind of teams. What we've seen from both of these teams has been phenomenal. China were in dominant form against the Korean All-Stars, and Korea have just looked like a team that have been together for months.
And both of these guys have actually gotten to play two sets already. I'd have to say the Korean team has looked slightly more dominant than the Chinese team. The Chinese team had that one game against North America because that's a common enemy we can kind of compare them against, where NA was really coming back strong in that second game, and for the most part should have taken a game off of China.
Okay, something we want to maybe think about is we've seen a little bit of level 1 shenanigans from both of these teams. Do you think they're going to go aggressive? What do you think? Being that it is the grand final now, are they going to suddenly move into that passive mode? It's game 1, feeling each other out, not sure what way it's going to go.
So as far as level 1 goes in these matchups, the only kill I think we've seen at level 1 was Korea in that very last game against North America. And aside from that, what's happened all weekend is they will go in for their wards, but they will then just kind of back out. And a lot of times they will trade the red and blue buff, split it on the map instead of taking their own, if that makes sense.
Which is always strange. I've always wondered, it's like, we've gone for the invade, we've got the red, we need to run straight around back to our red, and then they just went, oh, well, they took our red.
Yeah, I kind of expect more of that of these teams because they don't necessarily need the game to be decided at level 1. I don't think either of these teams is in an either underdog scenario or a scenario where they don't respect the other team enough at level 1 to try to do something. And I think they're just going to be playing the game like what got them here and just hoping they win based off of their earlier preparation.
And in terms of lane setups, we've seen Korea running pretty much 2 people in the mid lane, I think, for every game, or close to. But China haven't done that yet. Do you think they're going to have to adjust and maybe counter it? We saw America trying to counter it there. North America, I should say, although it is just America because there's no Canadians in that one this time around. But, I mean, what do we think? Yeah, bless Canada.
Sad.
We've still got Canadian here, guys, don't worry. And England is still in the final.
So, as far as that goes, we've always been, we were talking earlier about how the Korean team was one step ahead of North America, and how I feel like they are almost the best reactionary team in this tournament, whereas China is all about just going. Because all of China's games have been them judging a situation really well off the bat and then executing. It's not really them letting someone else act on them and tricking them into situations, whereas Korea's been doing a lot more of that.
Well, we saw North America, every time they seem to, like, okay, we're going to make a play, we're going to go for it. Korea always seemed to be that one step ahead. It's like, oh, they're about to make a play here, let's get ready for it.
And this is probably a bit of a stretch, but because Najin Sword, like the Do Dive team back in Korea, was so dominant up until just recently in the OGN Champions Series, I think a lot of the players and teams themselves have gotten very good at reacting to all-out aggression, which is actually kind of how I feel IG and Team WE for Team China have been playing. So it'll be very interesting to see if Korea can set traps for the Chinese team.
We'll see whether those traps do get set. Let's have a look at the teams themselves. In the blue corner, of course, it is going to be the Korean LCL All-Stars. We just saw them qualify, beating North America in the semi-finals. In the top lane, it is Shy, that dominant beast of a top laner. And in the jungle, well, he's the 1v1 champion. It is Insect. The mid lane, it was Ambition. He went down to Toys in the 1v1, so it wasn't quite to be for him. But, well, he is CJ Enter's Frost's main man, so won't be surprised if he carries something out in this match. Prey is the AD carry from Najin Sword, and of course, the man, the legend, it is Mad Life, or God Life as he really should be known, on support.
And on the red side, it's the Chinese LPL All-Stars, top lane PDD.
He is the David Beckham or Michael Jordan or whatever you'd like to call him these days.
It's what he's turned into, at least with this tournament. Troll in the jungle as well for them has been supporting him as well. Messiah was the top vote getter amongst all players.
And it shows.
And it shows in that 80 carry, Wei Zhao, he actually had the best of a lot of 80 carries throughout all time. Everyone looks up to this guy. He is the standard that 80 carries have been measuring themselves against. And then on support, it's Zhao Zhao, who has complemented him so well in this tournament.
And we were discussing yesterday whether it was China they were chanting or whether it was Zhao Zhao, because everybody thinks he was actually the MVP because he was landing hook after hook against the Greener All-Stars.
Almost every fight was initiated in the second game when he was hooking actually a mistake. Support on support and just making the fights happen. So we do have a very intelligent audience here, and a lot of those people realize the impact of support plays.
And again, the room is lit up. It is ready to go. So the teams are just about ready. And we're about to enter Champion Select. So let's see who you guys at home think is going to win the All-Star title. According to LOLesports.com, we do actually have a tie, 50-50 split. And that is actually pretty much true, because asking everybody here, nobody can really give an outright answer. You know, we even asked in the interviews earlier, and they were like, oh, well, it's probably going to be China or Korea. It's like, well, sit on the fence, why don't you?
It's so fitting that it's 50-50. It's like, I think it'll be a 2-0 in either direction. It's like, what? That doesn't help. That's just saying 50-50. Or even a 2-1. We haven't had a best of three actually go all three games. Everything has been 2-0. Even though we've had a lot of really close games, the results have always been straight across.
Absolutely. So, I'm not going to put you on the spot. I'm not going to say who you think is going to win, because we need to try and be a little bit unbiased. Well, we could be biased, but that would be a little bit wrong in the commentating. But we are into the picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen. Hecarim does get banned out. And you know, these teams actually do know each other a lot, because WNIG have made appearances in the Korean leagues. The Korean teams have also made appearances in the mixed leagues. There's a number of mixed leagues that have happened.
In the Stars Wars League, they played a lot against each other in that. Stars Wars, was it 2? Where we actually saw it was IG and WE in the final. So in that league, they came out on top.
Well, we will see which way this one swings. Hecarim and Jarvan are the bans. Kind of standard. The heavy jungler bans as well. And surprise, surprise, Rumble is taken out of there. Kennen actually removed from Ambition.
And the luxury, actually, that the LPL team, the Chinese team has, is if they were thinking that they were most likely facing the Korean team, they will have spent the entire time scouting and only preparing for one opponent, whereas if Korea wanted to prepare for this, they would have had to essentially look past North America. And we're not sure if they did that, but because Kennen was so effective in the last few games, China's just been sitting back and watching.
Well, Kha'Zix has been banned out. We did see PDD going pretty wild on Kha'Zix against the Garena All-Stars, and Rise is taken away from Shy, but it does mean that the 100% ban in Korea has pretty much got through untouched, and it looks like Twisted Fate may well get selected.
That was actually a pretty big cheer, considering it's not Messiah playing Twisted Fate if they end up going for this.
They just love seeing him.
Twisted Fate in the game. Sometimes it's a rare occurrence. I know in the OGN Champions League, he was 100% pick ban. He was not 100% pick ban in the LPL. It was much down towards 70 or so, which tells me that China has something ready to counter it, because it's not 100% feared there.
Well, we do see them getting locked in. There is PDD on your screens. It looks like Zac is going to be the champion of choice, along with Caitlyn. We saw Wei Zhao and Caitlyn against the Green All-Stars. It was pretty good.
And both of these guys, Prey and Wei Zhao, have played ridiculously strong Caitlyn's in some of these games. The lane control that it's going to offer in this matchup, specifically if they want to get control, that is China, to be able to dive in, is so important.
Well, look at that. It's going to be Mad Life on Thresh. That's what I like to see. Mad Life will be on Thresh. And of course, the other choice was Jace, which I'm guessing will be Shy in the top lane. Is pretty much where it's going to go. We have seen an AD carry Jace, but I don't think it's going to get a sunrise.
That's got to be a top lane. Yeah, he was so good at Jace near the end of the season, as they're still not even over with the season, but so good at Jace right now that they're banning it out in almost every game that he plays in. It's just since it's an all-star team, and since they hadn't been using it recently, China decided to go with other bans, but that Jace is going to be a really difficult opponent for whatever LPL decides to lane against it, whether it's a 2v1 or whether it's just a top lane matchup.
Well, Diana looks like it might get selected. Actually has been on the losing side in quite a few of these matches lately, but has really been a favorite choice here in China, as well as Korea, and I guess the North American and European scenes.
And specifically for China, it will really help them keep the enemy team together. They're going to try to combo in with Zac and Diana for these team fights to really just keep them. We saw that 3v5 5-man kill yesterday, and that was really in large part because Diana kept them there. So for the type of play that China likes to do, Diana really fits. It just, the low percentage was mainly because North America was playing it against what the two teams in the finals.
And that's a champion I like to see. It is Lee Sin getting locked in. Insect's like, yep, I'm in that one.
Didn't get to play it against North America. He was ridiculous on it. No, he did get...
He did. He played
against Europe. Getting my games mixed up. That is awesome.
It was. I mean, we saw the Q land. He was like, zip, 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 straight to like kick Pete, poor Pete, straight into the turret.
Killed
and like the
Diamondprox.
waiting 5-man spider jumping on him.
And he killed Diamondprox with it earlier.
Yes, of course.
So he's
1v1.
3-0 actually on Lee Sin if we count the 1v1 game.
That's a little harsh against Europe.
Let's talk about Lee Sin.
Well, technically Lee Sin, but it is all against Europe.
I mean, if you want to be harsh, you could say North America is the only team that didn't win a 1v1 or the tournament.
Oh, that's kind of true. That's a little harsh, but we do see actually the AD carry getting locked in, and it is Tristana. That's the champion we've not seen in a while, but we see Nocturne locked in as the jungler for China.
And this is really awesome to me because when you pick a champion like Tristana, you're signaling, I want to be the late game hyper carries, especially when they're trying to combo with Jace, who also scales ridiculously well. Then when they pick Nocturne on top of that, Nocturne is a champion who peaks out really early and dives super hard. So I feel like China's going to be going all out aggression and trying to stop Korea from getting late game composition. I love games like this.
So what do we think? Early game pressure. Which way is it going to come from? Because clearly Korea, with the Tristana in there, they want to get a little bit later. But with Twisted Fate, they're going to be making moves in the lanes.
Yeah, so I think LPL is going to be attempting to put all the pressure on them. They are the ones that have the initiative too, but it's going to be on Insect to try to stop that. What Korea's done with this team comp is they have a bunch of late game champions with the early game power of Lee Sin to try to negate that. And then when they hit 6, they're going to try to get through the mid game with Twisted Fate. So they have 2 stopgaps to try to stop China from coming through, and it's going to be about whether they can hold.
And you've got that potential, of course, obviously with the Paranoia in there. Just saw Diana had selected teleport as well, so Messiah's going to have the teleport available. So they could all potentially clump onto one spot at the same time.
And that's something they have to be very concerned about if it's the area of effect composition coming in from China. We see what happens when teams all clump up against them.
Absolutely. So, what, guys, we are excited. It is the grand finals here, the All-Star grand finals in a pretty much a packed house, it has to be said. Man. No doubt about it. There is lights, neon lights everywhere, neon signs that get shown all across there. You can see it's got LOL. There's a number of WE and IG signs as well, certainly in the top right-hand corner, but we are about to get underway. Here it is. It is the Chinese LCL team, Korean LCL team on the blue team. LCL and LPL, guys, I'm going to get
confused. It's not going to get confusing, don't worry.
Not at all, not at all. But it is the Korean LCL team, the League of Legends Champion League. Whew, that's a mouthful to say right there.
Versus the League of Legends Pro League.
It's the All-Stars, China versus Korea. You guys all know at home what it's going to be. And the red team looking like they may well go walking straight headlong into Shia. Will he face check that bush?
Oh,
it's going to be a very dangerous move, Jack.
And we were wondering if there was going to be some level, and actually Shia and Madlife trying to go!
They're going straight in for it. That's going to be the build up onto Madlife, but the acceleration gate had to be picked as the first skill for Shai. That may well actually hamper him when he goes into lane phase.
Only a little bit. I've seen so many Jaces start the game with the gate just for that level 1 positioning, and since he's ranged, he can quite easily play passively up until that level 2, but because China got the harass down on both Madlife and Shai, they're going to be able to take some positioning here in the blue buff.
We'll see whether China stick around or whether they're going to back off. They're actually backing off in the bush, but that's quite clever because they know there's the ward on there, and it's actually going to keep Korea guessing. They've all gone back.
And we talked about the Korean mind games that happened against North America just now. That was a great Chinese mind game right there because now Korea's got to be extremely careful about where they go. On top of wards.
We're looking at Insect, and he's thinking... Looked like he was thinking of going towards blue, but they've actually hung around and... Oh, they're going to check it. Look at it. They're still pinging it. They're still unsure. They still don't know whether to go in.
Even though they're unsure, the only thing that's going to be a detriment to them is if they actually avoid the buff entirely because China's not making any aggressive moves off here. The biggest benefit is actually going to be... Never mind. There is something big happening because they're doing a delayed invade. They may have guessed wrong.
They've guessed wrong and they're going to walk around the corner and they've gone, oh, China are here. Hold on a minute. You guys are meant to be on our buff. And now it might well be a smite fight. Who's going to get it? It is going to be Insect. Can he get away? He gets the exhaust out, but he's backside. Will they go Prey, he pops the barrier and the flash, and it looks like they've hit and run successfully. Ambition comes down, puts the slow card on Messiah, and all of Korea back away from that one. A great invade.
Really dangerous invade. A little bit touchy, but it definitely will pay off for them. The fact that Insect was able to take that away from Troll will mute their early game power right now. We knew Insect was the stopgap to try to let their lane survive, and that is a fantastic start, not only denying the mana, but the early game pressure from Troll experience-wise.
Wow, so what a start here. The blue buff, of course, is up in Insect's jungle, and he is headed straight for it. Not surprised there. That may well hinder Troll quite severely here. You can see he's trying to take down the red buff now. Had to go for the alternative. There's, of course, still got Smite available because he didn't win out that Smite fight. Didn't want to use it earlier on. Looks like he will pick up that red buff.
And this also confirms that Korea is getting 3 buffs to just the 1. A lot of times when we've seen the invade buff steals, they just trade, but because it wasn't a trade, it was actually a contest, it's a 1-for-0, not a 1-for-1 trade.
It does, of course, mean that actually the lanes didn't gain any advantage from this one. Shy maybe did because he was up there early. You can see he's hit level 2 before PDD in this top lane. And what do we think of this one? The Jace versus Zac.
Zac's going to have to really survive, I feel like. Shy is such... I mean, Jace in general is such a potent laner, but Shy in particular, because Shy wins lanes with champions he shouldn't win lanes with. It's crazy what he does when he has a champion who should win lane. So he already pushed up, plus he knows that Troll is set back early. The only thing he has to worry about, actually, is Messiah maybe teleporting in behind him, because I feel like Shy is going to be pushed up as far as possible on Jack for a real long time.
Speaking of problems right down in that bottom lane, they both just hit level 3, and Prey he's still at level 1. Both of them are level 3, he's still level 1, only just hit 2 now. And this is actually surely a factor because they went for that blue invade, but they didn't take those golems in the bottom lane.
And another one of the side effects of the blue invade was the fact that he lost his flash and his barrier in that little trade, so we thought it was a huge advantage for Insect, but I didn't have time to factor in all the summoner spell usages. I feel like Korea burned more getting away than China burned chasing.
Well, we'll see whether Insect can gain an advantage back for his team. He has just picked up that red buff, looking like he may well try and come visiting in this bottom lane.
Does have to back off, though. The board does get pinged out, and I think he sensed the play of Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao just kind of staying a little bit back as he was coming through.
Well, he is a blind monk. You know, he's going to sense these things, as we've seen, of course, against Teemo. But as it stands, it is the mid lane. We just saw Messiah actually coming back, teleporting back in towards that mid lane, but it's going to be the bottom lane where they dive in on towards Wei Zhao. They do manage to get the kick. There's going to be the jump. Forces the flash on Wei Zhao. The hook comes out from Matlow. Doesn't quite find the hole, and they escape successfully.
That was extremely close to working and getting Wei Zhao down, but he waited just in the right moments to use both his flash and his 90 caliber net to get away. Really, the execution power of that gank was so high, and I do think it was still a good gank despite not getting a kill.
Zhao Zhao very low in that bottom lane. We did see, actually, looking in towards the jungle, you can see Troll. He's come around and he's counter-jungling. He realized that Insect was down that bottom lane. He's come straight around, taking the wolves out there. Let's see whether he can gain any more advantages, because it is Korea pushing on this bottom turret.
And what he needs to do now, that is Troll, is he has to go into a lane and actually shove. Taking one jungle camp away does not negate this pressure that Korea has on the bottom lane.
And it is going to be pressure. We do see it's going to be Wei Zhao returning to the lane. I'm not too sure he wants to get too close to this turret. No, he doesn't, because in Korea have taken it. They've got enough of a creep wave there to take the turret inside 6 minutes.
So a very quick turret there for Korea. That will give them a little bit of bolstering in the lanes when they decide to go back and get the shop trip on. It'll also give them a chance to maybe shut down Diana a little bit, who honestly Ambition won't be able to do. Now Ambition has even more freedom roaming the map since there is no turret protecting Wei Zhao farming. If China wants to actually shut down Wei Zhao a little bit, which is nearly impossible in most games on Caitlyn farm, because he's farming in that empty turret, Ambition might have a chance to.
Well, we do hear Ambition using the taunt there on Messiah. Wow, this seems like a bit of a grudge match in the mid lane. Using the Get Real kit, I think it was, on towards Messiah as he pulls out that stun card, gets level 6. And actually, we haven't really had a chance to talk about these mid laners, how they've been doing against each other. You can see 42 to 46 CS, very close between them. Both have just hit their ultimates, and actually both have gone for very similar builds.
And the Double Doran's ring is more common on Twisted Fate against Diana because he needs a little bit of resiliency just to make sure the jump on doesn't instantly kill him. The Double Doran's on Diana is a little bit more curious since he went for the Crystalline Flask as well. Usually you'll see Double Doran's in top lane, but Diana might go a little quicker for either just straight up magic resist or
whole bunch of ability power.
This top lane is PDD under a little bit of pressure there. You can see the Tear of the Goddess was picked up early on by Shy, so he's going to start stacking that out. You can see he's clearly winning the CS battle, as you would expect. Jason's going to be able to clear those waves out very quickly. PDD really has to go with simple defensive, but there's going to be two members coming up there. We do see Insect and Shy, but it's quite clearly visible.
And actually, Mad Life forces the flash in mid lane, but I want to get back to this top lane matchup because Shy has spent this entire game pushed to PDD's turret, and it's really showing in the way that PDD hasn't been able to roam around. 20 minion kills already, and just now Troll is starting to come up top, but because of the way Insects outstole the blue buff at the start of the game here, Troll still isn't level 6, so Shy, for a little while longer, can still feel safe keeping this far up.
Now I want to look at what's developing in this bottom lane. There's a big CS advantage starting to build here. 38 CS for Prey, and 54 for Wei Zhao. It's going in. It's going to be Twisty Fate. It's going to be Wei Zhao's the target. There's no turret to fall back on. That's going to be the flash kill. He jumps on towards Zhao. Zhao gets the slowdown and the stun card. That will be 2 kills. It will be Korea that takes it. Ambition picks up the second.
And that was exactly the moment where Ambition wanted to go down. That has been set up for a while. Since they'd taken the turret earlier, we knew that Wei Zhao was going to be a little bit unsafe in that lane, but he was continually pushing up because he was trying to punish Prey's early game on Tristana. That's why Korea punished. That is the reactionary play that we lauded Korea so much more. There's might get a dragon as well.
It may well take a big advantage here. That's going to stretch their gold lead to around about 3,000 gold. Just coming up to 8.5 minutes in this game. That is a sizable portion of gold already this early on.
Really, really huge lead. 3,000, 8 minutes in, considering how dominant China looked in some of their games. But Korea, as we said, has been the most dominant team throughout this one. They've really punched China in the face really early on here, and China really will have to, I'm saying really a lot, have to come back here.
Well, it really, really is a problem for them because if there's any way in any sport to silence the home crowd, it's to put their team on the back foot very early on, and that is exactly what you're doing right now. The Koreans are in a dominant position. Can they continue to hold it, though? We've seen teams certainly going up against China before. North America comes straight to mind in game 2, but it's actually Paranoid that's causing the diving towards China top lane. This could be the first kill for China. Shy does flash away from this one. Will he be able to escape Troll? Surely we'll be able to land that Q in just a moment. He's going to be dead, you feel. There it is. It's going to be Troll picking up the first kill for China.
And Troll's really going to have to make that kill count because that was the first time he's impacted the game in 9.5 minutes. Shy had been punishing PDD this entire time, and that was the very first time that he got punished for that. Troll will have to wait a while on his next ultimate cooldown, but if he doesn't make that kill count, it might not be worthwhile.
So I feel that PDD is saving up, maybe wants to get that Giant Spell in there, but meanwhile you see Shy, he's going aggressive already. He's got that Brutalizer. The Tyranny Goddess has been stacking for a good few minutes already, and that Longsword to go with it. He is going to be a problem right now.
And it's because of the extremely strong laning phase of Jace, plus the shutdown that happened on Troll early on in the game. So Shy, not sure if he's just going to continue to lane against PDD and try to press that advantage, or whether he's going to press mid a little bit to allow Ambition to roam around more.
Well, let's take a look at the AD carries. Look at Prey. He is rushing that Infinity Edge. He's already got the BF Sword and the pickaxe comparison to just Berserker Greaves and double Longsword. In terms of damage, that is a huge difference.
And it's a really good thing that his team has been getting him kills, that China has a turret and that China has a dragon, because 48 minion kills on Tristana, 10.5 minutes into the game, is abysmally low. Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao have been doing such a great job shutting down his CS in that lane, but he's been getting it back in other ways, so that's why the damage is actually that high.
We'll see whether that is able to sustain as this game goes on. Insect picks up the red buff, and we do also see Troll going around looking at maybe trying to set something up. We've got the AD carry and supports of Mad Life and Wei, not Mad Life and Wei Zhao, dream team right there. Zhao Zhao and Wei Zhao, which is another dream team. Certainly China's dream team have moved into this mid lane. They're now up against Ambition.
And this may be trying to stop Ambition's roam here, but it was just the one Twisted Fate gank on Wei Zhao. Maybe they're trying to make sure Wei Zhao can't get ganked by TF by just staying next to him and not having to worry about it. Have to wait to see how that one plays out.
It does, of course, give free roam for the bottom lane. Prey is going to get some of that free farm. Nobody anywhere near him right now, so he could just keep on shoving. He's got good ward coverage. We do see 3 members of the Korean All-Stars moving in towards this mid lane. Mad Life joining Ambition, and that is going to be Insect just bouncing around, safeguarding around those wards.
And something that's quite underrated about the Lee Sin jungle when you go Sightstone is the immense amount of just random ward coverage you're able to create. Since he can use it for combat effectiveness, the Sightstone, the Lee Sin really just has the gank power as well as the map control, which may allow Shy to continue to push up since they have double the Sightstone of a normal team.
look at PDD's build. He did go for that giant spell, but he also went for a second cloth armor. So he's stacking up really in a mixed match of what to build, whereas Shy, he has full control of that lane, it seems. But the CS difference is not that great because Zac is quite happy just literally absorbing it on the tower.
But the big difference is Shy hasn't had to build any reactive items. If Twisted Fate goes up and ganks PDD, he will be completely vulnerable to that magic damage. That's the reason, you know, even though he's absorbing it, it's the build that's going to cost him later.
Paranoia comes out, but Insect is right there. There's Shy, they're going to dive on them. May well be able to get the damage down in the meantime, but here comes Ambitious to join the party. He's going to come in, gets the stun card on PDD. Shy gets away with absolutely nothing, and that is going to be the passive proc. But Prey and Messiah going at it as well. It's going to be Messiah that picks up the kill for China, but it's Korea that comes out on top with the double kill in the top lane.
Big time reactionary play right there. You have to say they sniffed out the troll ganks from Nocturne, and Twisted Fate ran into position to stop it. They drew out the fight long enough that he was able to get out there. And then in the bottom lane, Prey actually thought all the action was happening up top. He forgot that Messiah may actually be roaming down to hunt him, ends up getting a kill for himself as well.
So Messiah may well put some pressure on this turret. They've got a double wave with him. They may be able to take this one down. Madlife and Ambition back in this mid lane, of course. Wei Zhao and Xiao Zhao keeping that pressure going. There is a CS advantage still building between the AD carries. It is around about 33 minions right now, and it's Prey that's definitely falling behind. That's going to be Messiah taking the turret down on the bottom. Or will Madlife come in time? No, he won't. And now Madlife may be in trouble. Gets the flight just at the right time for Messiah. He really throws out. He does look like it is. That's going to be Prey taking the Dark Passage. Will he be able to jump on towards Messiah's head? The rocket jump is available. He does go for it, and now you can see it's actually China that are getting ready for this one. We have Troll coming down. He doesn't have his ultimate available. That's going to be a kill, and it's Messiah that goes down, but now Preymail will maybe target. Shy's going to come down. It's a 3v2 for Korea here. They're turning it around. Wei Zhao getting massacred there. Absolutely knocked him back. Flashes away from Madlife's hook.
That was amazing judgment there by the Korean team to know to go in, because it seemed like a very foolish endeavor trying to chase down a Diana that far away, since he had just killed Prey previously, and you think there'd be a bit of fear still in him, especially considering the length of the chase. The fear of a collapse coming in from China is really high, but they judged it right, got out with the kill, and now they're up 5-2.
Well, they just judged it because, I mean, even looking across the board, they all had the boots. That anyone that was likely to get remotely close to that fight, the boots were there. But it is Korea that are continuing to shove on the mid lane now. They may well be able to take the turret. They did get the blue buff a moment ago. It's Madlife that lands the hook, but PDD comes in. He gets less bounce going. Madlife does get the shield out. He will go down. Troll flashes away from this one. Now can they turn it on towards Insect? We do see in the top lane where is Ambition going. He's just going to back off, as are the rest of the Korean team. It's now 5-3 in kills.
PDD really trying to make an impact now. He's out of the laning phase against Shy because his turret has fallen, and we may see more plays like that. Let's Bounce is not on an extremely long cooldown, and he can fly all over the place with that elastic shot.
So we'll see how China do react. They've clumped together into a 4-man team right now. We do see Troll off the distance. He has got Paranoia available as well, and of course it looks like China will split out. They need to start trying to put some pressure on the turrets. We see Korea, they already have 2 turrets. That middle turret is very, very low as well, so that's almost certainly going to be the place where Korea starts to put the next pressure.
And this could be a bit of a breaking point for the LPL squad if they can't turn something around quickly, because we know with the Tristana pick and the Jace pick, once that Muramana transforms and once Tristana gets 2 or 3 items under her belt, the game is going to get much, much darker for China. But they're losing this hit. They're losing it now.
They're losing it now because Messiah just got absolutely destroyed. Shy and Insect, they seem to be roaming and working very well together. Very mobile champions, and Dragon now is the target for Korea.
And they are going to try to burst this down as quickly as possible. They cleared the pink board to block the Messiah teleport if they were to come in about 18 seconds when he reses up. A great Dragon after kill, but they're trying to turn on Ambition.
They pull the Paranoia down, but the stun card came straight out, and he's Troll that may well get taken down. Yes, he is. They're going to do the Dark Passage. They pull Ambition away, and he walks away with a kill. It might not be the last, though, because PDD is the next target. Wei Zhao also gets focused. There's a exhaust down on Shy there, but PDD, it's Insect that's jumping towards him, doesn't quite land the Q. PDD don't get it. They're on to Shy. They get Shy. It's a Messiah that comes in there this time around, and now Prey may be the next target. Oh, PDD, you stuck around. Insect has found you. Has the power available. The passive is up, and now Let's Bounce on Insect. He tries to get away, takes the Dark Passage. once again from Madlife and walks away. Wow, what a game.
Are you kidding me? I think that was a 1-for-1. They're fighting for about 45 seconds. Such execution, but after that, look at the goal lead, D-Man. It's almost 6,000 right now, so Korea, despite the hecticness of this game, must realize they're getting quite a big lead here.
You see Ambition, he backed away just in the right time then. I thought maybe Wei Zhao and Troll might find him, but wow, what a game. Definitely going for it now, and like you mentioned, I think China realized the situation they're in. Like, we have to create something. We can't afford to let this middle turret go. Madlife hooking on the minions. It looks like he's going to say, well, I'll take a few just before Shy gets here.
May as well. They're going to be going to nothing. And I got to point out the 173 farm that Ambition has on Twisted Fate over Messiah. That is a monstrous advantage. I think some of that had to do with the AD carrying support coming mid lane and actually relegating Messiah a bit to a side lane later on in the game, and that's one of the reasons Ambition's getting up there. But that first pick, Twisted Fate, is actually paying off right now.
Paranoia is not available, but Messiah doesn't care. He goes in on towards Insec, and well, takes a chunk of damage from Ambition for the pleasure. That turret, though, in that mid lane is incredibly low now, and it's Insec actually coming around, putting that ward down in preparation for that tower to fall. They know the blue buff is actually going to be up soon.
And the turret's so close to falling that LPO cannot be safe in here.
If there's going to be Insec, there's the turret. Troll's in trouble. He gets caught out, but Insec may well go down in the process. Yes, it is. It's a 1-for-1, but the turret goes to Korea, and Wei Zhao was the one that picked up the kill. There's going to be Messiah getting caught out. He gets stunned up. Ambition comes in, and Shy picks up the double kill.
Just gifting the kill there to Shy at the end because Ambition had done such a good job chasing Messiah through the jungle. China should not have been waiting at that sliver turret because the flank was there, and they are quite far behind.
They are very far behind now. Korea not needing the minions here, keeping the pressure straight on that turret, getting some hits in it. Here comes the conga line of minions, and his PDD. He's charging up. He's thinking of going for this one. Elastic slingshot bounces in there, but straight into the play of Madlife, and that forces him back. Now Madlife puts the hook down. PDD is going to get dropped. He gets the passive straight away. Can they clear out the passive, or will China be able to defend it? They will, but you can see Ambition. He wants it. He's going to throw the wild card through. Not going to be enough. Paranoia comes out from Troll. He's going to chase in there. He will get the fearless. Ace in the hole lands out from Wei Zhao. Isn't enough. Stun card comes in. That's going to be a shock blast from range, and Ambition walks away for the safety.
Woo. So he got a little bit greedy trying to finish off all the bloblets, and Troll tried to punish him for it. But in the end, that cost China again more than it costed Korea, and they continue to press this lead.
Big difference. Where is Messiah going? He's going to the top patrol. Ambition, sorry, hadn't finished him off there. I'm so used to seeing Twisted Fate Messiah. I just got completely excited. But it is Insec. He's looking for the kill here. He's sniffing around, lands it on Wei Zhao, forces him away. He can take his pick here, but then again, China could turn around on him.
I feel like that Twisted Fate ultimate served a dual purpose because it seems rather foolish to try to use that TF ult just to kill Troll since you can spell shield your gold card. But he was also giving Insec vision to maybe try to pick up another kill. Because China was safely enough away and in their turrets, that didn't happen, but it was that dual-purpose Twisted Fate ult.
Look at the pressure that Insec is keeping on Messiah here. Keeps coming in, poking around that. It's going to be Messiah that goes in, goes aggressive, but they're still keeping on that blue buff, and he's just going to safeguard straight away to Madlife. Doesn't he need the Dark Passage?
That was rude.
That was rude.
There was nothing that Messiah could do to actually get that blue buff. Complete safety by Insec and Madlife. Really just toying with Messiah on that blue.
They are having fun, it seems here. The Korean LCL team, Messiah clears out the wave. Let's have a look across the minion waves and the items, and that lead that's building up between Wei Zhao and Prey is pretty huge. It's just shy of 50 minions, or just over 50 minions, but more importantly, as you pointed out, Ambition versus Messiah. That swings completely the opposite direction. In gold terms, it is nearly 4,000 now.
And it's 4,000 for the mid laners, but it's still even for Prey and Wei Zhao, which is why they're completely okay having the Tristana here as really safety. Because they've won the early game and mid game thanks to the Lee Sin and the Twisted Fate. And if it gets to late game, then Prey's going to be able to take off because he's sticking solid with Wei Zhao despite getting punished early game.
Well, and of course, you've got to take into account, obviously, the Twisted Fate passive that it gives you. So you're going to be gaining gold everything you do, every little bit of time. 21 minutes into the game, it's got to be around about 1,000 plus already just from that passive.
Yeah, I mean, quick math, that's about close to 600 minion kills, so an easy 1,200 gold just taken because of Twisted Fate. One of the underestimated facts of Twisted Fate sometimes, not only does he get global presence, he just
gives people money.
He gives everybody the money. It's a personal piggy bank right there. But as it is, Shy is going up the top. He's completely dominating that lane. He was putting the pressure all over PDD, and PDD is simply being reactive the whole time. He's not been the monster that we've seen throughout this tournament so far. It looks like in his last exchange clock will get charged up. If only I could say the word, and he does manage to clear out the way. But well, they may be in trouble here.
And the even more dangerous thing is Shy is pretty much at a perfect point for his item build. Merman Transform with the Brutalizer and the Last Whisper. Well stacking armor penetration, and Korea has no qualms about turret diving and finishing games early.
Ooh, Xiao Zhao taking a big hit from the Shock Blast. You see Insect landing that Q once again on PDD, and I think it's safe to say the best Lee Sin player in the world right now, as has been proven between the two. Wei Zhao there, just getting taken low, and again the Q lands. It's Wei Zhao, he wants to get it on though. You can see the pressure continuing to be put down by Shy, and the Korean team setting up for this one. Messiah and Ambition in the mid lane, they keep holding off that lane against each other.
And Korea's really just trying to find a window here. They have the jungle in between the two lanes completely littered with wards, thanks to Insect Sightstone and Mad Life's Ruby Sightstone. When they find a window, they might go, or they're just keeping LPL scared and making sure they can't get snuck up on.
Kept the pressure down. Insect does manage to finally get in there, looking to get on Wei Zhao, and look at that. Ambition kept the pressure on, continuing. They do manage to go in towards Messiah there as well, putting the damage down, but that's another 2 turrets picked up, and the gold lead now is 9,000.
5 turrets to 1 as well. This is actually the turret number that happened in the North American game when I was sitting up with Joe on the couch and we said, yeah, this game is probably over at this point because it's so hard to come back from this 10,000 gold lead this early on in the game. Korea's just going to continue to let it grow, and as long as they don't make a mistake, I think they have this one.
I do think they have it. We do see Prey heading down the bottom. He's going to keep that giant wave pushing along the bottom. The bottom inner turret is the only one standing now, so that almost certainly will be Korea's next target, but they are starting to go back and build some more items. We do see the Rabadon's Death Cap, Abyssal Scepter on Ambition already. In comparison, Messiah, well, look at it. He's only got that Abyssal Scepter and Sorcerer's Boots, and he is missing a complete item, and that is the big difference in the goal.
And it's not like he's missing a little tiny item. He's missing a Rabadon's Death Cap, the second, I think the second most expensive ability power item in the game. That's actually wrong. But it's a very expensive ability power item. It's super expensive is the big thing to note here. Not a good sign. We've seen so many different Twisted Fate builds coming out. We've seen Lichbane rushes. We've seen just Zhonya's Hourglass rushes, but because he was landing against a Diana, Abyssal Scepter to make sure he didn't get spiked out, and because they're so far ahead, he decided to go for that Death Cap so he can just destroy someone in the combo.
And in terms of the supports as well, we're also seeing a bit of a difference. They've both got the Ruby Soul Stone, but you can see the Philo Stones, but there is a boots of mobility compared to no boots at all.
And I think a lot of that also just has to do with the general gold advantage. Lulu would love to have boots of mobility, so she could run in and just snare people with Glitter Lance, but there's no luxury, and the Ruby Sightstone is much more of a necessity than boots of mobility.
And then in terms of junglers, you can see it's actually more of a support from Insect. He's going for that Runic Bulwark, and he's going to have the Runic Bulwark very soon, of course. Also went for that Sightstone, a pretty expensive item in itself.
And we knew coming into this that someone on the Korean team was going to have to make sacrifices as far as to make this team work, and so far it's been Insect.
Oh my god, Shy from range just pokes down and drops where Xiao Zhao, where he stands, and that is the third inner turret now down.
And some of that has to do with the sacrifice that Insect has put in. As he goes in, might try to start this fight. He's just having fun with his jungle gym right now.
You can see, just safeguards. He's got that dark passage. He's like, I'm just going to bounce around the map, keep the cameraman on his toes. The pressure now being put on towards his inhibitor turret.
And it's because of the 74 mini kills on Insect that those Shock Blasts are killing, and that Ambition has so many mini kills. Insect is a support role right now. He is an initiator who will go in, kick someone back, and that is his job. They have enough late game awesomeness on their team that they don't need him to scale up. So all he's doing is building tank utility and making fights happen.
And because of the difference between the two AP players, the mid lane is Ambition and Messiah, we're seeing Ambition continuing to keep split pushing, keep that pressure on the mid line, and simply put, Messiah can't beat pound for pound right now.
They can't fight any of them pound for pound, which is why we're actually seeing this kind of triple push, because they know Korea does, wherever they go, no one on China is going to be able to duel them. China will have to force a fight at some point. Maybe it'll be now.
Well, PDD goes in and takes a chunk of damage. It's not quite all the abilities they were hoping for. Paranoia does get used, but he's going to be suicidal if he goes in on that one and chooses wisely to back away. But nevertheless, that's an ulti burn.
And it's a Okay, just the one ulti burn, as well as Messiah's will be on cooldown. I have to give credit where it's due to Mad Life here. Every time Diana is ulting in, he is starting a play, and it's actually preventing the damage from applying on that Diana ult because she never connects with her target.
And there's going to be the middle turret going down. It's PDD they're going to target on. They throw out the wildcards and the stuns. Messiah goes in on Insect, forces him away. But Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao had already backed away from that turret. They may well get a second inhibitor turret from this one. They choose to back away. They haven't taken the inhibitor down, but it doesn't matter. Two completely exposed inhibitor, that is disastrous for China.
They need to do something really drastic and very quickly. I'd have to say every play that China will make for the rest of this game is going to be low percentage. So they're hoping right now that Korea tries to go for Baron or that they backed in different situations from each other. Insec is a little greedy sticking around. This might be LPL's small chance.
Well, we see Troll going in, but he immediately gets ulti kicked straight away, and Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao, they can't chase this one up. Only single boots for Zhao Zhao. He's not going to be able to chase it down, but Mad Life is there. He thought about maybe closing the gap. He had that Oracle ready. He wanted to clear out the wards, but Insec kind of led the Chinese team straight to it.
Yeah, Insec had so many free ways of getting back in that one, and that's one of the reasons I think China didn't overchase. He still actually had 2 charges on his Sight Stone, so we could have war jumped if things actually would have went badly. So total safety, even though it looked a little greedy.
Looks a little greedy, but look at the damage items, the difference. Shy compared to PDD. PDD has had to go complete tank. He had that Sunfire Gate built a while ago, but really is struggling to build anything else because all of China are having to clump up as a unit to defend. And Shy, meanwhile, well, he's a farming machine right now. Black Cleaver, Last Whisper, and the Muramman have completed. Well, it's not even a close fight.
Scary. It's just a little bit scary. Prey is also starting to reach that late game Tristana, so the insurance is paying out, even though they didn't need it. So they're just rolling in money right now.
Absolutely rolling in it. Wei Zhao being a long way up lane here, to be fair, with that many exposed items. He really hasn't got a great ward coverage in that jungle either, but the rest of the Chinese team were lingering around there, sort of all as a complete protective unit.
And Korea is continuing the triple push. They're not trying to do a Baron because they realize that might be a situation where they lose the game. They'd rather skirmish around the 3 inhibitors, whittle them down, get the inhibitors down, and just win the slow and steady way.
And they've got a creep wave coming in. Remember, it's just about 2 shots left on that turret.
They might fight here.
In one. It is going to be 1 shot. Prey makes just 1 more. We'll finish it off. There goes the turret. 2 down, and there's going to be the shot class once again on Wei Zhao, and it is doing chunks of damage to him.
And they're showing Korea is a surprising amount of restraint because they might have Twisted Fate ulted in. LPL trying to make a play.
They're diving on towards Ambition. The Paranoia comes out. They do manage to get on towards him, as does Messiah. There's going to be the Wild Growth, but it is simply put not enough. And Korea has a full strength unit. Now move in. There's going to be Messiah surely getting dropped down. He'll go down. PDD, he's bouncing around the team, but the rest of us have had to back off. The passive comes out. That is going to be PDD over and done with. And that may well be close to the game for Korea.
Another last-ditch effort by China. You cannot fault them for going in on that, but they lose their 2 biggest damage dealers. Wei Zhao, the only person who does damage to escape this. All 5 are up for Korea. They may try to push this one through without super minions.
Oh, we see there's going to be the second inhibitor down. Looks like they may back away from this one. Korea playing it safe, and why not? The game is in the palm of their hands. They have no reason to risk it and go for the game.
And especially with the Oracles on Mad Life, while running this way back through the Baron Pit, they can not only check to see if they got seen running towards the Baron Pit, they can check in the Baron Pit, which is what they're going to see right now. They realize LPL doesn't have the capacity of stopping this one, as Troll has no ultimate up.
Well, I believe it was called the Freight Train move there, as all 4 members go over the wall and take the Baron.
I never understood why a Freight Train jumps over walls.
I don't know what walls a Freight Train can jump over. Maybe it should be called something different. But it worked anyway, nevertheless. And it is Korea that are stomping their way through this one. It is 8,000 gold lead, and more importantly, it's 8-1 in turrets and 2 inhibitors currently down. So what do China have to do to turn it around in the next match?
China's got to do a lot of thinking, and I think one of the big things is find a way to punish more early. Since they picked a very early game composition, then lost it, Insect had a huge amount of pressure, I think. North America may have had it figured when they were banning out Lee Sin. There's so much to try to take out against these teams, but Insect Lee Sin, I feel, was the MVP with the Korean team in their first round, and it may even be into this game, even though he's only got 77 minutes.
Ooh, Insect trying to get on towards Wei Zhao, and the shot blast catches on. It takes him down to half health. And as you mentioned, you know, the fact that the turret went down first, it was Korea that actually used effectively a Chinese tactic. Oh my god, Insect is going deep on this one. It's going to be, well, Ambition will join him. No, it doesn't matter because the surrender has come out. And wow, wow, would you believe it? A strong, dominant performance from Korea in game one there. They just looked unstoppable.
And it looked like Insec had lost his mind a little bit there at the end, and I was actually ready to go with it. It's like he saw a window, he's going, oh wait, there was a surrender. Well, okay, that makes sense.
I mean, who are we to question him? He's just absolutely dominant on Lee Sin there. Maybe that's one of the bands that may well have to come out here.
I really think you got to take away that Lee Sin. I was not a believer before coming into this. I thought Lee Sin, you sit back early, you ward against his ganks, you kind of let the other team have a bit of an edge, and then late game he falls apart. But the way the Korean team is running this, with Insec still having a monstrous impact in teamfights because of his ability to do the incredibly complex ward jump kickback, and then just being content building utility items with the rest of the Korean team building really good late game champions, I feel like the Lee Sin is the key to that strategy, and they need to ban it up.
We'll see what they do. Of course, it seems that the Chinese team, they looked a little down there, as you would expect, but I would hope the fact that they have gone with that surrender, they spent that time to talk about what do we do next.
And that's something that every team should do in these tournaments when they are down almost insurmountably in a game. If you surrender right away, the game is just over and you don't have much time in between matches. But they may have been talking for quite a while. They figured out their plan. They said, all right, let's get back in the last game before we get demoralized. Surrender, go into the next one.
Well, we'll see whether they do. Of course, we are going to send it over to Riv and Freak for a breakdown of one of the biggest plays of the game.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Chilling out here with Freak. We're going to do a few replays for you, and really the momentum of the Korean team coming from game one the series one, I should say, against North America 2-0 here, looking for another 2-0, carrying that momentum. Insec carrying with Lee, and I think the replay here, we talked about it in the first game, it's Korea being in the right spot at the right time all the time.
Yeah, this is actually a really, really beautiful counter gank coming in from Insec. Let's actually roll the clip out because you can see that Insec is actually waiting in the brush to counter gank when Troll comes in, and he just turns it around, and Ambition makes his way up to also counter gank. Now Shy does amazing duck dodging and diving to get out of this one overall, but this kind of just tells the story of how good the Korean team was in this entire match. They found every counter gank. Prey gets caught. Okay, that was a little silly, but for the rest of the time, I mean, even Mad Life had come up through the tri-brush at that point. They all collapsed in for kills. Insec was ready to counter gank. It was a really, really just beautiful set of game from them. They were always in the right place.
Freak, how do you plan a second game strategy with two of the most impactful champions on two of the most impactful and all-star players, and Insec on Diamond, Insec on Lee Sin, and Mad Life on Thresh? They let through that time. They can't let it happen again.
It's really interesting because it depends on how you want to play the game. All right, if you say no, Xiao Xiao is a better support than Mad Life, and a lot of people would say that's probably not the case. Or look, if our jungler can out jungle your jungler, right? You don't have to always pay respect to the enemy team. You say, look, pick what you want. We'll pick our stuff, and we'll just win. The thing is, that's kind of what the Chinese team has done the entire time. Or the Korean team, I should say, has done the entire time. They say, look, we know what we're going to play, and it's going to work better. And I mean, we've seen time and again, the other team will try to ban someone out, and it almost never actually works. It doesn't actually do anything. Right. Insec's Lee Sin got banned in the match against North America, and it didn't matter. He was great on Zac. And you've got to be able to say, look, what are we actually going to do for ourselves? Because they got to stop trying to ban out everything.
Absolutely. And coming into that first series, like I said, game one was a surrender into game two. They've managed to do it again, now versus the Chinese LPL squad in their series for the final matchup. So coming up is the second round in this fight between Korean LCL squad and the Chinese LPL All-Stars. And with one more win, Korea will take home the title and earn an extra slot for the LCL in the World Playoffs. The 2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend. We'll be right back. Stick around.
2013 League of Legends All-Star Weekend and the finals of the team tournament. Now we're just moments away from Game 2 between the Chinese LPL squad and the Korean LCL All-Stars. But first, I'd like to welcome North America's All-Star support, X-Special, to the interview lounge. I'm here with Freak to ask him a couple of questions. Now, X-Special, you just come out of the game against the LCL All-Stars, the Korean team, and you guys didn't play bad, but it just seemed like they were one step ahead.
That's a pretty fair statement. They came out really strong. We prepared, but it's hard to prepare against a team that has so many strong picks. Honestly, we need like 20 bans in order to just have a huge impact on the game. And they just have so many strong champions, and we had a tough time, and they played really well.
So then what do you do then coming into a match like that instead of prepare? Can you prepare your own like multiple strategies for yourselves and get your own roster up to date, or what could you have done differently maybe?
Well, we had we knew our weaknesses going into this tournament, and that one of that was just our champion roster. It wasn't as wide as I had hoped. And against a team that had twice as many champions available, it just showed that these guys know their champions, and we were kind of pigeonholed into certain picks that you guys kind of saw in the first game, for example, Ryze, and it just didn't turn out the way we wanted to. But in the end, I think we came out strong in this tournament, so I'm not upset.
Right, proud of the tournament, as you should be. Now, I've noticed that a lot of people have been saying, well, X-Special is playing so good. Well, they've seen you playing in the LCS for 10 weeks. Do you feel yourself that you have stepped up here? And if so, why is that?
That's a tough thing to say. For me personally, I always try to improve. I don't really care about being the best. It's really more that every time I play, I want to be even better for the next game. And coming to the All-Stars, I've learned so much from LCS, and I've learned so much in boot camp, and I've learned so much in this tournament. And once I go back home, I'm going to put all these things I learned, and I'm going to be a better player. And that's really my goal. And I mean, if I eventually do become the best, I mean, that's part of the step, but I always want to improve.
Can you share some insight with us? What kind of things have you learned? What kind of things can you apply to your team or yourself back home?
One big thing is my ability to, since I understand the game at a fairly high level, I should share that with my teammates. I should be making calls. I should let my team know exactly what I'm thinking, and to give my shot caller a higher understanding of the situation. And that's something I haven't really needed to do, since Reginald has always been a really phenomenal shot caller. But after playing with the All-Star team, I feel like I can even help him be even better at shot calling. So that's one of the big things I learned.
Picking a lot up from this tournament and making it more global, what do you feel this has taught you about the entire scene right now, worldwide, and where the strengths are and the weaknesses?
It's really clear with this All-Star tournament that China, Korea, the Asian scene in general, they look really, really strong. And I think it's fair to say that NA has been stepping up, but at the same time, Korea and China are also stepping up. It's really a question of how fast can these NA teams improve, and with the LCS, teams have been improving a lot. I am looking forward to Cloud9. They are a really strong team, new to LCS, and they can really, really put a huge mark in the North American scene and potentially the world.
So last question for you. Looking into the future, the summer split's coming up soon, and after that comes the World Playoffs. How do you see the North American team stepping up to the World when it comes time to play for the World Championship?
Every team will try their best, that's for sure. Now with Cloud9 into the new LCS roster, I really feel that NA has a pretty good shot. There's going to be stuff coming out with TSM Snapdragon and Cloud9 that will likely impact just how well we do at Worlds. And like I said before, my biggest goal is for NA to have a huge shot at Worlds, and that's really my biggest goal.
All right, thank you very much. And of course, for those of you guys who didn't catch the news at home, Cloud9 is the old Quantix squad that qualified into the LCS. That was a pretty recent sponsor change. So just clearing that up for you guys, just in case you didn't know that one. X-Special, thank you very much for your time with us. Of course, we do want to get the other games on our way. Let's please send it back over to Demon and Chat at the desk.
Thank you very much, Freak and Shox, and of course X-Special. And it's interesting, really, to hear his words and how he's saying like the Asian scene really has stepped up, and honestly it has. I mean, we knew that kind of coming into this, but it's definitely going to be a bit different for them.
And the biggest thing to take away as we move into this next game is him saying we need about 20 bans to stop that from happening, because everyone was saying how could they possibly let Thresh and Zac through, but then in that last game you and me were talking in between the break, what do they need to react to for China? How do they stop them? Because Twisted Fate and Jace and Lee Sin just kind of seemed unstoppable, but that's going to have its own consequences if they try to ban that out.
And absolutely, and he kind of mentioned it like you were just saying. It's like he needed 20 bans, and we were literally between the break going, they can ban this, but then it's going to be this, and then they need to leave this open. It's like, and actually, that's basically what the teams are going to do. They've got to take that little strategy break and discuss it. So which way do we think it's going to go? Because now it's blue side for China. They want Rumble to sneak through because honestly, either Rumble or Kha'Zix for PDD, because Zac just hasn't been that impactful.
No. PDD's two biggest games were on Kha'Zix and on Rumble, and I feel like both of them are going to get banned in this game.
Well, we will see. It is going to be the picks and bans, of course. They could mean that Twisted Fate may sneak through for Messiah. Who knows? We just saw Ambition on it.
There's a chance of it, but if we consider the Korean game to be more fearful of Twisted Fate, the 3 bans are clearly not those 3. Maybe he's going to sneak through.
Maybe it will. We do see Hecarim Rumble. We're expecting to see Kha'Zix maybe banned out here. Kennen and Lee Sin have snuck through. We'll see what the next bans are. Of course, they could be a big difference. Rise targeted at Shy again. I'm not sure about that ban.
And I actually am kind of sure at that ban. The Rise was so dominant. They've been watching, not only in this tournament, the top lane Rise was destroying in the OGN Champions League as well. And I feel like they can play against Jace maybe if they pick a more aggressive counter.
Oh, man. Well, maybe they've gone straight for it. Zhao Zhao, if you remember, was landing the hooks day and night against Mistake and the rest of the Garena Premier League All-Stars, and that is definitely a strong pick for them straight away there. You see it getting locked in on those great big monoliths. Of course, Shox did mention we are going to try and smuggle them back to Good luck. I'm not too sure the customs may allow it through.
Good luck with that one. The Kha'Zix and Jace being picked right after each other really blocks a lot of stuff for PDD in particular to play, because his Kha'Zix, as we said, and Rumble were his 2 big things, no longer available.
Absolutely. Even, of course, the fact that Shy has taken Jace once again. Have they got a plan to figure it out? Jarvan, as you predicted, off air, by the way, they said, they're going to leave Ban through. They're going to have to just live with Jarvan. And sure enough, they have let Jarvan through. There is Zac again for PDD. A little bit surprised on that one.
And there is a slight chance that we're going to see the Zac in the jungle and the Jarvan in the top lane, because way back in the Season 2 World Championships, PDD's top lane Jarvan was just killer. But with what we've seen recently, Trolls Jarvan is the most likely scenario for them.
We'll see whether it comes out that way. Looks like it's going to be Prey this time on Caitlyn. That's got it selected currently. Just having the discussion right there on your screens, trying to decide. Ambition, of course, the other champion of choice. Probably going to go for the support here.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, because when you pick your 2 solo lanes so quickly like that, you're just saying, well, we're going to pick anything we want. They need to pick a good support against...
Wow.
I'm going to stop for a second.
That's just thrown everything wide open. Ambition says, you know what? I'm going to take Gragas. It's the final. I'm going to have some fun. I'm going to have me some alcohol and see how it goes.
Is it a jungle Kha'Zix then?
Oh my god.
I think it's got to be Insect's jungle Kha'Zix.
And funny enough, if you remember the Korean fun games they had, the All-Stars versus the runners-up, they actually did run Gragas in the jungle. Insect was having fun with that one. I don't think they're going to rock that out in the grand finals, though.
I don't think so either. The most likely thing is a jungle Kha'Zix, but that throws the LPL team for a bit of a loop, because now they're trying to figure it out as well. That's most likely what we're going to be seeing. This could be a bit of a return. We'll get to that.
I don't think that's not going to get selected.
The Vayne lock-in is, I think, what the big cheer was for. Because Wei Zhao was almost a Vayne play before double it.
Well, that is very true. And Malphite is a huge champion for China, and it has been locked in. Okay, break this one down. That is either a mid-lane Malphite or a mid-lane Zac. And either one of the top or the mid. They're going to be which way or the other.
I think it's mid-lane Malphite for sure. Especially when IG ran this composition, they would run Z-Tai on Malphite and then Zac top for PDD. Probably the most likely scenario, even though the same composition was ran over in Europe in the finals, but they had Zac in the mid lane and Malphite in the top. So you can clearly do it in either way, in either role. But this is so much about just everyone flying in from over 1,000 units away and just trying to kill.
And the exciting part is that Insect's playing Insect.
You think he's playing Insect?
Well, I can't see any other jungler in there unless they do go
really,
something,
man? What about
something
Lulu?
crazy. They could just pull something completely bonkers out of that. Who knows? But it looks like Lulu will get selected. Madlife is still hovering over it. There is still discussions. And remember, Blitzcrank is available, which they may well switch around to, but I doubt it.
Especially because of the incredible dive that's coming out from the Chinese squad. They need the Lulu to just let Prey survive a little bit as everyone comes for him.
So they are the teams locked in. What are we seeing from these two teams? That is a very tanky team from China.
I'm seeing the Gragas being the jungler right now. They actually did trade it away initially. And that's going to be the thing that's probably on the top of my mind as I try to go through this. But the Chinese team is extremely aggressive, mainly because everyone will be able to dive in at once. Their team fight up front is extremely potent. After that, they really have to rely on Wei Zhao's main.
Okay. Question put to you: If this stays this way, Gragas, legitimate jungler.
Insect rune page that is selected right now, it's not locked in, is 20 ability power and 15% attack speed.
What?
That tells me he's doing it.
I want to keep that screen up, and we think he's going to do it. He pulled it out in the runner-up All-Star game in Korea that was broadcast by the OGN, and Monte Cristo kindly broadcast it to the rest of the world so we could see this that happened. And they were very, very strong with that. I'm not going to lie. Coming out the jungle with a belly slam, those explosive casks, that could be a problem.
They're going to win a lot of style points if they win this game because that is a jungle
Is
Gragas.
that rude, though, to China? Is that like a slap in the face?
I don't know.
On home soil?
I can't tell yet because the first time that Diamond picked Jungle Volibear, people were saying, what's he doing? He's just messing around.
Yeah. And he was like, And this is Insect. This is Insect. This is the #1 jungler in the world. He won the 1v1 competition, beat the double Lee Sin fight off against Diamond Prox. If you missed that earlier on, you can check it out on lolesports.com. But we are live into the game, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the Chinese LPL as the blue team. They are 1-0 down against the Korean LCL All-Stars. And would you believe it, we have Insect on Gragas. Tell your mother, your grandmother, and even wake up your stepdad.
I totally agree. He's like, man, you can't believe the fat character that is picking the jungle. He's wearing Hillbilly Gragas. Let's go watch this guy.
Yeehaw! I don't know where the Hillbilly came from, but nevertheless, he's got Hillbilly Gragas. So as it stands, though, let's have a look. Are they going to go for anything bonkers in this level 1 fight? Will we see any standoffs? We did see some hooks, of course, coming out from the Korean team against the North Americans with that Thresh. I don't think there's going to be any invades, though, this time around.
Yeah, I don't think so. But if anyone's to invade, I mean, Gragas can hop over the walls at level 1. This is going to be a tricky one. And you know about element of surprise. Korea definitely has it here with the Jungle Gragas.
I wonder if China have come up against this. I'm sure some statistician will check it out. I'm sure it definitely didn't come up when we were looking at the highest percentages of picks and bans.
No,
that's for sure.
Not very close to that one. And I think you're right about the level 1 jungle scenario here. We're not going to be seeing a contest smite as far as I can tell. We don't even really see many deep wards. There's a lot of wards in the river, but nothing that really gives too much knowledge.
Not everybody's standing by. PDD looking like he will be in the top lane, so it means the AD and support of China should be down that bottom lane. They're currently lingering around there along the red side. Madlife and Prey also will be down the bottom lane, so this may well be standard meta. I think it's safe to call, if you can call it that.
Standard meta
with the
Gragas jungle.
I fear for solo queue right now, I really do.
So there was a time where Jungle Gragas was actually really strong, like way back in Season 1, when you could build Leviathan and just body slam around with Max W. Those times are long ago.
Leviathan, I forgot that item ever existed. I'm trying to cast it out of my mind, but it is going to be shy in that top lane. PDD will be roaming on his way up there. There is already a ward there, so he may take a knock to the face as he goes up. But Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao have set themselves up in the mid lane, and Prey and Madlife are responding to this one.
So they're trying to reactionarily come back to this, but this will put them back in the mid lane a little bit because Wao Zhao and Jay Zhao
go straight bottom.
Messed up those names. Wei Zhao and Zhao Zhao don't want to do that. They want to shut down Ambition because they've actually seen Ambition's Kha'Zix before. He tries to get that 350 minion kills by 30 minutes, Kha'Zix, and as much as they can shut him down early, as much as they can prevent that.
Well, we'll see. And who benefits from this idea of swapping again? That's who's going to benefit from it. It's actually going to keep the more that China switch around, they are the ones that are losing out the wave. We saw actually Korea stuck around for that wave. Now they're heading back down the bottom. They're going to pacify that ward, and they are insistent on keeping these lanes equal.
I think it more depends on who initiated the swaps in the first place, because it was actually Korea who decided to do the first swap.
They're going back.
Someone should get caught the next time they swap this. The jungler should be catching on if they're going to continue to do these swaps.
Well, the jungler of China, Troll, is just lingering off the side there. They have 4 members currently around that mid lane, so they may well try and catch out Ambition if they suddenly see him coming out there. Look at them. There's a lot of experience being lost by China doing this, though.
They had 4 people just sitting in the jungle while both the lanes were pushing up for quite a while. Now they're going all the way down. I'd say the mind game advantage there definitely comes out for Korea, as they still don't have the lanes they want, but they did get an advantage. There's the catch.
Well, there is going to be Troll going in, but it's Prey and Mad Life. They may turn this back around on him because they're mid-river and they are starting to head the way back up the top there. It's generally Prey and Mad Life that initiate and do manage to go up that river, but this time Wei Xiao and Zhao Zhao, they're hoping they can stick around and keep it a little longer. There is a giant creep wave in that mid lane that's keeping pushing in, and actually Ambition's just they think, this is brilliant, I'm going to get a lot of farm.
And he really needs to get that, because if the only, he's not even giving it up. If the only goal of what LPL is doing right now is to keep Ambition down, it's being successful, because he's at 7 minion kills as they continue to just bounce back and forth.
He's like, food ya, coming back. And Ambition goes back in there and does pick up that big creep wave as well. And look at this, Mad Life and Grey is still sticking there. It's like, you know what? We're all going to stay in the mid lane.
Let's just have a good old ARAM here at the end. Please don't. But they're going to be able to maybe get some aggression on. Nice knockback. We are seeing damage in all this madness.
Well, it seems that Prey and Mad Life are saying, well, we're happy to stick up against you here. Wei Xiao taking a big slunge of damage there, is backing off, so it seems they're going to go back and buy him. Ambition is going to get his wish and stay a little bit solo with Messiah for a short period.
So I almost forget what the point of this was. Ambition has what he wanted. He wanted the 1v1 lane, even if he's against Malphite, who will stack armor against a mainly physical damage Kha'Zix, which is dangerous in itself. Oh, Zhao Zhao misses the play.
The flash play, the hook goes on to Mad Life, but it's a little too close to the turret to follow up. China are forced to back away from this one, but it is Korea backing away. Let's have a look how things have shaken out here, because this top lane, we've really ignored it. PDD and Shy going against it, and again, we do see Shy starting to build up the CS lead though, but we can see PDD, he went for a different build this time around. He got 2 Rejuve builds.
And it was maybe because Shy put too much early harass on him in the last game. This time though, Troll was distracted with all the lane swapping, trying to make a play happen, and still was not able to help Shy's early lane push. But because of the double rejuve beat, I have to say, the minion kills are much closer.
And actually, while all that was going on as well, Troll did come in and try to interrupt him. He tried to get involved, but you can see in terms of the CS difference between them, Insect just carried on farming. He just carried on doing what he's doing.
Insect spent a little bit of time in the top lane hoping to get a gank, but he's farming up pretty solidly on that jungle Gragas. I really want to see how his build progresses after that Spirit Stone.
And the AD carry as well, you can see it's pretty even between them. We do see differences in the item builds coming out here. We see the Vampiric Scepter being picked up by Wei Xiao, and Prey in terms, he went for the Berserker Greaves early on.
And I feel like that could just be a lane swap game. I need to run back and forth from the lanes even faster because of Berserker's Greaves. But at the same time, almost every Caitlyn we see does go Berserker's Greaves, and a lot of that has to do with, since Caitlyn outranges every other AD carry, if you bring move speed, you kind of keep that tether away from them and they can never close the distance.
I've lost count of how many switches we're at. I think it might be 5. Or maybe 6 right now, because it's happened again. Wei Xiao and Zhao Zhao back down the bottom lane against Ambition this time, but the closer Ambition gets to 6, the less it really matters, because once he has those spikes evolve there, he's just going to be clearing those waves quick anyway.
And because they've been swapping so much and so liberally, he's gotten enough. No one has actually lost out hugely on this, and when the game does devolve to the free lane farming, the 30 CS that he's maybe lost in the first 7 minutes is going to get made up in a couple seconds if he gets a giant stack.
Yeah, he's just like, boom, there's 6 minions gone straight down. Of course, he hasn't got the Tear of the Goddess. It's delayed that building up, which we can see Shy with right now. The belt coming out from Insect in that top lane. Prey does manage to get a couple of shots on towards Zhao Zhao as he tries to maybe hang around, and he's actually very close to landing that hook. But again, it is China that want to be in that solo lane. It looks like they were heading up towards the top, but they're going to linger around in this bottom lane, so which means it will be Messiah, which we haven't really taken a look at yet.
No, and we may have actually been focusing on the wrong things with all these lane swaps, because we thought it was maybe Ambition versus Messiah that's the strange matchup. Got to be careful. Insect's got his body slam.
He has got his cask. Oh, he's not quite level 6, though. He's going to roll out the power. Does get the body slam down. PDD just bounces away from that one. But that was his ultimate used. Where is the teleport going? Malphite thought about going some there, but wait, didn't go for it unless he just teleported back to lane.
I believe he teleported. He canceled his teleport's at half the cooldown as it should be, so definitely canceled his teleport or something around this line. I'm just messed up.
Well, we do see an invade in the jungle. PDD is going to get his popped. It will be the passive, though, and he's on the turret. There's a giant creep wave coming in. This may well be first blood for Korea if they can focus the right target. It's going to wait till he gathers up there. It will be first blood. It's PDD that gets taken down, but now Korea are trying to get on towards Troll. Troll was pushing in. He went and got the blue buff, but you can see it's Mad Life that just picks up the double stack.
And that is huge for the LCL Korean All-Stars. Perfect play at the top lane at first by Shy because he actually waited for the Blobus to get really close, then boom, Shock Blast, kill all of them at once. So there was no way the Blob was reforming under that. And then we were focused on the top, but there was the extended steal attempt by China, which was then reactively punished by China to give them the great early lead.
So, double stack on Mad Life. Yeah, he's going to be having fun. At least
he's got more buffs than he does minion kills so far in this game with all the lane swapping, but he's going to have so much fun with that. And I do have to say we may have had the wrong focus when we were thinking about the lane swaps because we didn't consider Wei Zhao versus Prey and how Vayne was actually wanting to get the extra mini kills in that lane, and that was actually fairly successful for them until recently.
Now at 64 and 76 build order cut, this has been complete. Insect just dashing away from PDD in that lane. Messiah, of course, he's been a very just out of it, really. Honestly, just sat quite happily farming, quietly doing his thing because Malphite will become very strong in the late game. And if that Malphite Unstoppable Force can set up Wei Zhao very nicely, it is going to be trouble for Korea.
Let's do the Unstoppable Bounce, maybe, for BDT and Messiah, because they're going to be picking the same target and just going with Troll, and maybe with a little help from Zhao Zhao when they get into the team fight. So even though they're down a bit now, I feel like there is a mid-game point where their team fight will be able to get them some advantages if they play it right.
So Teary the Goddess was finally picked up by Ambition. He's going to start stacking that one out. Brutalizer on Shy already as well, though. He's once again building up very heavily. We may even see a Warmogs coming out from PDD early on here.
And the Shy versus PDD matchup in the top lane is just another example of the too many champions to ban. Because the Jace is something that is feared and often banned, but because there were so many potential champion threats, he gets to play it again. This is not like PDD picked into this matchup because it went well last game. He kind of did it out of necessity.
Taking one for the team. We do see Insect looking at maybe sneaking around towards that blue buff. You see he dashes through, does put the ward down. He's ready and waiting. They know that, of course, Troll is going up towards that top lane. PDD wards out the Tribush to try and be defensive against Insect, but Messiah, he knew this was coming. He's ready and waiting to get away from it.
He will be able to get away, and Insect's not even going to be burning any kind of explosive cask here, but Insect is farming up quite a storm. I keep forgetting that we have a jungle Gragas in this game, and it's just normal day because Korea's winning just fine with it.
Wei Zhao taking no, but PDD won't have his passive, and he just gets slammed into the ground by Shy.
And this is with the tier still stacking up for him. He has not been shut down, he has not been ganked, and that Brutalizer is wrecking PDD in that top lane.
Destroying. We saw Wei Zhao taking a pilt over just before that, and he takes another. We do see Troll also heading in the bottom, but Insect is coming to join the party. This time the explosive cask is available. Look at the Hawkins play they're going for. He's going to get out of this one. Explosive cask comes down. Oh my god, he landed on a trap, Zhao Zhao. Would you believe it? Of all the luck, or was it skill? Mad Life in the front. He wants to go to Zhao Zhao. Uses his power gun, but now we see there's going to be Messiah coming around. He gets on towards Insect. Troll has picked up a double kill now, and they're chasing on. But Ambition is back in the play game. Mad Life is there as well. Will they push on towards the tower? They're going to keep on chasing.
I think that the turret will be salvation for Troll and Messiah at the end of this fight. They really used that teleport well to come down and punish the slight over-aggression of the Korean team. After such a great explosive cast by Insect to separate Zhao Zhao, they thought they would be able to have it and dive through, but they did not factor in Messiah's teleport and Troll coming down.
Let's have a look across the board. Items popping into view as everybody does manage to go back and buy. It looks like it's going to be a potential Brutalizer. Interesting to see how Ambition builds this actually, because we saw some very strange builds coming out from it was Toys. It was Toys early on in that mid lane. But I've seen Ambition's build before, and he goes the standard route, or which is now the standard route.
And unless he's forced off of it, I see no reason for him not to go for that Tear of the Goddess. The Muramana is such a ridiculous item since he can use it with his Q late game to just assassinate, eat people. and there's no reason not to. Even though he was late to his tier, he still went for it, and I think it's the right choice.
So he is backing off. Brutalizer probably will get popped in there. We'll see what he goes towards. It is going to be a Muramana Kabuki.
So
a Manamune, not
he was slow to
Kabuki.
starting his tier,
Yes.
so he's going to try to be faster to complete it. Once you get the Muramana, it's not only on mana cost, you can get your charge on an auto attack as well. So he's really trying to catch up and hopefully sync his Muramana transform with Shy a little bit so they can go make a play, power spike, right as Zaka and Malphite were trying to get back into it.
And honestly, that is a lot of poke. If you get the Shock Blast and the Void Spikes.
And Gragas.
Vorpal Spikes? Void Spikes? I can't even remember the name.
They have
Void Spikes.
They have a very pseudo poke comp here. Because Gragas is often in poke comps as well. Just never out of the jungle. Then you think Relocate, that's as well as Troll is getting eaten.
Troll is getting eaten and destroyed. It's Insect with the explosive. Cascade Ambition wanted the kill, and well, he's just like, no, big barrel of booze.
That was a huge amount of burst. And
there's another huge amount of burst.
I didn't even realize there were bloblets on the ground.
I didn't see the bloblets on the ground. I couldn't quite catch it in the reflection, but we do see Shy going once again 3-0. And honestly, that has really only been one help from Insect there. The rest of them have just been all Shy.
Shy's been destroying PDT, and that's after PDT has had probably the best tournament of anyone up until the finals. So that is such an amazing performance by Shy there in the top lane. Fitting for the finals of this All-Star game, but they could be on their way, Korea, to a 2-0 because they're looking so good early.
And speaking of it, we talked about it in the first game, how quiet this arena has been made from that first game. The home team crowd has definitely been absolutely shock and awe, really, effectively, is the word I could use from the Korean team right now.
They've never been able to get into it. They haven't had a lead early game. They're trying to make some cheers when things happen, but every time they're cutting to a kill, it's usually a Chinese all-star team member falling, and I don't even think I heard a cheer for that last kill in Jason the top lane.
No, I don't think so. It is Insect in this top lane currently. You can see those barrels are really strong now because he's got that Cage's Lucky Pick and the Doran's Ring in there, so he's got a bit of ability power there as well as stacking it up early. And now he's keeping the pressure on Messiah in the top lane. He's just going to ground slam and clear that wave. Wei Zhao, let's have a look at him. 109 CS to 124 of Prey. So even in the CS exchanges that happen early on, Prey has built up a bit of an advantage.
I think as far as a Vayne to Caitlyn matchup, that's a pretty good trade-off for a Vayne, but when you consider the rest of the map, it kind of becomes bad because they spend so much effort lane swapping. The fact that they still weren't able to get an equalized CS number is a bit of an advantage for Korea.
So Shy's going to pick up that red buff, and those shock blasts are going to hurt more and more with that little dot that's going on the back there. Wei Zhao taking some spikes in the back. I gave up remembering what the first name is. It's Ambition that's building it. And that CS, you know, it's starting to stack up. As you mentioned, once he gets that level 6 evolve on towards them, and he's just going to wipe out those waves very, very quickly. You see so often with the Kazakhs, the CS tends to get a little bit out of control on them.
And he's escaped that early game laning phase to try to take it into the team fight phase and maybe power up late game. But Shy he's chasing down a different monster here in the top lane and just wrecking Messiah.
He's absolutely wrecking him, and he's going beyond the tower dive here. Messiah has got his unstoppable force available. Will he delay it long enough? He might turn it around. He didn't even use it. Instead, he just dies flat out to Shy. 4-0 Shy now.
There was a little bit of respectful applause after that one because they realized how strong he is. He missed his shock blast Q and still came out on top. Insect getting a little greedy.
He's going in. He may well be able to belly slam away from this one. Yes, he does. He walks through there. He has got the cover as well. Ambition in the jungle as well as Mad Life, and he escapes without any harm doing. And that is a turret going down, the first one of the game, and it's the Korean LCL All-Stars that take it.
And even though it hasn't been a defining moment in this game, Insect jungle Gragas, I'm trying to kind of piece together why it would make more sense if it wasn't just a crazy pick. When you first pick a Jason and Kha'Zix, you're telling the other team that you have two physical damage solo laners, which immediately cues China to say, well, we're just going to stack super huge armored divers to come into them, which is what they have done with Malphite and Zac. I don't remember the exact moment of the picks, but in that scenario, if there was no AP from the jungle, then it would be much more effective and easier to do. But since they've been able to fit in that jungle AP threat, it might be a little bit to offset that composition, but he will need to get a lot more farm, and the game will have to get a lot closer for that to start to matter.
And honestly, the pressure that Korea have been applying is really not giving Xiao Zhao any chance to try and land those hooks, go aggressive like he was against the Green All-Stars. And now PDD, he is getting absolutely mauled by the hammer of Shy right now. He has no care about that. He's like, the tower, he's like, I don't care about this tower.
Shy is not killing that tower intentionally because it's making it even more difficult for China to lend help to that lane. Everyone is seeing how dominant he's being, and they have to help him as they dive in.
They dive in towards Zhao Zhao. He gets taken down. The explosive cast from Insect, and that is going to be the mid turret going down the first time. Zhao Zhao gets a barrel in the back as well for his pleasure. And Shy, like you mentioned, he's just farming between lanes. The minions will take the top lane down as well. That is going to be 2 turrets for Korea.
This is just so much control right now. The goal lead ballooning to 8,000. China maybe trying to make a counterattack, but the poke is keeping them at bay, as well as the deaths they've already suffered.
Messiah was trying to linger off at the side there and maybe make a play and come in. He teleported there, I think. I'm not so sure whether he came in from the bottom or not, but Korea already see him. He walked straight past the ward and they immediately moved towards this inner top turret. It's going to be PDD using less bounce on Shy, but the rest of the Korean team are here to help out. Troll does jump in, but the Cataclysm is not enough. Shy survives that one. PDD, he takes a tilt over Peacemaker. Ambition there comes in. He puts the Vorpal Spikes down. Messiah comes in now. Has got his Scotland Force, lands it as well. It's going to be Prey getting focused on. He actually manages to catch Prey on towards the back. The Splay comes out. Messiah gets targeted. It's another kill for Shy, and they are dominating now Korea. China trying their best to make some plays, but every time Korea is there once again.
Just the counter attack by Korea has been amazing all throughout this All-Star event. They are still poking down despite Shy having a sliver of health, getting another turret just because they can.
Just because they can. It's 10-3 in kills, and that is almost a 10,000 gold lead 19 minutes into the game. It makes the turrets 4-0 right now for Korea.
This is quite an impressive showing. Not only have they picked in a jungle Gragas, he's 3-1, and Shy, with barely a sliver of jungle help, has just turned himself into a monster. I'd say, as far as an individual performance goes, this may be better than what PDD was playing like yesterday.
Absolutely, he's got that Black Cleaver. The Mirror Mana just completed as well. That just popped into vision, and he is unstoppable. And look at this, a Morello Necromon built on the jungler of Insect.
And this is actually kind of a fun interaction that Jace has when he builds a Black Cleaver, because Black Cleaver applies the stacking armor debuff on every application of physical damage. So when Jace swaps into his range form, that's 1 application. If he has his Mirror Mana active, that's 2, and his auto attack counts as a 3rd. So on his first hit in range farm, he gets 3 shredding stacks of the Black Cleaver, which is a bit of pain coming in for the Chinese All-Stars.
That may be what the Russians would call OP.
Maybe a little bit. And if he builds Blade of the Ruined King, full stack on 1 hit.
Well, we see the ping ward fight coming out. Insect is going to clear out that wave. Ward's going down left, right, and center. And well, Insect is ready to throw out that barrel. Zhao Zhao is going to stick around, taking a barrel in the backside. Took down about a quarter of his health, and Shy continues to shove that top lane. They have to do something to deal with him. They're going to lose 1 turret here.
And they're getting poked so hard because this is essentially a poke competition in disguise by the Korean All-Star team. LPL, in order to stop the poke competition, would have to hard engage, but because there's the Mirror Mana transform and so much power right now on the Korean All-Star team, a hard engage might be the last thing they want to do.
It would be a hard engage for sure, but it'd be hard for China, and they would get destroyed, I feel. They are way down now in gold, way down in items as well. Looking across the board, it's the Edge versus a Blade of the Ruined King. Right item, honestly, for Wei Zhao, but just in the wrong moment. And as you mentioned, back early on, we do see actually jumping in. Ambition pounces in there.
Where did he go?
Demolishes. Zhao Zhao, I didn't even see him on the screen and he was dead. But we do see an explosive cast on PDD. There's another barrel rolled out. They're going to go in towards Troll. A hammer comes down. Oh, what an earth happened there. He slid in, slid straight out. Troll gets ace in the hole, comes in. Wei Zhao tries to come on. He gets taken down. Shy gets demolished. And that is Korea absolutely demolishing China in their own base. They haven't even taken the inhibitor down, but they're just going to wipe the base instead.
5-for-0 kill almost out of nowhere. First off, Zhao Zhao disappeared, and then they just all hopped into the base to make work of the rest of the Chinese squad. The death timers are maybe too low for them to be able to end this game, as they have to back away.
Wow. Just destructive force, and that is simply put Korea knowing how strong they are right now. So many times we see teams get in this strong position, but they are well aware of their strength, and they were quite happy to go all in on the turrets.
And there was some ridiculous timing on the Jace knockback right there. This may not be the case forever for Jace, but right now, when he has the angle of the knockback started, even if you move block away, it's going to take your initial position into account when he knocks it back. So since he was knocking him out of the base before he flashed in, it knocked him completely out of the base once he did go.
He was like, what? Hey, what? In fact, to flash away straight away, but it was too little too late. He did finally get in there. 7-0-3 for Shy right now. He was dominant in game 1. He is dominant in game 2. And honestly, to be putting frank against North America, he was very dominant, and Europe absolutely smashed them as well. 5-1-3 from the jungle. Insect on Gragas.
I think it's safe to say the Korean All-Star team is dominating the world in this event because every game has just been really a roll-through for them. They have played so amazingly well, and the style points at the end with the jungler Gragas are a nice touch here, as they're probably going to look to end fairly quickly.
And without, I'll get to that in a moment as they dive in towards Insect. Actually, he just walks away from that one, or effectively waddles away from that one. Shy continues to shove in that bottom lane. Xiao Xiao, do you really want this off? I'm not sure you do, but they are going to get a kill on Prey, and that's a big kill for China. Can they try and make something from it, like a Baron?
And China will have to continue to push. The Baron is out of the question because they're getting collapsed on by 4 other strong members of the Korean team. This could be a very game-defining play.
They managed to find Shy, but I'm not too sure they can land it. The hook gets rolled out, but in seconds, other ideas. That's going to be the wild growth in Wei Xiao. He's going to get focused on, can he take the dark passage? No, because it was a passage to nowhere, and Ambition comes in, and Insect picks up a kill, another one. Insect goes leaping round, Shy drops the hammer, and it is going to be yet another ace for Korea.
4 for 2 in that one. Troll just got out of there. It was very close to an ace. That's definitely what it seemed like, because despite having no AD carry in that fight, they had enough just straight up damage because they really did have an AD carry in that fight. His name was Shy, and he came from the other side.
Came from the other side. That seems to be how it is all working out for Korea. And what I was about to mention as they pick up the Baron is really, if any seed is deserving. And deserving is a harsh word because there's a lot of top teams in the world, but I feel the Korean scene right now is definitely one that may well want that extra slot in the Season 3 World Finals.
If they're able to finish off this game, which they have an extreme chance of doing, there is such top to bottom depth in the Korean scene right now that extra team will still probably have a chance of competing for the championship in the World Finals. It won't just be an extra team that they end up sending.
Absolutely. We'll see, of course, who that could be. Managed to keep out your eyes on the summer seasons in the OGN Champions, as well as all the other summer splits that are coming up. But right now, it is Korea versus China, and China are in desperate trouble on home soil. And could we see another 2-0? We've not seen a single best-of-3 go the distance yet.
It's a little bit of luck, and I think a little bit of Korea just being amazing throughout this entire tournament. The reason we haven't seen a game actually go all 3 sets, because these have been very dominating performances.
Very dominating indeed. We see another Black Cleaver being picked up. This time, of course, it is Ambition. He's got that as well as his cooldown boots. He will be stacking. Well, LPL, they're sat waiting in the bush, but I'm not sure it's the right time. Insect goes in, throws out the barrel. He may well get taken down here. Wei Xiao does manage to pick up one kill, gets that shutdown, but Troll gets melted. Ambition leaps back out there. Messiah goes trying to get away from this one, and the poke comes towards Wei Xiao there. Ace in a hole gets blocked off by PDD, and again, it is a 1-for-1 trade, a 2-for-1 trade. Sorry, I didn't even see Troll go down.
Some of these people are just disappearing because there is so much damage and burst that comes out from Kha'Zix and Jace combined when they jump onto that target, and that is not even a transformed man immune yet on Ambition. It's at about 670 right now, so it will be soon if this game makes it that far.
And the Abyssal Scepter being picked up by the jungler. Why not?
May as well.
May as well just get a bit more ability power as the Shock Blast lands on Wei Xiao. Almost takes half his health off, and that turret is getting shredded down by the Korean All-Stars.
And this is going to be just poke upon poke, or maybe just a whole bunch of brute force, because they just tanked up that auto attack turret, and the inhibitor goes down super fast. Those hypercharge, and one shot from Caitlyn is what did that to that turret.
Absolute demolition. The Chinese team happens to defend off their super minion stack that was coming up the mid lane. They will hold off once again as Korea do back away to buy here. They may well buy themselves just that tiny amount of time, but it is not a great deal of time, and you can see honestly on their faces their concern, and the concern from the home fans as well. This is a very quiet 8,000-seater stadium right now.
This is such a passionate crowd, and was yesterday when China won their spot in the finals, and they just have not had a chance to get into this one. You just realized There's an 18,000, soon to be 20,000 gold lead. Only 27 minutes into the game.
The final inhibitor turret does fall, and now all inhibitors are exposed to the Korean All-Stars as they start breaking down the door of the Chinese LPL All-Stars. There is not a great deal right now they can do to defend this one. Insec is simply waiting for his moment to land that explosive cask on Wei Zhao, and that will open up the attack from Korea.
And it's just a matter of who Ambition wants to eat first, I'm pretty sure, because it was Zhao Zhao in their last days, and he's going to nom on a few minions in the bottom lane. He's got the Muramana transform at this point.
I'm not too sure what they can do to stop Shy either. He's 9-0-4, and honestly, from the very beginning, there's not been a lot to stop him. That one little bit of help. Oh, they flash engage. Is it the right time? I'm not too sure. The Wild Growth, this is an all-in move from China, and it is going to be all out as well, because it's Korea that turn it around, and they just melt everyone in the Chinese All-Stars. Look at Ambition leaping on. Can he get on the fountain? Wei Zhao does manage to escape. Ambition takes a lot of tower hits there, but it is going to be the Korean All-Stars that will be taking the world by storm and taking their spot rightfully at the top of the world All-Stars.
That was such an amazing performance by the Korean All-Star team, getting the last hits here on the Nexus. Start to finish domination.
Absolute. There you can see the Korean team, Mad Life Prey, very happy with their victory. Ambition in that mid lane. Really, this is a Korean team made up of 4 different teams that have come together and dominated the world.
This was a statement, I have to say, by the Korean All-Star team. They only had a week to prepare coming into this one.
They're still active. They're still playing.
They're the semifinals. They're in the middle of their playoffs right now. All these teams coming together and actually sharing strategies, sharing their tendencies with each other, because they know in the long run it will be better for their league and themselves getting that extra spot.
Beneficial to them all. Actually, you got to wonder, Messiah is distraught there, bless him. You got to wonder if this has helped the Koreans, the fact that they are mid-season, but China as well, they are mid-season, they got their playoffs to come as well. So both of these teams, oh, he wants a hug from PDD Shy there. I'm not too sure whether it's a hug or it's just like, what happened, man? That was pretty one-sided. I was expecting a bit of a challenge. PDD shaved his head yesterday after losing to SOAS, and Mel will have to shave more of his body hair because that was being dominant performance. I'm not too sure what bets he may well have had shot with Shy there.
Yeah, that was just a showing by Shy as well. At the end of that game, 9-0-7. World-class, above world-class play.
World-class indeed. And honestly, you've got to think really, it wasn't that close of a game. It was Korea showing the world that they are the best at League of Legends right now.
I mean, even a couple stats, 54,500 to 32,000 in that game. It went on for a while. I think because it was the finals, China definitely didn't want to surrender. In front of this crowd, not wanting to disappoint. Every single last resource was devoted, which actually made it seem a little more one-sided than another game where a team just surrendered.
So what do we realistically take from this? Obviously, it's been a bit of an exhibition. The All-Stars, it is for a serious point. It is for an extra spot in the World Finals, as well as, of course, those buys that they got through the group stage. But what do we take from this? Do we see the Korean seed? What is so great about the Korean seed right now that is putting them so far ahead of everyone else?
I think one of the things is their OGN, like their Champions League, has been going on for quite a while and has been highly competitive the whole time. Because we think of the North American and European LCS as something that's actually only been happening for about 4 months. But the OGN Champions seasons have been going since when North American teams were going over to Korea to play. So they've definitely, even just in League of Legends, not even counting other games, have fostered their competitive environment from an earlier time, which may be one of the small things that contributed to this.
And actually, if you think about it, the competitiveness, the high-pressured nature of the OGN champions that they have is the fact that some teams that were in there that won it maybe before or were close to getting there, even in the quarterfinals, semifinals, didn't even get through this time. They got knocked out in the playoffs because there's so much competition, and suddenly you see teams and players coming out the woodwork. And I think back to Shy, obviously you think the adjustments that Frost had after Season 1, they shuffled around, you're like, oh, I'm not sure that's going to work out. Frost have been dominant, Blaze have been dominant, Najin Sword, of course, won it before. Now we're seeing the likes of SK Telecom coming through, Team 2, they're in there, MVP Ozone. There's so many strong teams in Korea right now. How do you set them all apart when you can see them just grouped together like that on the stage and dominate the world?
I really think that it's going to be a question that the rest of the world has to answer before they make it to the World Finals, because even though this is the All-Star game, we absolutely know that Korea had the strongest team.
Yeah, and you can see they're obviously on the stage receiving their plaudits from the Chinese crowd, and it was a respectful applause. I think it would have been a bit of a bigger roar if it would have been the Chinese. But I think, even speaking to the Chinese fans that we've had here that have come up to us that do speak the English, and they basically said, how impressive Korea have been. It was like, when I asked them, it was like, well, it's China-Korea final. Who do you think is going to win? They were like, Korea. So they're predicting, they were right in their predictions because
it's a 50-50 vote, and we saw them all esports.
But you don't expect the home fans to say Korea will win.
It speaks to the knowledge of these fans as well.
我们的翻译人员很可爱。
It speaks volumes. You can't say enough. I mean, a lot of it has to do with the compositions of these teams, because we have to remember the LPL All-Star squad for China. The number 2 team in that league, OMG, didn't have a single representative of the All-Star team, whereas the Korean team was made up of the top players from 4 different top Korean teams.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. Fantastic stage, by the way. You can see it there. I'm sure you guys have been all talking about how this setup has been working. Hopefully we're going to see some more fantastic stages. Don't forget, of course, the Season 3 World Finals are to come later in the year. The summer split will be coming up shortly. It's already been announced that the European LCS will be starting at DreamHack. Of course, the American LCS will be kicking off soon as well. And, looking across the world, you think of the Garena Premier League, the OGN Champions, which is still ongoing. Of course, they're going to have another season. Don't forget to miss those. Don't miss those semi-finals. Don't forget to miss them. Definitely don't miss them, because those semi-finals will be fantastic. The fact that Frost and Blaze are going to be facing off against each other, SK Telecom and of course MVP Ozone, they're facing each other. Meanwhile, in the Chinese LPL, which you've just seen there, IG are facing off against OMG, I believe, or is it the other way around?
So
no, they're playing
their
Positive
playoffs
Energy.
have just started, so they haven't
WWE face OMG. No, they're seeded. They're set. Yeah,
was it the top 4 that made the playoffs?
Yeah, 1v4 and 2v3.
Yeah, it's absolutely OMG versus OMG,
which is in itself a big game. And OMG is a team we've not really talked a great deal about, but they actually finished second in that, and they did manage to get through. But we are going to send you down, ladies and gentlemen, to the main stage. You can see Dusty in the back.
Hey everyone, that was an incredible weekend, and congratulations to the All-Stars, everyone who's here, and to the team tournament champions, the Korean LCL All-Stars.
大家好，这是一个难忘的周末，让我们再次将掌声献给这支我们获得冠军的 LCL 韩国全明星战队。
It's been a huge honor to be here to watch these games play out on such a grand stage, and to see everyone come out to support the All-Stars.
今天我感到非常荣幸，可以来到这边和你们一起见证这些伟大选手以及伟大英雄联盟的玩家朋友共同奉献的精彩赛事。
On behalf of Riot Games, I want to thank China, the city of Shanghai, and all you great fans here today for being such amazing hosts.
在此，我仅代表 Riot 公司感谢中国上海，感谢每一位来到现场的玩家朋友们，你们太棒了！
And thanks also to everyone who's watching and playing, not only here but around the world. I want you guys to know that you are all the reason that's made all of our esport efforts possible.
同时，我要向全球所有正在关注本次全明星赛事直播的玩家朋友们表示感谢。正是因为有了你们，才能让 All Star 的周末变得如此精彩。
We're going to continue to make 2013 the best year ever for esports.
让我们一起携手，将2013成为电子竞技这项运动发展史上最具有里程碑意义的一年。
So anyways, without further ado, guys, we have the world premiere of the League of Legends cinematic, A Twist of Fate.
fate. And honestly, if St. Vicious was around, he could have smited that Baron down, no problem at all.
Well, I think St. Vicious was not quite in that video. He was not a character quite in League of Legends, but, you know, good one.
It's a fantastic video nonetheless, and you know it's great to see the reaction of the fans. I'm happy that things like that still get created for you guys at home. Absolutely love it.
That is by far the best League of Legends cinematic I've ever seen.
Absolutely no messing around. All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen at home, that about does it for us here. But remember, if you missed any of the incredible All-Star action this weekend, you simply want to relive the excitement, you can check it all out. The matches are on YouTube/LOL Esports or lolesports.com.
And coming up in just a couple weeks, it's the return of the League Championship Series. The North American LCS Summer Split starts with a 20-game Super Week live from Los Angeles on Wednesday, June 12th.
And then on June 15th, the European LCS Summer Split kicks off live from DreamHack. I'll be there. Everyone will be there. All the teams, you've got to be there.
Well, that's it from Shanghai, China. Congratulations to all the skill competition winners and all All-Star Team tournament champions, our tournament champions, the Korean LCS All-Stars.
And on behalf of myself, Jat here, Freak, Riv, Joe, Shox, and the rest of the broadcasting crew, I'd love to thank them all, but we haven't got time. Thank you very much to you guys, the fans at home, for tuning in. Good night.
Oh my gosh! My life's going in there and Xpecial is going to go down! Okay! All of a sudden, all turns as they are going to go in once again.
This could be it!
There it is, Diamond in.
Oh!
Teleport coming in from Dyrus. There's the ace in the hole. They try to put damage on him right away. Shy flashes into the fight behind Dyrus so he doesn't get locked up. And it's going to be Saint taking so much damage. Ambition just taunted them in front of their beast. Beautiful team coordination here from Korea as they execute onto a teleported in fight by North American LCS team.
No, 괜찮아.
And 54 for Wei Zhao. It's Ambition going in. It's going to be Twisty Fate. It's going to be Wei Zhao's the target. There's no turret to fall back on. That's going to be the flash kill. He jumps on towards Zhao. Zhao gets the slowdown and the stun card. That will be 2 kills. All the luck, or was it skill? Oh my god, Madlife with the flash. He wants to go into Zhao. Zhao uses his wild growth. But now we see there's going to be Messiah coming around. He gets on towards Insect. Troll has picked up a double kill now. And but it is going to be the Korean All-Stars that will be taking the world by storm and taking their spot rightfully at the top of the World All-Stars.
Yes, okay.